The Open Philosophy, and the Open Society. Volume I. Materialism and the Dialectical Method, Volume 2. Historical Materialism, Volume 3. The Theory of Knowledge, Marxism and the Linguistic Philosophy. With J. D. Bernal. Science for Peace and Socialism. The Open Philosophy, and the Open Society. A reply to Dr. Karl Popper's refutations of Marxism. By Maurice Cornforth. Foreword. The object of this book is to discuss fundamental ideas of Marxist philosophy and their implications for social theory and socialist policy. My premise is to accept Marxism as essentially a scientific outlook which seeks to work out and test ideas and poses, in all spheres, in accordance with the canons of rational scientific discussion and in no other way. I have chosen the method of constructing this book as a reasoned reply to criticisms of Marxism. And of all the critics, I have picked on a single one, Dr. Karl Popper, as the one to answer. I have done this because Dr. Popper's whole case against Marxism rests on his contention that it is nothing but a system of dogmas, so that his arguments against Marxism provide a ready-made and accommodating peg on which to hang the argument that Marxism is, on the contrary, a rational scientific discipline. There is the more reason for a Marxist to tackle the case put against Marxism by Dr. Popper because not only is he perhaps the most eminent of our contemporary critics, and not only does he present his case with great ability and force, but because, so far as I can judge, the points he makes against Marxism include practically all the main points against it which carry most weight in contemporary debate. Of course, some of his arguments are borrowed from arguments originally put forward in greater detail by other critics. However, I have preferred to stick throughout to tackling the case as put by Dr. Popper rather than encumber the discussion with references to the writings of others who have put the same case before or since. Dr. Popper's arguments against Marxism are extremely comprehensive, and it is high time someone tried to answer him in detail. Dr. Popper himself occupies an unchallengeable position in modem letters as an exponent of principles of scientific method. His contributions in this sphere, first in his famous book Logik der Verständigung and then in numerous articles in English and American journals, have had and continue to have a great and beneficial influence on modern thought. I would like to emphasize that I do not seek to attack or refute all that Dr. Popper has to say about science or about society. On the contrary, I accept and agree with a good deal of it. This book is not a 6. The Open Philosophy and the Open Society polemic against Dr. Popper, but an answer to his polemic against Marxism. I am seeking only to answer his charges and smears against Marxism, so as to make as clear as I can what Marxism really stands for, and to show that a rational and scientific approach to social problems lends support to Marxism. Dr. Popper has popularized in sociology and politics the use of the word open in the title of this book, and in the discussions it contains. I have ventured to borrow it from him. A society is open when there is nothing to stop individuals, if they choose, from developing their abilities and personalities to the fullest extent, and when social institutions are so ordered that they can be changed and developed, by decision of the members of society, in any way that will assist individuals to have more fully and more freely. On the other hand, it is closed when the members of society are bound by rules and regulations, conventions, and prejudices, strictly enforced, which restrict their choices and impose on them a pattern of life rigidly limited by institutions which may not be changed. The open society and progress towards the open society demand an open way of thinking, characterized by rationality as opposed to blind belief in dogmas. For the open society we need an outlook which rejects dogmas and judges things only on the basis of evidence, always ready to think again when experience falsifies earlier conclusions. This I have ventured to call an open philosophy. Dr. Popper's objection to Marxism is that he imagines it to be a closed philosophy, a system of dogmas, what he calls a reinforced dogmatism. And inevitably, so he maintains, the Marxist dogmas enjoin a corresponding closed attitude in social faith, the imposition on society of rules, regulations, tyrannies of custom, enforced by political tyranny, which effectively close for individuals, and for society as a whole, the avenues of free development. But, one may ask, is a society really open when social production is tied to ensuring the accumulation of capital from surplus value, and the enjoyment of benefits and privileges by some depends on exploiting the labor of others? And can one's mind be really open so long as one is unable to see that such is the case with contemporary capitalist society, or to see the possibilities of advance which could be opened up for mankind if only the exploitation of man by man were done away with? So far from Marxism being a system of dogmas to close our minds and discourage the unfettered exercise of reason to work out how best to promote freedom and the brotherhood of men, it systematizes a way of thinking to open our minds to the appreciation of things as they are and the practical possibilities of changing them for the better. The open way of thinking is the way of thinking which bases itself on demonstrable rules for finding out how things are, and which strives to appreciate, therefore, the actual conditions of our material existence and the necessary conditions for changing them, which therefore closes the mind to misrepresentations and dogmas, and opens the mind to the real possibilities of human life. That is why I have called the philosophy of Marxism the open philosophy, and the communist society towards which Marxism directs our sights the open society. A good deal of this book is controversial, not only because I engage in a controversy with opponents of Marxism, but because there is controversy within Marxism itself. Inevitably, to answer the objections of opponents, especially the kind of objections Dr. Popper makes about Marxism being a dogma and the policies it advocates, policies of dictatorship and tyranny, involves discussions which are controversial as among friends. In this connection I cannot but conclude this foreword by acknowledging a particular debt of gratitude to our palmitude, who read through most of this book in the form in which I first drafted it. I alone am responsible for the point of view I express and for such unclarities and fallacies as may be found in it. But by his critical observations he helped me on several points to make it more clear and, I hope, more cogent than it would otherwise have been. M.C. London, October 1967. Digitized by the Internet Archive. In 2010. Dr. Popper's anti-Marxist writings are contained in 3 of his books, from which I have quoted extensively. For this purpose I have adopted the following abbreviations in references to them. Contents. Part 1. Chapter I, The Scientific Character of page 17 Marxism. 1. Marxism in Wonderland 17. 2. Is Marxism falsifiable? 18. 3. Fundamentals of Marxist Social Theory 23. 4. Does Marxism allow logical contradictions? 31. 5. Dialectical Materialism and Scientific Method 36. Chapter 2, The Materialist Approach 42. 1. Materialism versus Idealism 42. 2. The Case Against Idealism 47. 3. The Case for Materialism 51. Chapter 3, 60. 1. Dialectics versus Metaphysics 60. 2. Materialist Dialectics 67. 3. The Concrete Analysis of Concrete Conditions 73. 4. The Dialectical Materialist Theory of Knowledge 81. 5. Reinforced Dogmatism Reinforced 88. Chapter 4, The Necessity of Dialectics 97. 1. The Science of Interconnections 97. 2. The Unity of Opposites Loy. 3. The Test of Dialectical Materialism IIL. 4. The Philosophy of Identity 121. Part 2. Chapter I, Historicism and Historical 129. Prediction. 1. The Dogmatism of Historicism 129. 2. Men make their own history 133. 3. Historical prediction 137. 4. Prediction, probability and intent 143. 5. Necessity and inevitability 151. 6. Science and utopia 159. 12. The open philosophy and the open society. Chapter 2, Science Applied to Politics 164. 1. Problems of Social Science 164. 2. Social Science and Politics 172. 3. Conduct and Aims of Marxist Political Parties 178. Chapter 3, The Critique of Capitalism 188. 1. Has capitalism disappeared? 188. 2. The Labor Theory of Value 192. 3. Surplus Value and Exploitation of Wage Labor 198. 4. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 204. Chapter 4, Social Revolution and Social 215. Engineering. 1. The Socialist Revolution 215. 2. Social Engineering 222. 3. Reform and Revolution 227. Chapter 5, The Institution of Political 232. Power. 1. Institutions 232. 2. Institutions and Classes 239. 3. Classes and Political Power 245. 4. The Executive Power of the State 253. Chapter 6, The Battle of Democracy 258. 1. The Definition of Democracy 258. 2. Public Control and Class Control 265. 3. Political and Economic Power 271. 4. Socialist Democracy 274. Part 3, Towards an Open Society. Chapter I, Equality 281. 1. Equality of Rights 281. 2. Equality and the Abolition of Classes 287. Chapter 2, Freedom 292. 1. Freedom and Restriction of Freedom 292. 2. Freedom, Rights, and Security 299. 3. Freedom from Exploitation 304. 4. Freedom and Necessity 312. 5. The Means and Opportunities for Individual Freedom 319. Contents 13. Chapter 3, The Open Society 325. 1. The Closed and the Open Society 325. 2. The Way into the Open Society 328. 3. Responsibility, Individual and Collective 336. Chapter 4, Communism. 343. 1. The Rationality and Practicality of Communism 343. 2. Social Implications of Modem Techniques 345. 3. The Communist Program 352. Chapter 5, The Transition to Communism 360. 1. Democratic Socio-UST Planning 360. 2. From Socialism to Communism 368. Chapter 6, The Open Society and Its Enemies 373. 1. Communism and Anti-Communism 373. 2. Against Violence, for Just Laws, for Individual Rights 375. 3. The Rationast Behef in Reason 383. Index, 391. Part 1. I. The Scientific Character of Marxism. I. Marxism in Wonderland. You should say what you mean, Die Marchherr told us at the Mad Tea Party *I do. Alice replied. At least, I mean what I say. That's the same thing, you know. Not the same thing a bit, said the Hatter. The rather lengthy expositions and refutations of Marxism by Dr. K.R. Popper place Marxists in the same predicament as the Hatter placed us. Regardless of what we may say, he undertakes to say what we mean and then to show that it is both absurd and obnoxious. Dr. Popper regards Marxism as a reinforced dogmatism. To deal with it, he has himself devised a method of reinforced refutation. He says what Marxism means, and shows how wrong it is. If any Marxist objects, but that is not what we Marxists say. He refuses, it is what Marxism means. How can one answer such a refutation? As Dr. Popper says in his preface to the second edition of The Open Society and Its Enemies, my criticism was devastating. His exposition, explanation, and refutation of Marxism is based on the assumption that Marxism is essentially unscientific. How unscientific? It is, he shows in The Open Society and Its Enemies, where he expounds and exposes first Plato and then Hegel, and then warns the reader. Marxism is like them. After such an introduction, the reader's prejudices are thoroughly aroused, and he is well prepared to assist at the full exposure and dissolution of Marxist dogmas. What Marx did, however, was not to follow blindly in the footsteps of Plato and Hegel, but to work out the foundations of the scientific theory of man and society. That is what he said he tried to do, and that is what he did. Marxism is scientific. Marx's achievement was to apply the standard methods of science to the study of society and the solution of social problems. By so doing, he performed a signal service for the working class movement, for his scientific theory demonstrated the character and consequences of the exploitation of labor in modern society, formulated a practical aim of ending that exploitation and its consequences, and sub-principles on which to decide the practical policies necessary for reaching the aim. Only the application and continued application of scientific method could produce that kind of practical understanding and purpose of which Marx and Marxists consider the working class movement to stand in need. Marxism stands or falls entirely by whether it can or cannot justify its scientific claims. But if it is, as is claimed, scientific, then it must be allowed to share the generally recognized character of scientific theories and views, namely, that it stakes no claim to finality or completeness but keeps on adding to, modifying, reformulating and rearranging its generalizations and recommendations as new experiences and new problems are presented. A Marxist is, presumably, a follower of Marx, and Marxism is the continuation of Marx's work in developing the scientific theory of the working class movement and of socialism. Yet when Marxists try to press forward the scientific development of Marxism, and that includes not only expansion and elaboration but correction, our critics tell us, stop. Marxism is unscientific and is not allowed to develop like that. Dr. Popper has himself written a good deal about scientific method, notably in his book The Logic of Scientific Discovery and in the papers collected in the volume Conjectures and Refutations. His contributions to the subject are important and enlightening, and if I shall venture to suggest that he has not said the last word, it is not intended to bolt in the least the value, importance, and originality of what he has said. While answering his refutations of Marxism, I am well aware of how much we stand in his debt. We are indebted to him in two ways. First, the points he has made about the logic of scientific discovery are of great assistance in formulating and explaining the actual scientific procedures of Marxism. Second, his efforts to say what we mean are of great assistance at least in making clear what we do not mean. So far as we are concerned, we say what we mean and also we mean what we say. We say that Marxism is based on scientific procedures and can only continue on that basis. And we mean it. 2. Is Marxism falsifiable? In his writings on scientific method, Dr. Popper dealt with the question of the criterion of demarcation between scientific theories, on the one hand, and non-scientific theories on the other. It is generally agreed that a theory is scientific only if it is capable of being tested by experience. He pointed out that to be capable of being tested is to be capable of being falsified. Thus it is not enough to be able to describe types of instances which would confirm a theory, it is necessary to be able to describe what sort of instance would falsify it. The criterion of the scientific status of a theory is its falsifiability. This point, a odd and important one, can be appreciated by reflecting that to test anything it is essential to have a criterion of failure. If there is only a vague idea of what is required to pass the test, but no clear idea of what will bring failure, then it is possible to wangle almost anything past the test and the test is as good as worthless. Or if the test is so devised that anything will pass it, then it is no test at all. This, Dr. Popper insists, goes for scientific theories. It is easy to obtain confirmations for nearly every theory if we look for confirmations. Every genuine test of a theory is an attempt to falsify it, or refute it. Testability is falsifiability. It is quite possible, as he and others have pointed out, for certain ingenious theories to masquerade under the title of science when they are in fact non-scientific, since they have been so constructed as to be incapable of falsification. They are so constructed that whatever happens fits in with the theory, and nothing, therefore, can falsify it. It has been suggested that certain Freudian theories may be of this sort. Freud said that every man wishes to kill his father and marry his mother. If a man objects that he does not in fact wish to do such things, Freud reveals that of course he is not aware of so wishing because the wish has been repressed. And in general, whatever a man consciously wishes and does, it can always be made out to be linked with and not incompatible with his unconscious Oedipus complex. But this puts the Freudian theory outside the bounds of science. It is not a scientific but a pseudo-scientific theory. It is a reinforced dogmatism, so built up or reinforced as to be unfalsifiable or irrefutable. These considerations suggested to Dr. Popper the happy idea of contriving a formal refutation of Marxism. People had long been trying in vain to cite facts which would refute Marx's social theories. No wonder they did not succeed, for these theories are so devised as to be irrefutable, and that refutes them. If Marxist social theories were irrefutable in this sense, then they would indeed be unscientific. But the fact that a theory has not been 20. Falsified does not imply that it is unscientific because unfalsifiable. For example, the law of the conservation of energy is generally regarded as a genuine and well-tested scientific law, but it has not been falsified. We can quite well say what sort of things could happen if the law of the conservation of energy did not hold. The point is, it does hold and they do not happen. Similarly, we can quite well say what sort of things could happen if the basic laws formulated by Marx as governing social development did not hold. The point is, they do hold, and these things do not happen. Unhappily for the refutation, Marxism is not irrefutable. Its basic laws, HKE those of thermodynamics, correspond with how things in fact go. What they forbid to happen never does happen. Dr. Popper says, with truth, that every good scientific theory is a prohibition, it forbids certain things to happen. Thus a good or genuine scientific law, as distinct from a pseudo-scientific one, can always be expressed in the form, so and so cannot happen. For example, the first law of thermodynamics tells us you cannot build perpetual motion machines, and the second law tells us you cannot build machines that are 100% efficient. This way of expressing laws brings out very well their practical value. Thus the laws of thermodynamics instruct machine technologists about the limits of practical possibility within which they can operate. An engine cannot run without fuel, and the task of the designer is to construct an engine in which the energy of the fuel will be most efficiently converted into work. That allows a very large but not unlimited range of possibility for the construction of engines. But, of course, if someone did contrive an engine which ran without fuel, or which was 100% efficient, that would falsify the laws of thermodynamics, and technologists would have to undertake some new and very fundamental rethinking of their concepts. No one expects this to happen, but it is imaginable. The laws of thermodynamics are thus falsifiable but not falsified. That is, no doubt, why they are considered to be such very good laws. The fundamental laws which Marx formulated as governing social development similarly forbid certain things to happen. They say that there must always be a certain kind of correspondence between forces of production and relations of production. This allows all 21 manner of things to be done within the bounds of such correspondence, but denies the possibility of going outside those bounds. From the point of view, therefore, of social action, or what Dr. Popper calls social engineering. It says what is possible and what is not possible. For example, to use all the resources of modern technology for human welfare is possible, but not without reconstituting property relations in correspondence with the social character of production. It is not possible to combine such use of resources with capitalist ownership and capitalist profit. What Marxism forbids to happen can be imagined as happening indeed. In many democratic countries, the principal political parties make a parade of such imaginings at every general election, but it never happens. If uninterrupted economic development were to be combined with capitalist enterprise and capitalist profit, then Marx's theory would be falsified, just as if a perpetual motion machine were built, the laws of thermodynamics would be falsified. The social engineering which treats Marxism as reinforced dogmatism is thus just about on a level with ordinary engineering, which treats the laws of thermodynamics as reinforced dogmatism. Dr. Popper maintains that the true scientist, always eager to test his theories in every conceivable way, devotes his main energies to trying to contrive falsifications. This view of scientific work overlooks the fact that a scientific attitude also demands the guidance of practical undertakings in accordance with scientific discovery. Dr. Popper seems to think that a scientific attitude towards the social discoveries claimed by Marx would enjoin continually trying all manner of means to go against the laws which Marx formulated, in the hopes of falsifying them. The scientifically minded person must try to preserve capitalism so as to see whether Marx's laws cannot be falsified. The Marxist who, accepting the laws, advises the abolition of capitalism, is a mere dogmatist and lacks any conception of the ways of science. This is like saying that chemists should practice alchemy, in the hopes of falsifying the laws of chemistry, and that engineers should devote all their ingenuity to constructing perpetual motion machines. But Dr. Popper formulates his objection to Marxism also along the following lines. Marxism forbids certain things to happen, but nevertheless some things which it forbids do happen. In that case the Marxists admit to having made a mistake, but say that, all the same, the fundamentals of the theory have not been falsified. That shows, says Dr. Popper, that the theory is nothing but a reinforced dogmatism. 22. It has formulated its fundamentals in such a way that they cannot be falsified. It is not a scientific theory, which submits itself to tests, but an unscientific theory which evades every test. The Russian Revolution has been alleged, by Dr. Popper and others, to provide a case in point. Marx certainly said at one time that the Socialist revolution would begin in the most advanced industrial countries. He forbade it to begin anywhere else, but in fact it began in Russia. But when this falsification of an earlier prediction took place, Marxists simply said that certain specific features of social development in particular countries had been underestimated. The revolution began in Russia because the chain breaks at its weakest link. Does a candid examination of this example really support the allegation that Marxism is reinforced dogmatism? On the contrary, Marxism remains falsifiable. Marxists can, it is true, readily account for the socialist revolution starting in Russia. But if it had started, say, in the Far East or Central Africa, or if it had never started at all, that could not have been accounted for, and really would have falsified Marxism. But it did start, and started where Marxism permitted it to start. In point of fact, Marx himself, in his later correspondence, wrote that his observations were leading him to the conclusion that revolution was unlikely after all to start in the industrial countries. Things were happening in these countries to postpone the revolution he had earlier expected, but in Russia to accelerate it. His approach to questions was the normal one of a scientific thinker who is continually ready to revise former estimates in the light of new evidence, but does not find it necessary to scrap the whole fundamental theory of his science every time such a revision is indicated. Similarly, the fact that after the Second World War there was for many years full employment in Britain, in contradiction to Marx's statements about capitalism always creating a reserve of unemployment, does not lead British Marxists to conclude that the whole Marxist theory of capitalism and socialism has been falsified, but only that certain special conditions had temporarily come into existence in Britain. Scientists generally agree that if predictions made in the HGHT of a general theory are falsified, and it is then proposed to save the theory by adding supplementary hypotheses, the theory must nonetheless be scrapped if the only evidence offered for the supplementary hypotheses is that they save the theory. Thus, for example, the old $2 Ptolemaic theory that the planets move in circular orbits round the Earth failed to accord with observations, but was saved by postulating irregularities, or epicecles, in the motions of the planets. However, because the only evidence offered for these epicecles was that they saved the theory, scientists now generally agree that observation has falsified the Ptolemaic theory. It has been suggested that this is how Marxism is saved whenever what happens deviates from a prediction. But in fact the Marxist procedure has never been to invent supplementary hypotheses. For example, to account for full employment in Britain we do not invent a supplementary hypothesis, a kind of economic epicycle. We simply examine what has actually happened, which has by no means exceeded the bounds of possibility allowed by the general theory of Marxism, and FMD that it has led to consequences predictable and accountable within the theory. And similarly with the Russian Revolution. The rescue of Marxism in such cases is interestingly paralleled by a second example from the theory of planetary motions. After the Ptolemaic theory had been supplanted by Kepler's laws, certain irregularities were observed in the motion of the planet Uranus which did not accord with the predictions made by the laws. So it was suggested that there was in fact another planet, whose existence had previously passed unnoticed, the influence of which would account for the irregularities. Sure enough, this other planet was observed when telescopes were directed in the right direction, so Kepler's laws were saved, since they did not forbid there being another planet but allowed for its existence. It is just the same with Marxism. When social irregularities take place we look for and find the causes of these irregularities. 3 Fundamentals of Marxist social theory. Is there really anything wrong with saying, as Marxists say, that the fundamentals of Marxist social theory are not refuted even when certain particular expectations of events are falsified? Is it really a defect of a theory when its fundamentals are so framed that a rather wide range of possible happenings can be fitted into it? If so, then not only Marxism but a number of other theories too, generally regarded as scientific, must be relegated into the category of pseudoscience. Scientists are forever being faced with failures of prediction. 24. Which they manage nevertheless to fit into the framework of their theories, and that is how the theories generally develop. To deal with the question of whether Marxism is science or pseudoscience, it is advisable to begin by asking what the fundamental propositions of Marxist social theory actually say, and how Marx arrived at them. Before Marx formulated these scientific propositions, social events were generally accounted for in terms of people's intentions and motives, and the structure and institutions of society in terms of the prevailing ideas. This way of accounting for social phenomena really does suffer from the defect of being able to account for anything. People always have intentions, and whatever may happen it can always be accounted for by saying that certain people acted with certain intentions. If what happens is what they intended, well and good; if not, then that is because they made a miscalculation, or because other people with other intentions interfered with them. Moreover, because it is practically impossible ever to discover with certainty what people's intentions were, it is always possible to attribute to them intentions fitting in with what took place, and so to account for what took place by the attributed intentions. Similarly, whatever the structure and institutions of society, it can always be said that they came to exist because certain people thought that was the best way of arranging social affairs, or else because some people's good intentions were frustrated by other people. This type of theory can therefore be judged unscientific precisely on the criteria proposed by Dr. Popper for distinguishing unscientific from scientific theories. Its obvious shortcoming is that it leaves one asking what accounts for people's different intentions and ideas, and for some being more successfully realized than others. Marx's formulation of fundamental propositions for social science disposed of such previously unscientific ways of interpreting and accounting for events in very much the same way that, in other branches of inquiry, previously unscientific theories were disposed of when certain fundamental propositions for the respective sciences were formulated. For example, the old type of physics, derived from Aristotle, accounted for physical motion on the principle that every body seeks its natural place and changes according to the potentialities of change inherent in it. As Galileo, Newton, and others effectively $2 showed, such theories accounted for nothing because they could account for anything. Again, the theory of the original creation of biological species accounted for nothing because it could account for anything. Whatever forms of phe were observed could be accounted for by including them in the original plan of the Creator. Dr. Popper has pointed out that scientific theories are not arrived at by so-called induction from numerous observations but rather by posing questions and answers to them, answers that can then be observationally tested in all manner of ways. He did not, however, conclude that the establishment of fundamental theory, or guiding principles, for any field of inquiry has always depended on someone asking the right questions. Yet the genius of the great innovators in science has consisted in their formulating the right questions. Once that is done, the answers are generally rather obvious. Marx's theory originates from his asking a question about society. What is the key question from which Marx's social theory proceeds? The theory is not understood unless the question is understood, and this is why so many people fail to understand it, and so say it means what it does not mean. Faced with all the multitudinous phenomena of social life and seeking to embrace them all within a theory, Marx did not ask what will account for all these phenomena. Indeed, a question of the form what accounts for the phenomena is never the key question for establishing fundamental scientific theory. The phenomena in detail are to be accounted for by detailed investigations guided by scientific theory, which is quite another thing from the theory laying down in advance just what accounts for them all. So far from being a key question for science, the question what accounts for everything is the very question which commonly leads to pseudoscience. Something is posited which can so readily account for anything that it accounts for nothing. Marx is often alleged to have posed against the pseudo-scientific theory that ideas account for everything, the rival pseudo-scientific theory that economic interest accounts for everything. This he did not do, and he and Engels denied it frequently and emphatically. The key question Marx asked was the simple and searching one: what is the condition for social life of any kind to take place? Once he asked this question, the answer was obvious. The condition for any kind of social life is that people should associate together to produce 26. Their material means of life. The proposition that to engage in any form of social activity people must first associate to produce their means of subsistence, was the fundamental proposition on which Marx based the science of society. Having arrived at this proposition, Marx was then able to formulate T fundamental concepts in terms of which the social mode of production may be defined. These are the concepts opound forces of production and relations of production. In order socially to produce their means of subsistence, men must fashion tools and implements and acquire the skill and knowledge for their use, and these are their forces of production. And in using those forces of production they must enter into social relations of production. Men produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities, wrote Marx in Wage, Labor and Capital. In order to produce they enter into relations with one another, and only within these relations does production take place. The relations of production are therefore the multiple relations between individual people as they exchange their activities and take part in the whole action of production. They include the property relations which people enter into in owning means of production and in appropriating and distributing the products, and define the economic structure of society and the division of society into classes. Having thus concluded that the condition for social life is that men should engage in a mode of production, consisting of their entering into definite relations of production for the utilization of definite forces of production, Marx proceeded to frame a general hypothesis about the way social life develops. It may be called the general law of all social development. This said that people must always adapt their relations of production to their forces of production, and work out ideas and organize themselves in institutions to enable them to do so. This theory served Marx as a guiding thread for my studies. That is to say, in the study of any particular phase of social development, past or present, he proceeded to consider what the forces of production were, what the relations of production were, and how people's arguments about ideas and conduct of institutions enabled them to adapt their relations of production to their forces of production. This procedure served at one and the same time to account for the principal currents of social activity and their 27 play, and to define and delimit the actual possibilities and possible directions of social change. Such study, evidently, has to be empirical, like any scientific study. It is always necessary to ascertain the facts, they cannot be deduced from general theory. The general theory, like any good scientific theory, guides the inquirer by telling him what to look for. It does not tell him in advance exactly what he will find. And obviously, on the one hand, it is possible for the inquirer to make all sorts of errors without such errors falsifying the general theory. On the contrary, the reification of the general theory will assist him to rectify such errors. And on the other hand, the general theory is sufficiently general, and sufficiently flexible, to allow a very wide margin of possible variations of development to occur without its being thereby falsified. On the contrary, in a given situation the theory permits many different alternative things to happen and, whichever does happen, is still capable of finding out how to account for it and to follow its development. The general guiding theory of Marxism is tested in its application to inquiries about particular events or sequences of events. And so far it has not been falsified but confirmed. As I pointed out before, this does not make it unfalsifiable. Certain things would assuredly falsify it, only they do not happen. For example, a Stone Age community managing its affairs by parliamentary government and conducting controversies about the rights of man, or a successfully managed capitalism. The methodology by which Marx arrived at his theory of social development is exactly the same as that employed by Darwin in establishing the theory of evolution of species by natural selection. Engels in fact remarked on this in his speech at Marx's funeral, when he said, "Just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history." It is remarkable that Marx and Darwin both published their basic conclusions within a few years of each other, each having worked independently in applying the same scientific methodology in their respective spheres of inquiry. Darwin's theory rests on the fundamental premise that every having organism lives by adaptation to an environment from which it assimilates its requirements of life. This, he reasoned, is the universal 28th condition for the existence of living species, just as Marx realized that social production is the universal condition for the existence of human societies. Marx's point about the human species that men have in society by the social production of their means of life was in fact a special application to men of the more general proposition about all living organisms propounded by Darwin. What distinguishes men from other animals, Marx explained, is the way they obtain their requirements by social production. From this comes the human peculiarity of speech, and the whole social and intellectual life by which men separate themselves from the rest of living nature. Human evolution then becomes not biological but social. Men do not acquire and satisfy new needs by any alteration of the organs of their bodies, but by acquiring new forces of production, and they change their social life and their own individual habits in so doing. Having propounded his fundamental proposition, Darwin proceeded to formulate the general hypothesis of natural selection. In exactly the same way, having propounded his fundamental proposition, Marx proceeded to formulate the general hypothesis about adapting relations of production to forces of production. Darwin, in his work, collected and sifted an enormous mass of data, demonstrating in detail how his hypothesis worked out, and he was able to fit all manner of apparent anomalies into the general theory. Marx in his work did the same. The scientific methodology employed was identical, and if historical materialism is to be rejected as pseudoscience, so must the theory of the evolution of species by natural selection. This account of the parallel in scientific methodology between the evolutionary theories of Marx and Darwin does not, incidentally, invalidate the criticisms that Marx himself made of certain supplementary aspects of Darwin's original theory. To the general hypothesis of natural selection, Darwin added a supplementary concept which he borrowed from Malthus about the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. Marx criticized these supplementary formulations of Darwin. It is now pretty generally agreed that those formulations were defective, and so the Darwinian theory does not survive in the exact form which Darwin himself originally gave it. But the fundamental Darwinian theory of evolution by natural selection survives. Marx's theory, of course, lacks the exactness characteristic of those sciences which deal with physical and chemical phenomena. For the generalizations and laws stated in the theory are not formulated in 29. Quantitative terms. This is alleged to produce in Marx's theory an unscientific vagueness. Once again, if this objection makes Marx's theory unscientific, it makes Darwin's theory equally unscientific. Yet surely no one in his senses would expect all generalizations about social and biological evolution to be given the quantitative form of the laws of mechanics or thermodynamics. It is worth noting, however, that despite these differences we may discern in the exact sciences, too, the self-same procedure for establishing fundamental theory as is exemplified in the social and biological theories of Marx and Darwin. For example, in establishing the fundamental theory of mechanics, the idea was adopted that the condition for the existence of any body in motion relative to other bodies is that it has a certain motion of its own and is acted on by external forces. Having once hit on this fundamental idea, there were then formulated the fundamental concepts of mass, force, inertia, energy, and so on, in terms of which the laws of mechanics were formulated corresponding to the fundamental concepts of relations of production and forces of production formulated by Marx. The scrutiny of Marx's fundamental ideas about society reveals, then, their scientific character. Dr. Popper's failure to grasp this fact illustrates his failure, in his published work on scientific method, to grasp more than one single aspect of scientific procedures. He says that science proceeds by making conjectures which are falsifiable, and then devising all manner of ways of trying to falsify them. So far as it goes, that is true enough. But yet the body of scientific theory consists of more than just a collection of falsifiable conjectures which are variously revised or replaced by other conjectures as falsification actually overtakes them. Every well-developed science rests on its fundamental theory, and is guided by it in its inquiries. This is a feature of science which Dr. Popper never examines, possibly because he distrusts such expressions as fundamental theory, which he thinks redolent of pseudo-scientific metaphysics. This shortcoming is evidenced when, after saying that every good scientific theory forbids certain things to happen, he adds, "The more a theory forbids, the better it is." In making this pronouncement about how to judge how good a scientific theory is, Dr. Popper had, perhaps, in mind examples like the zoological statement, "Eagles do not catch flies." This statement is true, and well authenticated, but its scientific value, as an item of 30. Zoological science, is slight. It simply forbids eagles to catch flies, and permits them to do anything else. But a good scientific account of eagles must be much more exacting in what it forbids and permits these birds to do. However, what undoubtedly applies to items of scientific theory about particular phenomena, does not apply to those very general theories and very general laws which, by virtue of their great generality, serve as the fundamentals for all scientific theory dealing with a whole class of phenomena. For example, The first and second laws of thermodynamics simply forbid energy not to be conserved and entropy not to increase, they allow anything to happen within these prohibitions. Again, the Darwinian theory simply forbids species or varieties to survive for long unless adapted to their environments, and similarly, the Marxist theory simply forbids societies to develop without adapting relations of production to forces of production. These laws and theories would not be better if they forbade more. On the contrary, they would not be much good if they forbade too much. What Dr. Popper seems to have overlooked in his pronouncements about prohibitions and falsifications is the work of abstraction and generalization in scientific theory. The task of fundamental theory is to abstract the necessary or universal condition of existence of the phenomena studied, and to put forward corresponding generalizations. Such fundamental theory, very abstract and very general, does not, should not and cannot satisfy Dr. Popper's principle that the more a theory forbids the better it is. It is, indeed, difficult to imagine why on earth Dr. Popper should ever have enunciated such a principle. Except that it gives him a stick to beat Marxism with. But it is not a good stick, and in wielding it Dr. Popper joins the very numerous and very distinguished company of those who have allowed anti-communism to cloud their judgment. In short, in making out that Marx's theory about society is reinforced dogmatism, Dr. Popper has totally neglected to consider Marx's actual methodology. Marx in fact laid the foundations of his theory of society in just the same way as others have laid the foundations of other sciences. And this is plainly evidenced in what Marx said. As we shall see, having ignored Marx's actual methodology, Dr. Popper proceeds to explain that Marx's theory really means all kinds of pseudo-scientific things which, however, could not have the squenta-c character of Marxism. 3.1. Been products of Marx's scientific method, and which Marx did not say. Instead of examining Marx's scientific method, Dr. Popper deals at some length with the origins of Marx's theory in the philosophy of Hegel. Hegel was a philosopher who accepted the idealist view of human affairs, that ideas are what accounts for everything, but in contrast to those who said, and continue to say, that there is no accounting for ideas and that therefore there is no discernible law of development in human history, Hegel did see a law of historical development, namely the logical law of the working out of ideas. Marx, it is true, was greatly impressed by Hegel's conception of a discoverable law of development but not by Hegel's account of what this law of development was. He totally rejected Hegel's idea HSM, and sought instead to arrive at the formulation of a law of development by the well-tried methods of empirical science. He called this putting Hegel on his feet. The result was the theory of historical materialism. Dr. Popper, on the other hand, concludes that because Marx admired and was stimulated by Hegel, therefore his theory originated from Hegel, and therefore it must be as foreign to science as Hegel's theory was. He concludes that the Marxist theory is essentially unscientific on the grounds that it originated from Hegel. This kind of exposition comes, incidentally, very strangely from one who has also devoted much space to exposing the fallacy of deducing what a thing is, its essence, by theorizing about its origins. For does Marxism allow logical contradictions? Dr. Popper further maintains that what makes Marxism into a reinforced dogmatism is its use of dialectics, which he sees as totally opposed to science. He does not object so much to Marx's materialism as to dialectics. Although I should not describe Michels as a materialist, my criticism is not directed against materialism, he says. The materialist element in this theory could be comparatively easily reformulated in such a way that no serious objection to it could be made. But thanks to dialectics, Marxism has established itself as a dogmatism which is elastic enough, by using its dialectic method, to evade any further attack. It has thus become what I have called a reinforced dogmatism. True to his own method of reinforced refutation, Dr. Popper proceeds to say what dialectics means and makes it mean something remarkably stupid. 32. Dialectics is a theory which maintains that something more especially human thought develops in a way characterized by what is called the dialectic triad: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. As against this, it is worth recalling what Lenin said about dialectics in his very famous book What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats. Anyone who reads the definition and description of the dialectical method given by Engels will see that the He-Jahan triads are not even mentioned, and that it amounts to regarding social evolution as a natural historical process of development. What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method is nothing more nor less than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a having organism in a constant state of development, the study of which requires an objective analysis of the relations of production which constitute the given social formation and an investigation of its laws of functioning and development. Quite in accord with this, Lenin also said that the most essential thing in Marxism is the concrete analysis of concrete conditions, and that genuine dialectics consists of a thorough detailed analysis of a process. Dr. Popper has, of course, read Marx and Engels. However, having read them, he concludes that they did not mean what they said, so he has undertaken to say it for them. Having foisted onto them the rather incoherent theory that something, more especially human thought, always develops through thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, he proceeds to foist on them a logical conclusion even more absurd than the alleged theory. According to the dialectical theory of triads, the thesis and antithesis are contradictory. Therefore, says Dr. Popper, dialecticians assert that contradictions cannot be avoided, since they occur everywhere in the world. Such an assertion, he continues, amounts to an attack upon the so-called law of contradiction of traditional logic, a law which asserts that two contradictory statements can never be true together, or that a statement consisting of the conjunction of two contradictory statements must always be rejected as false on purely logical grounds. Hence, he concludes, dialectics rests on the absurdity of asserting that logically self-contradictory statements are true. This is, indeed, an absurdity. But Marx was never responsible for enunciating it. He never said anything of the kind. On the contrary. 33. He frequently concluded that certain generalizations were false because certain verified statements of fact contradicted them, and he would hardly have done that if he had thought that the logical law of the exclusion of contradictions could be dispensed with. If two logically contradictory statements could both be true, then a generalization could still be true even though facts contradicted it. One could then say whatever one liked, there could be no test of truth or falsehood, and, as Dr. Popper correctly remarks, one would have to give up any kind of scientific activity. It would mean a complete breakdown of science. Dr. Popper's foisting onto Marxism the absurd view that logical contradictions are allowable in true statement depends on making a play with the use of the word contradiction, quite in the style of the characters Alice met in Wonderland. If, in describing a certain person, one says that he is a mass of contradictions, no one but the Mad Hatter, the March Hare, or Dr. Popper, would conclude that one means that a true statement of his character is logically self-contradictory. Similarly, Marx wrote about the contradictions of capita HSM, indicating that in the development of capitalism the combination of socialized production with private appropriation produces certain strains and instabilities. But to state that capita USM combines socialized production and private appropriation, between which there exists a relationship of a type which may, without misuse of language, be termed contradictory, is not a logically self-contradictory or inconsistent statement, but a perfectly consistent general factual statement, of the kind which may be verified or falsified. There is not a sentence in the concrete analysis of concrete conditions or thorough detailed analysis of a process, undertaken by Marx, Engels, Lenin, or any responsible Marxist practicing the dialectical method, by which they sort out and display the contradictions exemplified in conditions and processes, which contains even a hint at a logical contradiction. Having concluded that Marxism means to say that logical contradictions are allowable, Dr. Popper triumphantly produces his final demonstration that Marxism is reinforced dogmatism. For if we are prepared to put up with contradictions, pointing out contradictions in our theories could no longer induce us to change them. In other words, all criticism would lose its force. Criticism would be answered by and why not, or perhaps even by an enthusiastic there you are, that. 34. Is, by welcoming the contradictions which have been pointed out to us. So you cannot falsify Marxism, because Marxism maintains that falsification or contradiction does not falsify. This account of Marx's reinforced dogmatism does not, of course, quite accord with other accounts which Dr. Popper gives of how Marxism evades falsification. But never mind that. His reinforced refutations can never fail, because, whatever Marx or Marxists may say, he will always FMD a way of saying what we mean which renders it utterly absurd. Outside of Wonderland, it is a commonplace that the Marxist dialectic is concerned with understanding things in their changes and interconnections, and formulating laws about how real changes and interconnections go. As Engels said in the introduction to Anti-Düring, it is a mistake. If in considering individual things one loses sight of their interconnections, or if in contemplating their existence one forgets their coming into being and passing away. And if one makes such a mistake, he continued, one ends by being involved in contradictions. Thus for everyday purposes we know, for example, and can say with certainty whether an animal is of or not, but when we look more closely we find that this is often an extremely complex question. It is impossible to determine the moment of death, for physiology has established that death is not a sudden instantaneous event but a very protracted process. In the same way every organic being is at each moment the same and not the same, at each moment it is assimilating matter drawn from without, and excreting other matter, at each moment the cells of its body are dying and new ones are being formed, in fact within a longer or shorter period the matter of its body is completely renewed, so that every organic being is at all times itself and yet something other than itself. Hence if you overlook the way things come into being and cease to be, the way they disintegrate and are renewed, and the way they exist only in complex interrelations with other things, and try to say of each thing what its state is at each moment regardless of its changes and relationships, you will be led to make contradictory statements it is, and it is not. What does this imply? It certainly does not imply that we should be prepared to put up with contradictions. On the contrary, the occurrence of logical contradictions is a sign that the categories employed in describing things in abstraction from their intercon. 35. Necked ions and coming into being and passing away are inadequate to the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. When, in accordance with principles of dialectics, one substitutes for such abstract and inadequate accounts of things the thorough detailed analysis of a process, the logical contradictions vanish. To describe, for example, how an organic body renews its cells in the course of its interaction with its environment, and to describe the contradictory relationship of the processes of decay and renewal which make up its life, does not involve making logically contradictory statements. On the contrary, the whole analysis is done in strict conformity with the principles of consistency, or non-contradiction, laid down by formal logic. Dialectics does not encourage us in inconsistency, but, on the contrary, accepts the most rigid demands of formal logical consistency of statement. To say a thing is the same and not the same is a logical contradiction which no scientific-minded person can be prepared to put up with. To say at every moment it is assimilating new matter and excreting old matter is to give a more adequate account of it, and contains no logical contradiction whatsoever. Dialectics does not permit logical contradictions, but gets rid of them. The truth is that if one says it is the same and yet not the same, the question immediately raised by such an enigmatic statement is the question, in what respect is it the same, and in what respect not the same? For to say that something is in all respects the same and in all respects not the same is illogical. Contradiction which cannot be allowed. To explain, then, at every moment it is assimilating new matter and excreting old matter is to answer the question about the respects in which the thing changes while otherwise remaining the same. By supplying information about the processes going on in the thing, it explains that while the thing remains the same in respect of its external form, it ceases to be the same in respect of the matter composing it. From that one might then further conclude that in all probability the external characteristics will sooner or later undergo change as well and become different as a result of internal changes. When one thus undertakes, in accordance with dialectics, a thorough detailed analysis of a process, which exhibits its contradictory sides and how the character and mode of change of the whole is determined by the relationship of these contradictory sides, the 36 result is something which, far from being logically self-contradictory, completely satisfies all the logical criteria for scientific statement. We get statements which can be verified or falsified, and which are relevant to the drawing of probable conclusions about the further development of a process. This point can, incidentally, be put in a foremost way, in complete accordance with the principles of formal logic. Let P be a process, which contains contradictory sides or aspects A and B. If one then considers A by itself, apart from its relationship with B, one can infer a conclusion about P which may be written A, and similarly, considering B by itself, one infers the conclusion B. These conclusions are then incompatible or inconsistent with each other. If, however, one makes a correct analysis of P, as containing the contradictory sides A and B, one reaches the conclusion of B. This conclusion is a statement of the mode of relationship and interaction of the contradictory sides of P, and from it one may infer the probable course of development of P. The Marxist dialectic does not, as alleged, allow logical contradictions. Nor is it designed, as alleged, for producing statements which cannot be tested, but for precisely the opposite end, producing scientific statements which can be tested. As for Dr. Popper, all he has done is to derive logical absurdities from a pseudo-scientific theory about triads, and then solemnly to inform his readers, this is what Marxism means. One is tempted to ask which he thinks the stupider, the Marxists, or the readers to whom he presents such nonsense. 5. Dialectical materialism and scientific method. If dialectical materialism is not the nonsense Dr. Popper makes it out to be, what exactly does it say? What is its content and aim, as a philosophy? One thing should be made clear at the outset, and that is that Marx and Engels never and nowhere worked out a fully systematic statement of dialectical materialism. All they did was to argue against other views in philosophy and lay down certain guiding principles for the development of their own. So the scientific philosophical principles need more working out, and Marxism in this sphere means working them out on the basis of following up the indications afforded by Marx and Engels, and following them up, moreover, in a way that does not involve groundless dogmas, or logical absurdities. 37. But accords with the advances of logical and scientific knowledge, and social technology, achieved to date. These have gone considerably past the point reached in Marx's day. Although Dr. Popper seems to think that a bona fide Marxist is by definition ignorant of progress in logical and mathematical analysis, scientific discovery, and technological achievement, the job of Marxists is, on the contrary, to take account of these matters and formulate the Marxist position accordingly. Marxism, as I have said, is the continuation of Marx's work. In this Marxists inevitably become involved in controversies with one another, as well as with opponents of Marxism. That, of course, is how the thing develops, how it continues. The practitioner of reinforced refutation may fancy he detects here a loophole for the insinuation of reinforced dogmatism. If Marxism is permitted such rational and scientific development, cannot any statement found valid be then labeled Marxist, while any discredited statement, even if made by a Marxist, will by definition be excluded from Marxism? This is obviously a quibble. The development of Marxism continues so long as it continues to follow the original guiding jails. If these are refuted, then Marxism is destroyed, and if what is then propounded is still called Marxism, it is a mere impersonation. In the same way, we regard the man as the same person as the boy, but if at a certain point he were knocked on the head, laid out and buried, and someone else assumed his name, we would regard that person as an impersonator. These sorts of consideration apply to anything that grows, including scientific theories. I fully agree with Dr. Popper that all views should be subject to continuous test, and modified or, if need be, scrapped, in the light of it. But if I nevertheless remain a Marxist, it is not because I accept Marxism from this critical principle, but because I do not interpret a critical attitude as entailing readiness to fall over backwards in deference to every critic. For my part, I am a Marxist because I have not yet found any logical or scientific argument that refutes Marxism, though there are plenty that contribute to its development, whereas I have always found that arguments which claim to refute Marxism are neither logical nor scientific. To arrive at a general idea of what dialectical materialism, as the basic philosophical outlook exemplified or applied in Marxist social theory, says and means in contemporary terms, it is advisable to start by taking into account, first, what sort of question it seeks to 38. Answer, and second, to what sort of answer it is opposed. Generally speaking, these are two considerations of paramount importance for the exposition and explanation of views. A sure way of misunderstanding or misrepresenting what people mean is to suppose them to be trying to answer some other question than the one that actually interests them, and opposing other views than those they are actually concerned to oppose. I begin, then, by remarking on a question which dialectical materialism is sometimes supposed to answer, but which is the question that it begins by posing. Dialectical materialism does not set out to answer the question, what is the nature of the universe? It does not, therefore, consist of any set of statements about the totality of things, or about everything, or about the world as a whole, or about the ultimate substance of things or the ultimate structure of reality. If it is supposed that dialectical materialism is the sort of metaphysical system which proposes an answer to those sorts of questions, then it is misunderstood and misrepresented from the outset. As modern studies of logic and scientific method have quite conclusively shown, those are all badly formulated questions, and any answers proposed to them are worthless because incapable of any sort of test. And as Engels, anticipating these studies, emphatically stated in his Ludwig Feuerbach, one leaves absolute truth alone. Instead, one pursues attainable, relative truths along the path of the positive sciences, and in the introduction to Anti-Düring. Modern materialism no longer needs any philosophy standing above the other sciences. What still independently survives of all former philosophy is the science of thought and its laws, formal logic and dialectics. Everything else is merged in the positive science of nature and history. Marxism and dialectical materialist philosophy emphatically teach that well-grounded and reliable theory about ourselves and the universe around us can be obtained only by the methodical investigation of particular phenomena open to observation, and is always subject to the tests of experience. To ask, therefore, about the structure of the universe as a whole, or about what kinds of things exist and what are their properties and relations, in advance of investigation, and to propound any theory which on general philosophical grounds answers it must be like this, is as contrary to Marxism as it is contrary to the accepted precepts of logic and scientific method. What is sensible is rather to ask about the nature, constitution, structure or 39. Laws of operation of observable objects or processes, and to seek the answer by the methods of science, and test it in experience. Such knowledge as we can get about the totality of things can be got only by piecing together items of knowledge about particular things. Hence it necessarily remains always incomplete and provisional. Moreover, Marxism is practical. It seeks to develop theory to inform practice and to be tested in practice. Grandiose theories about the universe as a whole do not inform practice, but only befuddle it, and can it be submitted to any practical test. To inform practice we want testable theories about what concerns us in practice. The question to which dialectical materialism proposes an answer concerns rather the approach or method to be adopted in making and developing reliable theory to inform practice and to be tested in practice. Thus it rejects the invitation "please invent a theory about the nature of the universe," but accepts the invitation "please state the principles to be adopted in making theories." When we speak about materialism and about dialectics, separately or together, we are not propounding a philosophical theory about everything in contrast to or supplementing scientific theories about particular things, but we are propounding the approach or guiding principles recommended for making theories. We shall see later that dialectical materialism, as an answer to the question "please state the principles to be adopted in making theories," does nevertheless in a sense also supply an answer to the question "what is the nature of the universe?" For to answer the question of the approach to be adopted in making theories cannot but lead to conclusions about the form of statements corresponding to accessible reality. For example, any statement that can inform practice must deal with things detectable by the senses and which exist only in their interconnections with other things in processes of change. This shows that the world we live in and get to know is a world of material change, and that, of course, is a very general conclusion about the nature of the world. The point is, first, that a question about the nature of the universe cannot be answered directly, but only derivatively via questions about approach and method, and second, that the job of reliably informing ourselves about the world we inhabit requires the investigation of particular things and not of the nature of the world as a whole. Dr. Popper mentions with some scorn the contention that Marxism 40 is not a theory but a method. It is, he insists, a theory. So it is. It is a theory employing a method. Marxism is a theory about human affairs employing the method of dialectical materialism. But dialectical materialism is not a theory about everything added to theories about particular matters of concern. Marxism does not have a theory about human affairs plus the theory of dialectical materialism, but its theory is dialectical materialist. And the same principles for making theory which are exemplified and in Marxist theory about man are found implicit also in all scientific theory about nature. Dialectical materialism is fundamental in Marxism, not in the sense of its being a dogma about the universe into which everything must somehow or other be made to fit, regardless of the facts, but in the sense of its being a generous statement of the principles of approach or method to be adopted in studying facts in such a way as to arrive at the concrete analysis of concrete conditions, or the thorough detailed analysis of a process. But that, it may be objected, abolishes the peculiar character of dialectical materialism as the philosophy of Marxism and merely equates it with scientific method. In the broadest sense, it is true, materialist dialectics can claim to be nothing but scientific method. This is just what Lenin said, it is nothing more nor less than the scientific method. The distinguishing feature of Marxism is not that it invents and uses some newfangled method of its own, quite different from the method evolved, used, and approved in the normal conduct of the sciences, but that it develops and applies scientific method universally, and that includes drawing conclusions about man, human society, and human affairs. Marxism seeks to apply scientific ways of understanding to everything that comes within human ken, including humanity itself. It is therefore critical of and opposed to traditional ways of understanding ourselves, which are by no means scientific, and this is what primarily distinguishes Marxism as a philosophy or outlook opposed to what is still generally current. Of course, scientific understanding of ourselves rests on already achieved scientific understanding of nature, for man becomes what he is and has by his intercourse with nature. At the same time, by understanding the relation of men with nature, it enhances and corrects the concept of nature, which is to some extent distorted so long as men's intercourse with nature is misconceived. The scientific character of Marxism 4. 1. But while materialist dialectics is in truth nothing more nor less than scientific method, that does not by any means reduce the field of inquiry of Marxist philosophy to the problems commonly debated by non-Marxists under the heading of scientific method. If we were to take Dr. Popper as our guide, these would be simply problems about the formal criteria of differentiation between scientific and non-scientific theories, plus some problems about probability, induction, and the special techniques required for special investigations. I do not wish to suggest that these are not genuine problems, or that Dr. Popper and other contemporary writers on scientific method and the logic of scientific discovery have not dealt with them usefully. But it would not be true to suggest that the field of inquiry of dialectical materialism is reduced to nothing more nor less than these problems, because while these problems do fall within it, it comprises a great deal more. Dialectical materialism is primarily concerned with something which these more limited inquiries about scientific method neglect, namely, the way of thinking, the principles of working with and assembling concepts, requisite for scientific understanding in general. As Engels put it in the preface of Anti-Düring, the results of scientific work are summarized in concepts, but the art of working with concepts is not inborn and is not given with ordinary everyday consciousness, but requires real thought, and consequently to master facts by theory we should be equipped with the consciousness of the laws of dialectical thought. Science, he added, can no longer escape the dialectical synthesis. But to make this process easier for itself, it must not only rid itself of so-called philosophy standing apart from it, outside it and above it, but also of its own traditional Hamidid method of thought. This brings me to the question of the sort of approaches to which dialectical materialism is opposed. Marx and Engels said over and over again that it is opposed to idealism and to metaphysics. Its opposition to idealism is expressed by the word materialism, and to metaphysics by the word dialectics. These words, expressive of opposition, materialism against idealism, and dialectics against metaphysics, are here used in rather specialized senses which must now be explained. 2. Immaterialism versus idealism. The great basic question of all philosophy, wrote Engels Ludwig Feuerbach, Chapter 2, concerns the relation of thinking and being. The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. Alice was reproached by the March Hare and the Mad Hatter with obscurity of utterance. Whatever could she mean? Similarly, many Wonderland philosophers profess themselves baffled by the obscurity of Engels' statements. But like his younger contemporary, he simply meant what he said. In the above statement, Engels opposed thinking to being, and spirit to nature, and said that the great basic question of all philosophy concerned which side of this opposition was prior to the other. Evidently, the opposition is that of the material on the one side, and the non-material on the other. He classed being and nature as material, and thinking and spirit as non-material. This is the sort of terminology regarded as so very obscure by many philosophers nowadays, but it is merely expressive of distinctions which are perfectly familiar to everyone, and which receive perfectly precise expression in the things people ordinarily say, however much some philosophers may try to confuse them. The material, as people ordinarily understand it, is the sort of thing which affects the senses which we can see, hear, smell, touch or taste. The non-material, on the other hand, is not accessible to the senses. Thus, for example, a tree or a mountain is material, whereas the idea of a tree or of a mountain is non-material. In ordinary language we would say that we see or touch a material thing, whereas we think or understand an idea. It would be as nonsensical to say that we think a tree as that we see a thought. Again, a person's body is material, but his thoughts, desires. 43. and other operations of his mind or spirit are non-material. Hence the opposition which Engels posed, between the material and non-material, or between being and thinking, or nature and spirit, is both familiar and obvious. From this opposition there ensues the opposition between materialism and idealism in theory, depending on the answer to the question which is prior, the material or the non-material. To be an idealist is to approach questions of the analysis and explanation of phenomena on the basis that there are ideas, intentions, and purposes, and that what is or happens is made what it is or made to happen by them, i.e. that the non-material is prior to the material. To be a materialist, on the other hand, is to approach such questions on the basis that there are material things and happenings, and that ideas about them, and intentions and purposes relating to them, result from the material circumstances in which such ideas, intentions, and purposes are engendered, i.e. that the material is prior to the non-material. Thus to say that thunderstorms, for example, are manifestations of the anger of the gods exhibits an ideist approach, whereas to say that they are electrical disturbances exhibits a materialist approach. Again, to say that a social event is the expression of some idea exhibits an idealist approach, whereas to say that it results from class struggles rooted in the relations of production exhibits a materialist approach. Again, to say that material objects are logical constructions out of the data of sense exhibits an idealist approach, whereas to say that the data of sense are the means whereby we become aware of material objects exhibits a materialist approach. All theories exhibit an idealist or a materialist approach, and the great basic question of philosophy is the question of which is the right approach to make. Marxism recommends and adopts a consistently materialist approach to all questions, and it propounds and bases itself upon a materialist philosophy in as much as it investigates and formulates the guiding principles of a consistently materialist approach, in opposition to ideism. What are these principles? The first principle of materialism, as presented by the Marxist. 44. Materialist philosophy, is that material processes certainly take place, and material things certainly exist, independent of any ideas about them. To explain this we need to enter a little further into the meaning of such words as material and matter, and the implications of trier use. The use of the adjective material derives its meaning, of course, only from its opposition to ideal, mental or spiritual. Thus we speak of matter and material processes in contrast to mind, spirit, and ideas. Thus if, for example, one says that a dining room table is material, one is not specifying some property of it, as one is when one says it is made of wood or has a plastic top. One is simply contrasting and distinguishing it from one's idea of a table, emphasizing that it is there in the dining room independently of one's idea of it. Materialism asserts the independence, the independent existence, of whatever is material. The use of the word material, in the Marxist statement of the fundamental standpoint of materialism, emphasizes the existence of the material world independent of the ideas and perceptions by which we become aware of it, and of any other ideas, or ideal or spiritual entities, which may be imagined to exist. Thus in his work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism Lenin carefully explained that to speak of material things and processes, and in general of matter and of the material world, does not imply any particular theory of the constitution of material things. It implies their objective existence, independent of our own or any other consciousness of them or ideas about them. As to the constitution of material things, what they are made of, what their structure is, what properties they have, that has to be found out by investigating them, and much of the product of such investigation must remain at the level of conjecture. Lenin's exposition of the use of the terms matter and material in the statement of the fundamental standpoint of materialism was made in answer to those ideists who claimed that the discoveries of physics had demonstrated that matter does not exist and that materialism is out of date. True, the older materialist philosophies were associated with a definite theory about the constitution of matter, namely, that the material world consists of solid indivisible particles. 45. Or atoms, moving about in empty space. In the 17th century, Descartes regarded matter in another way, as extended substance, filling space, and invented a theory of vortices in matter to account for various observed phenomena. Maxwell later elaborated the same type of idea when he postulated the ether, which FDLs the whole of space and in which electromagnetic waves occur. The old atomic theory of matter was discredited by subsequent investigations of the atom, and the theory of the ether was discredited by investigations of electromagnetic phenomena and replaced by the theory of relativity. But that does not mean that physics has shown that there is no such thing as matter, or material process. The idealists who said it had were simply confusing materialism in general with relics of pre-scientific materialist speculation. Modern physics has replaced pre-scientific speculation by scientific investigation. That does not make materialism out of date, but only outdates certain speculative materialist hypotheses. Does this, then, reduce materialism to nothing but the bare abstract assertion that there is an objective reality independent of ideas? No, for material things and processes are shown to us through our sensations and perceptions. As Lenin put it, matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation. Matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation. Materialism does not consist in the merely empty assertion that something or other exists independent of ideas, but asserts that objective reality, the material world, has the fundamental characteristics of being knowable through the senses, that is, of causal process in space and time. The first principle of materialism can therefore be put like this: that causal process in space and time, given to us in sensation, exists or continues independently of any mind or spirit, consciousness or idea. The second principle is the complement of this, and denies the independent existence of anything non-material. Perceptions, ideas, intentions, feelings, purposes, ideals, consciousness, and mind only exist as products of particular kinds of material processes. They are the perceptions, ideas, and so on of material organisms, products of the functioning of specific organs of their bodies, formed in the conditions of their material mode of life. For materialism, then, there is nothing outside the material world. There is no separate or independent spiritual world, no mind or spirit separate from matter. There is one world, the material world, and, as Engels put it in Anti-Düring, the unity of the world consists in its 46. Materiality. Space and time, he wrote, are the basic forms of all being. There is nothing apart from what is comprised in causal process in space and time, and all those phenomena which we call mental or spiritual take place within the material world, as products of particular forms of material motion at particular times and places. Thirdly, then, materialism propounds the principles for a theory of man, a general account of ourselves. We ourselves are material organisms. And as such we become aware of ourselves and of our environment through the sensations which we obtain in the course of our material interactions, and through the processes of thought which we develop from our sensations. Although our senses may often deceive us and our ideas often prove illusory, nevertheless the material world which is given to us in our sensations, and which supplies all the data for our thought, objectively exists as the arena of all our action and the object of all our consciousness and knowledge. We get to know it and to know ourselves, and to master material processes for our own purposes and learn how to satisfy our needs, by active investigation, in which theory is first drafted from practical experience and then tested in it. Such, then, are the basic philosophical principles of materialism, as presented by Marxist philosophy in opposition to idealism. Dr. Popper, as we saw, has kindly said that there can be no serious objection to materialism, provided it is reformulated in some unspecified but nevertheless comparatively easy way. But he adds, I should not describe myself as a materialist. This addition bears witness, at least, to his honesty. For his part, he simply emphasizes that theories should be susceptible to experiential test, and so be falsifiable, and he presumably FMDs no objection to materialism insofar, and only insofar, as it advocates that theories should be testable in experience. But he would not call himself a materialist because he regards the best of the theories as no more than conjectures, which one makes in order then to engage in the scientific pursuit of trying to falsify them. Whereas materialism would generally be understood to imply something more. However conjectural and subject to correction particular theories about particular things may be, materialism means claiming that there are principles to be adopted in formulating theories which are not conjectures at all, but are certainly true. Dr. Popper's exclusive emphasis on the conjectural character of scientific theories comes from his exclusive preoccupation with the 47 way those theories are made subject to experiential test. Well, of course, scientific theories are made subject to experiential test, otherwise they would not be scientific, and consequently they always do have a conjectural or provisional character. But what is the point of such theories? Why should it be considered so vitally important to place our whole trust in conjectures which are subject to experiential test and may therefore be falsified? Why prefer the hazard of reliance on conjectural and falsifiable theories to the assurance and satisfaction of reliance on unfalsifiable ones? Dr. Popper accuses Marxism of propagating a reinforced dogmatism which is incapable of falsification and can provide a ready-made answer to any question. Marxism does at least answer the above questions, which is more than he can do. And in answering them we may now accuse him in return of inclining to a one-sided account of scientific theory, which is totally incapable of answering pertinent questions about science. We do not conjecture the existence of the material processes of which we ourselves are part and on which our very being, our whole conscious existence depends. We get to know them, and in knowing them learn in some degree to master them for our own purposes. That is what we do through science, and that is why scientific theories, made subject to experiential test, are so important for us. Engels had no doubt at all that materialism is the right approach, and idealism wrong, and the reasons for his confidence on this point are pretty clear. He was not a dogmatist who believed himself the prophet of some revelation that matter is prior. He was simply a scientific thinker, distinguished by a capacity for generalizing the principles of his thinking, who reasoned that the idealist approach could never be productive of anything but what he called fancies, that is, theories which could not be tested, or which would be, as Dr. Popper now expresses it, unfalsifiable, whereas the materialist approach is the only one to produce testable theories. Thus in Chapter 4 of Ludwig Feuerbach he proceeded to justify the decision always to adopt the materialist approach, as follows: it was resolved to comprehend the real-world nature and history just as it presents itself to everyone who approaches it free from preconceived ideist fancies. It was decided relentlessly to sacrifice every ideist fancy which could not be brought into harmony with the facts conceived in their own and not. 48. In a fantastic connection. Materialism means nothing more than this. Evidently, then, it cannot be claimed that a theory is true because it is materialist. The truth of a theory can be substantiated only by testing and retesting it in experience. On the other hand, there can be no scientifically valid grounds for adopting any theory unless it is materialist. Particular idealist theories may be rejected because they make assertions which do not accord with experience, but every idealist theory may be rejected, not because experience shows it to be false, but because it is a mere preconceived fancy which no experience can substantiate. However much particular materialist theories may be falsified by events, we can remain sure that the right explanation is along materialist lines, and however well particular idealist theories may evade falsification, we can remain sure that they are nevertheless mere fancies. That is why Marxism rejects every ideist theory about human affairs. But it does not adopt its own materialist theory because it claims to be able to deduce it from first principles of materialist philosophy. It adopts it because the investigation of human affairs leads to it, and Marxists continue to stand by it and develop it because it continues to ring true as a guide to practice unfalsified by the event. If we want to inform our practice, we cannot but follow the paths of materialism. If we want to find out what we are and what we can do, what our real needs are and how we can satisfy them, the materialist approach must be our guide. What is the fundamental error in idealism, as a way of thinking? To say, for example, that there are disembodied spirits, or first causes, or eternal forms is a quite different kind of error from saying that there are unicorns or phoenixes or saber-toothed tigers. Similarly, it is a different kind of error to say that thunderstorms are caused by gods getting angry than it is to say that they are caused by heavy particles in clouds banging against each other. Again, it is a different kind of error to say that one gets from Golders Green Crematorium to heaven via the ministrations of the Church of England than it is to say that one gets from London to Birmingham via Crewe. The latter sorts of error consist in wrongly describing and relating material things, and can be exposed and corrected in the course of 49. Practice, by observation and experiment. The former sorts of error are different, since spirits, first causes, eternal forms, gods and the way to heaven are not observable, so that statements about them cannot be checked in the same practical empirical way. When one theologian says that only one angel can stand on the point of a needle while another says it will accommodate more, the way to enforce the one view against the other is to convene a church council and get the one party excommunicated, since it is impossible to devise any instrument for measuring the size of angels' feet. All statement abstracts. For example, to say this rose is red abstracts a particular rose from the total environment, and its color from the totality of its other properties. If a particular rose is red and I say that it is white, my statement is false in point of fact. The erroneousness or falsity of idealist statements, on the other hand, is not in the same way factual but consists in a false abstraction. Thus to say Mr. Smith is at the office, when in fact he has cut work to watch a cricket match, is to make a statement in which the abstraction of an object from its environment, and of its whereabouts from the totality of its properties and relations, has been quite properly done, and the object has merely been asserted to be located somewhere else than where it is actually to be found. On the other hand, to say Mr. Smith's soul is in heaven is to make an improper abstraction, for to abstract Mr. Smith's soul from Mr. Smith is to make an abstraction such that the resulting statements cannot possibly be checked, and similarly to speak of heaven is to speak of a place abstracted from space and time in such a manner that there is no possible way of finding who is or is not present there. The fundamental error of idealism, as a way of thinking, lies in its making false abstractions. This way of thinking is a habit, a method, a systematic use of false abstraction. Thus, for example, an idealist historian may faithfully report that William the Conqueror won the Battle of Hastings and that King John signed Magna Carta. He may make no misstatement of fact. He does not say that people did things which they did not do, or did not do things which they did do. Some historians do go wrong in that way too, but it is not in this that idealism consists. Idealism consists in abstracting minds, souls, spirits, ideas, intentions, tendencies, and the like, in such a way as to represent them as independent entities, independent forces, which are then the operative causes of historical events. 50. Now of course, people do have ideas and do act consciously, and if this characteristic of their activity is not taken into account, then their activity is misrepresented. But to represent mind or consciousness as though it were something which existed and operated independent of and prior to the total activity of people who are conscious is to make a false abstraction. As Marx put it in the preface to Critique of Political Economy, it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Similarly, Mr. Smith is conscious, and in that respect he differs from an automaton. To describe his mental processes and conscious motives is to abstract certain features of his life process from the rest and to describe them, just as to describe, say, his eating habits and digestive processes is to make an abstraction. But it is not a false abstraction. What 15 A false abstraction is to say that his consciousness exists independently of his conscious activity in his material environment. To say he has a mind separate from his brain is rather like saying he has a digestion separate from his stomach. These examples make it evident that idealism is not a way of thinking invented by idealist philosophers. What the philosophers have done is rather to generalize and systematize popular ways of thinking into elaborate theories about the universe and about man and human knowledge. But in so doing, they have not only theorized about minds and spirits, human and divine, but engaged in further flights of false abstraction which the unphilosophical would never attempt. Thus, for example, Plato and all those philosophers who have been influenced by him right up to the present day abstracted the forms or qualities or essences of things, bestowed on them an idea-housed existence separate from and prior to things, and said that things are what they are because they partake of the form or essence. This doctrine is sometimes known as realism, or better, objective idealism. In modern philosophy there arose a quite different doctrine, often known as subjective idealism. While objective idealism supposed the supersensible and divine essences to be somehow apprehended and known by the intellect independent of the senses, subjective idealism arose from theorizing about how we gain knowledge through our senses. It consists in abstracting the data of sense from the total. 5. 1. Situation in which a person is aware of his surroundings, bestowing on them an independent existence, and then saying that we have no reason to suppose that anything else exists and that what we call material objects are merely mental constructs out of sense data. The examples show how false abstraction differs from false statement of fact. At the same time, false abstraction does make a certain kind of misrepresentation of fact. It misrepresents the ways happenings are connected and determined. For in place of the real connection and determination of events it poses a fantastic connection and determination. For example, if you say that Mr. Smith cut work because of the sinful pleasure-seeking propensities of his soul, you have represented his action as being determined by what goes on in his soul, whereas in fact it is determined by what goes on in his brain. For this reason an idealist way of thinking may, and usually does, lead to overlooking happenings, and connections between them, which a materialist way of thinking leads one to search for and discover. Marx's materialist approach led him to study economic processes and relations of production which the idealists had ignored because their idealist way of explaining what happened made them blind to the significance of these processes and relations. They excused themselves from having to make the kind of scientific investigation Marx made. As Engels put it, materialism, or the materialist approach, consists in refusing to engage in idealist fancy or false abstraction, and resolving to comprehend the facts in their own and not in a fantastic connection. This involves investigating the facts in such a way as to find out what their own real connections are. To engage in idealist fancies, on the other hand, is to excuse oneself from any such investigation. 3. The case for materialism. The recommendation of the materialist approach is often opposed as a mere arbitrary dogma, and the materialist theoretical principles as incapable of proof. It is indeed logically impossible to prove from theoretical considerations alone that the materialist approach is requisite for the discovery of truth, and idealism productive only of fantasy. But that does not mean that materialism is to be dismissed as unproven. One great contribution made by Marx to the substantiation of the materialist approach was to have shown that its recommendation is a conclusion from the requirements of practice, and is grounded on practical considerations. 52. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question, wrote Marx, in his theses on Feuerbach. If you set out to reach conclusions about what exists or does not exist, about which is prior, thinking or being, and about how things are really connected, by a purely theoretical deduction from premises to conclusions, without any reference to practice and to what practice requires and what can be learned from it, then you can dispute forever but can never prove any conclusion. Logic itself proves this. For it proves that no existential conclusion can follow from any but an existential premise, and that no existential premise can be certified by pure theory as self-evidently or necessarily true. There are and can be no theoretically certified premises from which one can conclude as to how the world must be and how true theory can be worked out and tested. But theories are made by having people, who are not pure intelligences engaged in theorizing, but practical agents whose practice leads them to theorize. Social life is essentially practical, Marx continued. All mysteries which mislead theory into mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. The right approach to making theories, which will enable people in social practice to comprehend the facts in their own and not in a fantastic connection, has to be learned from trying to meet the requirements of practice, and is proved in terms of human beings. In other contexts one may well talk about the practice of chimpanzees in swinging through the trees, or of bees in bemelding honeycombs, but 53. In the present context practice means human practice. The word is used to refer to certain unique kinds of activity performed by human beings. Of course, if organic life has evolved on other planets in the galaxies, and has evolved forms similar in relevant respects to human beings on the Earth, then what we say about human practice would apply equally to the practice of these similar organisms. They would be able to draw conclusions from their practice in the same way as we do. In general, the laws of thought are the rules for drawing conclusions from practice, and they would be the same for any thinking organism, just as the laws of nature would be. However, it will be convenient to ignore the possible existence of conscious intelligent life on other planets than the Earth, and continue to talk only about ourselves with the proviso that what we say about ourselves would presumably apply also to other organisms sufficiently like us. Human practice is characterized by its being at once conscious, purposive, and productive. In the German ideology Marx and Engels wrote that men begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence. It is from the labor process that the whole of human practice derives its distinctive human character, just as it is from the forces of production and the relations which people enter into in using them that human society derives its specific features. Writing of the labor process, Marx said in Capital that it is a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. Human labor, he continued, differs from the various constructive operations of other animals. A bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst of architects from the best of bees is that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. From this is derived the distinctive character of human practice. The practical activities of the human body and its organs, in which individual men interact with objects environing them, are consciously directed to an end which already exists in imagination. And by so acting people change external objects so as to adapt them to their wants. In the Theses on Feuerbach Marx described human practice as activity. 54. Through objects it consists of men's conscious interactions with objects in the course of which they purposively turn objects to their own use. It is because of the way we turn objects to our use that we form ideas of them, of their existence, their properties and relations, and of what we can do with them. Those ideas, Marx concluded, are first formed in human practice, and they can only be tested in practice, which he termed human sensuous activity. It is in practice, and only in practice, that we can establish the truth about objects. By calling practice sensuous activity, Marx was calling attention to the circumstance that all our conscious action on objects depends on their acting on our sense organs. The operations of the hands, to which he refers in describing the labor process, have to be initiated by and guided by sense perceptions. It was with this in mind that Engels referred to those philosophers who argued that there are no good grounds for supposing that any objects at all exist corresponding to our perceptions. This line of reasoning, he said, seems undoubtedly hard to beat by mere argument. But before there was argument there was action. And human action had solved the difficulty long before human ingenuity invented it. From the moment we turn objects to our own use, we put to an infallible test the correctness or otherwise of our perceptions. If these perceptions have been wrong, then our estimate of the use to which an object can be turned must also be wrong, and our attempt must fail. But if we succeed in accomplishing our aim, if we FMD that the object does agree with our idea of it and does answer the purpose we intended it for, then that is positive proof that our perceptions of it and of its qualities, so far, agree with reality outside ourselves. The result of our action proves the conformity of our perceptions with the objective nature of the things perceived. It is, of course, inherent in practice that it can be successful or unsuccessful, and that in varying degree. In so far as what people do fails to meet the end they set themselves, or fails to satisfy their wants, practice is unsuccessful. So there is always a kind of trial and error going on in practice. And in this we test and try to correct our ideas. Human practice requires, and always must require, to be informed. By this I mean that in order to act on the objects surrounding us in a practical way, so as to contrive to turn them to our own use, we must first of all manage to obtain perceptions from which to conclude as to 55. How things actually are, and then formulate concepts and theories about the properties and connections of objects in the light of which we can plan out what to do. The information which we require for practice begins with sensations. But sensations, or sense perceptions, are not themselves in formation, in the sense in which I am here using the word. On the other hand, all information is derived from and checked by perception. Being conscious, purposive, and productive, human practice has a social cooperative character. A man on his own can, of course, do all sorts of things, but that is only because he learns at least the rudiments of human practice in association with other men. To conceive purposes, to imagine something that can be made and to set about making it, people have to work together and learn from each other. They have to have evolved language, or the means of communication in articulate speech. The information which practice requires is communicable, and is expressed in sentences and conveyed by language. Sensations are not communicable, but aware through sensation of the objects of their practical activity, people formulate and communicate information about objects to inform and guide their practice. A builder, for example, could not build anything unless he could see his various building materials. But the mere sight of a lot of bricks does not by itself supply the information required for building. In this, as Marx observed, the human builder differs from, and shows his superiority to, various other animals which build things. For the nesting bird it suffices to see a bit of straw, and it picks it up and adds it to the nest. It acts instinctively, and does not require to be informed, as people do. Hence also it can get along with merely chirruping, and does not require to speak and be spoken to. The human builder, on the other hand, not only distinguishes the various materials of his trade by sight, but also requires such information about them as this is a brick, this is the hod for carrying bricks, this is the mortar to stick them together, and so on. And as well as such particular information, B also requires information of a more generalist kind, such as the bricks must be aligned like this or else the wall will fall down. True, a skilled man knows all this by heart, and does not keep repeating it to himself all the time, or asking his mates. He does not mutter to himself this is a brick every time he picks one up, or consult with his mates to decide what it is. Nevertheless, it is on such communicable information that his skill is based. Theory is required by men to inform practice. And while the word 56. Theory is commonly reserved for communications of a certain degree of generality, every item of information is, strictly speaking, an item of theory. The theory of an object genera houses about it beyond whatever is immediately present to the senses at any time. Evidently, therefore, such a statement as this is a brick is a theory in just the same way as this is a structure in which atoms are arranged in a certain pattern is a theory. The second statement embodies more Jean-Rost theory than the first, that is the only difference. In fact, all statements are theories. And theoretical work or activity does not, rightly understood, consist exclusively in cooking up particular kinds of very generalist statements, but in arranging, coordinating, checking and criticizing statements for the purpose of assembling information. Theory to inform practice must fulfill, then, two very obvious conditions. First, it must deal with sensible objects, their properties and relations. For since our practice consists of interactions with objects that affect our senses, it is obvious that what informs practice is information about such objects. Second, what it says must be capable of being tested in the practical experience of our interactions with objects. This means that it must lead us to expect that certain observable happenings will result in other observable happenings. If they do not, then the theory is falsified. Thus, for example, the theory that informs building operations deals with sensible objects, such as bricks. And what it says about them is capable of experiential test. The theory that this is a brick would be falsified if, on picking it up, it went off bang. And the more general theory of building would be falsified if, in the absence of earthquakes or air raids, most of the buildings fell down. Obviously, a theory incapable of falsification would not impart any expectation regarding the objects we deal with in practice, and so would not inform practice. That is why the condition of falsification, which Dr. Popper so properly and vehemently stresses, is of such great practical importance in the making of theory. The practical reason for keeping theory materialist is now evident. It is that only on that condition can theory inform and continue to inform practice. But does not idealist theory also claim to inform practice, and to supplement in important ways statements about material things? Let us suppose that someone asks the way to church, and is told, straight on and the second on the right, then you will get to the 57. Church. Having acted on this theory and found the church, he then asks the way to heaven, and is told, pay 2 and 6pence and hght a candle, then when you die your soul will go to heaven. He acts on this theory too, and pays up and hghts the candle. But it does not inform his practice in the way the other theory did, because in the first place it concerns his soul, which is not an object in any way accessible to the senses, and in the second place it cannot be tested in experience and is incapable of verification or falsification. He is not informed, but is simply handed out instructions which he has to take on trust. Information is capable of being tested in practice as you follow it up. But not the theory handed out in church. What is the faithful believer to do when he meets an atheist who tells him he has no soul and there is no such place as heaven, or when he visits another place of worship, where they tell him it is not of the slightest use lighting candles? He can only reaffirm his faith. This example illustrates the difference between informative and uninformative theory. And it also shows how easy it is to suppose that uninformative theory is informative. It appears to be informative because it prescribes certain courses of action, just as informative theory does. You want certain results? Then do something. You want to go to church? Then take the second on the right. You want to save your soul? Then light a candle. But it prescribes without informing. For the end which the prescription is prescribed to serve is defined as lying outside practical recognition, and whether it is achieved or not cannot be practically decided. It simply instructs you what to do, but offers no test of whether it leads to the results claimed for it. All idealism bears this deceptive character. The idealist false abstraction is a pretense at information. It simulates information, and often stands as a substitute for it, but it does not inform. It is sham information. It is in this that its falsity consists. Information is true or false, and one can decide which by testing it in practice. But sham information cannot be tested. It does not present the same alternative of true or false because it is not susceptible to any decision procedure. It is false, not in the sense in which a statement of fact is false when objects are related differently from how the statement says they are, but in the sense in which, say, a beggar on horseback is a false gentleman. It is not what it purports to be. It is perhaps partly for these reasons that, in a scientific age, there is a growing tendency, at all events within the Christian religion, for religious believers to maintain that what is important, what really 58 counts, in Christian teachings, are its precepts about the development of individual personality and human relations rather than its doctrines about another world. This is one of the reasons for the development of the contemporary dialogue between Christians and communists, who on such questions find themselves in a good deal more agreement than either side previously supposed could be possible. What would be left of religion, and how long it could survive as an institution, supposing its precepts to be detached from the false abstractions with which they have always hitherto been associated, is a problem for the Regius. So far as Marxists are concerned, we are not disposed to quarrel with people about what may happen to us after we are dead if we are able to reach a measure of agreement as to what to do so long as we remain of. Marxists consider that to decide the latter questions, we require only verified information about the conditions of our life in this world. Our grounds for always adopting a strictly materialistic approach in theory, and always rejecting the idealist approach, consist in the fact that only by adopting the materialist approach can we hope to inform our practice, whereas the idealist approach can never achieve anything but a pretense at information. It may be said that we do not want merely to inform our practice, but to discover the truth, which serves higher ends than mundane practical ones. But what is this but to use the phrase the truth for the purpose of embellishing groundless fancies which serve to dictate modes of practice but not to inform them? We have no other way of seeking truth, that is, framing our ideas so as to correspond with the facts, than by seeking to inform our practice and testing our ideas accordingly. Again, it is said that to adopt a view according to which man is a purely material being, with no soul, is to adopt a very narrow view of human practice, for men are deeply concerned with spiritual things too, and impoverish themselves if they ignore them. Well, of course we are not concerned in practice only with material satisfactions, but with the satisfactions to be got from human relations, from love and companionship, and from cultivating all the higher human qualities of individuals. If by soul and spiritual life these things are meant, then of course it is no fancy to say that we possess souls and the capacity for spiritual life, and our practice includes our spiritual life too. But to recognize that does not require us to postulate immortal souls distinct from bodies. As a matter of fact, those who do so have so far signally failed to do much to raise the capacity for the materialist approach. 59. Spiritual life of the majority of human beings. For if people's material life is impoverished, they do not get much chance to cultivate the things of the spirit, just as they do not do so either if they fail to appreciate the real character of human relations and concern themselves with nothing but their individual material satisfactions. If only we can better inform our practice, in the materialist sense, by getting better to know ourselves, our needs, our dependencies on one another, we stand at least a chance of finding how in practice to cultivate all the higher human capacities, the things of the spirit. 3. The meaning of dialectics. Dialectics versus metaphysics. The materialist approach, as recommended by Marxism, has to be dialectical. While opposing materialism to idealism, Marx and Engels opposed dialectics to what they called metaphysics. This means that the necessary approach for working out informative theory is that materialist dialectics in opposition to the ideist error of false abstraction, and also to the sort of error denoted by the word metaphysics. In several passages of his writings, Engels said what he meant by metaphysics, or the metaphysical way of thinking, and by dialectics in contrast to metaphysics. Although the account with which Dr. Popper has favored us of what dialectics means in Marxist philosophy supposes that what Engels meant was something entirely different from what he said, I shall continue to assume that Engels nevertheless meant what he said, including what he said in those passages where he said what he meant. The metaphysical mode of thought, wrote Engels in Anti-Düring, consists in the habit of considering objects and processes in isolation, detached from the whole vast interconnection of things, and therefore not in their motion, but in their repose, not as essentially changing, but as fixed constants. Thus in considering individual things it loses sight of their connections, in contemplating their existence it forgets their coming into being and passing away, in looking at them at rest it leaves their motion out of account. In opposition to metaphysics, he continued, the dialectical way of thinking considers things in their interconnection, in their sequence, their movement, their birth, and their death. As so defined, metaphysics consists in failure properly to connect. And dialectics, on the other hand, consists in properly tracing out connections. Strictly speaking, Engels' addition of sequence, movement, birth, and death to interconnection was redundant and unnecessary. A mere laboring of the point, done perhaps for the benefit of those who study dialectics at mad tea parties where points are not always very clear. For quite evidently, if one fails to take 6l. account of sequences, movements, births, and deaths, one thereby loses sight of an essential element in the whole vast interconnection. To study interconnections is, therefore, a sufficient definition of the dialectical approach. So Engels, at the head of the chapter on dialectics in Dialectics of Nature, wrote that the study of the laws or principles governing the dialectical approach, and the dialectical understanding of the real world, should be developed as the science of interconnections, in contrast to metaphysics. Some may complain that in thus opposing dialectics to metaphysics Engels created confusions by using the latter word in a different sense from that in which it has often been used by other writers, both before and since. He used it in fact in a sense in which it was quite commonly used in Germany at his time, and which was employed by Hegel. And as he did explain quite clearly, and certainly more clearly than other German writers did, what this sense was, there is no good reason for finding his meaning obscure. By contrast, the other senses in which some philosophers have used the word metaphysics do leave a lot to be desired by way of clarification. In the contemporary literature of would-be scientific philosophy, for example, the word seems often to stand for any doctrine that the particular philosopher disagrees with, and especially for any doctrine which says that the real world is other than it seems to be, and that the true nature of reality cannot be discovered by observation and experiment but only by pure reason. Of course, the dialectical materialist approach agrees with that of these other philosophers in finding such doctrines unacceptably metaphysical, but it finds many of their own doctrines equally so. What it objects to alike in their own metaphysics and in the metaphysics to which they are opposed is the failure to connect appearance and reality, or the data of sense, and the circumstances they reflect. Those whom many contemporary philosophers call metaphysicians consider reality as something quite separate from its appearance, but the anti-metaphysical philosophers consider the appearances in isolation and take them to be the complete reality. At the same time, it should perhaps be admitted that, if we take into account how the term metaphysics originated long ago, the subsequent use made of this term to denote the antithesis of dialectics can be regarded as somewhat unfortunate. In its original use, the word metaphysics, which is Greek in derivation and means after physics. 62. Was the tide given by the editors of the manuscripts of Aristotle to that philosopher's treatise on what he called being as being? They gave this treatise that tide for the simple reason that in their arrangement of his works it came next after his treatise on physics. It was largely as a result of the discredit into which Aristotle fell at the start of the modern age that the word subsequently acquired a pejorative significance, and was used to denote any sort of philosophical discourse which combines obscurity of expression with a priori reasoning. But the treatise of Aristotle to which the title was given was in fact a treatise about the universal interconnections of things, investigating in particular the correlations between substance and form, and potentiality and actuality. To be fair to Aristotle, therefore, his metaphysics can properly be regarded as one of the first systematic essays in dialectics. So far from being guilty of the fallacy of metaphysics in the sense defined by Engels, that is to say, considering things apart from their connections, he sought to show how things must be understood in their connection carried. And so if by metaphysics we were to mean anything which follows up Aristotle's original treatise, then we would have to call any general statement of principles of dialectics metaphysics. In view of all this, and of the ambiguities attaching to the uses of the word metaphysics, one might well wish to employ some other word to denote the mode of thought to which Engels opposed dialectics, and the simple expression undialectical at once presents itself. However, after its employment for more than a century in the sense defined by Engels, the word metaphysics has become so firmly entrenched in the discussion of dialectics that Humpty Dumpty himself could perhaps not now hope to press any other word into this employment. Its use need occasion no confusion, providing one bears always in mind the definition which has been given of it. Having described the metaphysical or undialectical way of thinking, Engels said that what is wrong with it is that it becomes one-sided, Hamided, abstract, and loses its way in insoluble contradictions. I have already quoted some of these contradictions when making the point that, far from welcoming them, the dialectician agrees with the formal logician in finding them highly objectionable. Metaphysics loses its way in contradictions, which become insoluble for it. Dialectics, on the other hand, finds the way to solve them by getting rid of them. The undialectical way of thinking of things and their properties. 63. In isolation, detached from the whole vast interconnection, leads to a formal counterposing of is and is not. Thus, for example, considering having creatures, as Engels put it, each one separately, it would seem that they have the property of being alive, which is the opposite of, and incompatible with, being dead. However, if one considers what actually happens to them, in the real circumstances of their interactions with their environments, it is quite evident that death is a process. If that process continues long enough, the animal is quite definitely dead at the end of it, but during the process it survives in an intermediate condition. This fact is often illustrated nowadays at hospitals. Someone dies, in the sense that his heart stops beating and he ceases to breathe, so that the processes of organic disintegration set in. But for a short time he remains sufficiently alive for the doctors to bring him back to life. Did he die or not? A less dramatic example of the same point is afforded by men who are losing all their hair. At a given moment, is such a man bald or not bald? The answer is that he is growing bald, and that if he doesn't apply a hair restorer he will soon become completely bald. Such examples are extremely simple and obvious, and as such not of great interest. As we shall see, the application of the same principle in other cases produces conclusions of greater interest. But meantime the simple examples make the basic point. What is characteristic of the undialectical or metaphysical way of thinking, wrote Engels in the preface to Anti-Düring, is that it poses rigid antitheses and sharp impassable dividing lines. It disconnects. But the continued investigation by the sciences of how things are connected in the real process of nature means that these hard and fast antitheses and divisions are more and more disappearing. Engels quoted a number of examples. Since it has been proved that a body can be brought into a condition in which the liquid and gaseous forms cannot be distinguished from each other, the physical states have lost the last relics of their former absolute character. And since biology has been pursued in the light of the theory of evolution, in the domain of organic nature one fixed boundary line of classification after another has been swept away. Hence his conclusion, the recognition that antagonisms and distinctions are in fact to be found in nature, but only with relative validity, and that on the other hand their imagined rigidity and absoluteness have been introduced into nature only by our minds. This recognition is the kernel of the dialectical conception of nature. 64. Hence he wrote in chapter I, to the metaphysician, things, and their mental images, ideas, are isolated, to be considered one after the other apart from each other, rigid fixed objects of investigation, given once for all. He thinks in absolutely irreconcilable antitheses. For him a thing either exists or it does not exist. It is equally impossible for a thing to be itself and at the same time something else. Positive and negative absolutely exclude one another, cause and effect stand in an equally rigid antithesis one to the other. But once one has grasped the point of dialectics, Engels wrote history, we can obtain knowledge of social entities only by studying social changes. To know what is destined to happen in society one must study the origins and development of society, and so discover the rhythms, patterns, laws, and trends which are at work and which will infallibly determine the future. And historicism has also its practical political application. The historicist tries to understand the laws of historical development. If he succeeds in this, he will, of course, be able to predict future developments. He might then put politics on a solid basis, and give us practical advice by telling us which political actions are likely to succeed or likely to fail. Sociological study should help reveal the political future, and could thereby become the foremost instrument of far-sighted practical politics. Marx, then, as a famous historicist, studied social changes with a view to making unconditional prophecies. Regardless of the fact that genuine science can make only conditional predictions, Marx thought that his philosophical scheme could put politics on a so-hd basis. He thought he knew what was fated to happen, and could base politics on preparing for it. Having thus charged Marx and Marxists with the fallacies of historicism, Dr. Popper proceeds to bring three more charges of theoretical misdemeanor, which he expounds as companion errors. Rastoricism and mstorical prediction I3I, which go with historicist dogma. These are essentialism, hoism, and utopianism. Historicism is tied up with essentialism. For the belief in unconditional historical prophecies, incompatible with genuine science, is dependent on the belief that the essences of things unfold themselves in an inevitable historical development, so that if one can but discover the essence one infallibly knows what is going to happen. It is argued that the task of social science is to understand and explain such sociological entities as the state, economic action, the social group, etc., and that this can be done only by penetrating into their essences. I use the name methodological essentialism, writes Dr. Popper, with polysyllabic or rotundity, to characterize the view that it is the task of pure knowledge or science to discover and to describe the true nature of things, i.e. their hidden reality or essence. According to essentialism, the truly scientific theories, describe the essences or the essential natures of things, the realities which lie behind the appearances. The essence reveals itself in a certain pattern of development. For in order to become real or actual, the essence must unfold itself in change. Thus, applying this principle to sociology, we are led to the conclusion that the essence or the real character of a social group can reveal itself, and be known, only through its history. By studying the historical pattern of development of society, therefore, one penetrates to the essence of society, and having grasped the essence one can then understand the necessity of that particular pattern of development, and can infallibly predict its continuation. Change, by revealing what is hidden in the undeveloped essence, can only make apparent the essence, the potentialities, the seeds, which from the beginning have inhered in the changing object. This doctrine leads to the historicist idea of an historical fate or an inescapable essential destiny. Being guilty of historicism, then, Marx and Marxists could not but be also guilty of essentialism. Marxism means that the inescapable destiny of man in society is predetermined by the social essence of man. By studying human history one can discover what this essence is, and so acquire the power of making unconditional prophecies. Error, like crime, has its own crazy logic, and Dr. Popper goes on to explain that, once guilty of historicism and essentialism, Marxism could not but degenerate further into holism and utopianism. One would almost suppose that Dr. Popper imagines himself digging into the very depths of the essence of Marxism. A fine lot of nonsense he digs up, and no wonder, for he buried it all there himself. The strongest element in the alliance between historicism and utopianism is, undoubtedly, the holistic approach which is common to both, writes Dr. Popper. Historicism is interested in the development, not of aspects of social life, but of society as a whole. We must study society as a whole, says the essentialist historicist, and study particular aspects of social life only as their development is determined by that of the whole. The trouble with this injunction, says Dr. Popper, is that if we wish to study a thing, we are bound to select certain aspects of it. It is not possible for us to observe or to describe a whole piece of the world, or a whole piece of nature. In fact, not even the smallest whole piece may be so described, since all description is necessarily selective. It is not the development of the whole which determines that of particular aspects, but the development of particular aspects, and their complex interaction, which determines the development of the whole. Historicism and essentialism, demanding a holistic approach, become thereby involved in utopianism. For holists not only plan to study the whole society by an impossible method, they also plan to control and reconstruct our society as a whole. And that is utopianism. Thus Marx's unconditional historical prophecies about the development of society as a whole became a utopian blueprint. He predicted, and tried actively to further, a development culminating in an ideal utopia. Marx saw the real task of scientific socialism in the enunciation of the impending socialist millennium. But unfortunately, utopianism, based on an impossible method, can never lead to the realization of utopia. Even with the best intentions of making heaven on earth, it only succeeds in making it a hell. That hell which man alone prepares for his fellow men. Marx's theoretical misdemeanors have encouraged communists, Dr. Popper subsequently explains, in their nefarious work of suppressing individuality, instigating violence and tyranny, and perpetuating a closed society. We had best remember now that, with Dr. Popper, we are still in Wonderland, where everything is queer and the meanings of words. MSTORICISM and MSTORICAL Prediction I-33. Get twisted. As soon as the charge was read, the King of Hearts told the jury, "Consider your verdict." But that was too much, even for the White Rabbit. "Not yet. Not yet." The rabbit hastily interrupted. "There's a great deal to come before that." There is indeed a great deal to be said on the topics expounded in Dr. Popper's charge. But to say it, we must leave Wonderland and take a look at how things are in the real world, and cease to discuss general philosophical principles but rather apply them in the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. Two men make their own FFLSTORY. According to Marx, men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, CHI. In other words, men make their own history by their own actions. No fate makes it for them. But men in their actions respond to whatever circumstances they find themselves in. They directly encounter circumstances given and transmitted from the past, that is to say, created for them by past generations, change these by their actions, then again respond to the changed circumstances, and so on, for as long as mankind endures. This may be called reinforced dogmatism, but it sounds more like reinforced common sense. What are some of the implications, as regards human action and its possibilities? It means, in the first place, that while men make their own history, what they can and cannot do at any place and time depends not simply on their own desires and decisions but on the circumstances in which they are placed. It is in this sense that they do not make their history just as they please. Obviously, as Marx said, people cannot choose their own circumstances. One does not choose to be bomb, nor to be born into one set of circumstances rather than another. Choice affects to what to do in whatever circumstances one finds oneself, and the circumstances permit the choice of action. But because of this, circumstances not only permit what men can do, but condition what in practice they want to do. People's desires, aims and ideals are conditioned by their circumstances. What one effectively wants to do, or would like to see done, takes its start from the circumstances in which the wish is bomb. It means, too, that men's ways of thinking, the scope of their ideas, the ways they conceive of themselves and of the world about them are conditioned by circumstances. And lastly, it is obvious enough that, while men may choose and decide what to do in given circumstances, they cannot choose or decide what affects their actions, once embarked upon, are going to have. Men can act with the intention of bringing about certain effects. Whether these effects actually take place, or whether something quite different happens, does not depend on the intention of the action but on the action itself, and the circumstances in which it was performed. It was on no deeper or darker philosophical presuppositions than these that Marx and Engels proceeded to consider how, in actual fact, men make their own history. At the start of their first mature work on this subject, the German ideology, they remarked that the first premise of all human history is the existence of living human individuals. Thus the first fact to be established is the physical organization of these individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. Having established that fact, they went on to inquire how the innumerable actions of innumerable able human individuals could come to make human history. The physical organization of human individuals is, of course, a consequence of the natural evolution of species, and their relation to the rest of nature is a further consequence. The unique physical characteristics of the human species, namely, the upright stance, hands, and brain, lead to their unique relation to the rest of nature, namely, obtaining their requirements from nature by means of social production. Human psychology is, then, a further consequence, the product of individuals with this physical organization living in society. In order, then, to carry on their relation with the rest of nature, in other words, in order to have, since organisms have only by obtaining their requirements from nature, people devise instruments of production, learn the skills to use them, and enter into social relations of production. They evolve their social mode of production, which consists of employing certain forces of production and instituting definite relations of production in order to deploy the social productive forces and distribute the product. This is how the past generations create the circumstances with which the next generations have to cope. What they do, by their social activity in the physical environment, is in the first place to equip their successors with certain forces of production and provide them with a mstoricism and historical prediction. I-35. Physical environment changed and refashioned in various ways by the pastification of those forces of production. In the second place, they set them in definite relations of production within which the forces of production are deployed. Finally, they hand on to them a whole heritage of institutions, customs, and ways of faith, knowledge, ideas and culture, and leave them to continue a whole set of undecided conflicts and arguments and uncompleted activities. In the study of history, the successors look back on how the predecessors managed to make things turn out the way they did. At least, that is how history must be regarded if its study is to prove of any practical advantage, and that is how Marx and Engels evidently regarded it. History must be studied afresh, the conditions of existence of the different formations of society must be examined in detail, wrote Engels to C. Schmidt. And he told his correspondent that our conception of history is above all a guide to study. The materialist conception of history is a guide to study in the same way that any other scientific conception is a guide to study. Our conception of human physiology, for example, is a guide to study, because it tells us what to look for in order to be able to explain how the phenomena are brought about. In a case of epilepsy, say, to look for the brain lesion responsible for the condition, rather than for the evil spirit. And so with the materialist conception of history. Marx and Engels pointed out that, whatever people do in society, they can only do it on the basis of being mutually involved in a mode of production, for without that, they could not have or do anything at all. As they change their forces of production, and consequently create problems for themselves, the solution of which requires changed relations of production, so do people modify in various ways the character of all the rest of their activity. It is because people have by social production that human societies have a history different in kind from, say, the history of a community of ants. Ants could not, of course, study their own history in any case, since they are not physically equipped for studying. However, outside observers could quite well study the history of a given community of ants, and in it would be recorded not only the common round of hatching out the eggs, and so on, but also such historical events as floods and other catastrophes, wars with neighboring anthills, and great migrations of ants. It is a shortcoming of some human historians that they study the history of men just as though men were nothing but a talkative kind of ants. But it is not only speech and the element of individual consciousness or purposive activity that distinguish men. Human history differs from the history of ants by exhibiting a type of historical development which is peculiarly human, and this is due to the social production by which men have. The mode of production changes. Ants always get their having in the same way, but not so human beings. People acquire new productive forces, and change their relations of production. And this introduces a quite new factor into human history. Human history is the history of how men acquired and used forces of production, and adapted their relations of production to the requirements of developing their forces of production. It is the history of how men did this, and what activities, difficulties, defeats and victories, constructive enterprises and wars, they involved themselves in doing it. Dr. Popper explains that the historicist sees the individual as a pawn, as a somewhat insignificant instrument in the general development of mankind. But the materialist conception of history, as a way of studying and understanding human history, does not mean, as Marx and Engels themselves made abundantly clear, that history is made in any other way than by the activities of human individuals. It does not mean that what individuals may think and do counts for nothing, that they are all mere pawns, and that what alone counts is the inexorable development of the different formations of society. For to talk about the social formation is simply to talk about how individuals, having socially acquired certain productive forces, involved themselves in certain production relations. What it does mean is that, to see how the circumstances of the new generation were transmitted to them by the old, we have to see how the forces of production were developed and how the relations of production were managed, and that to see what the generation can or cannot do in such circumstances, and how their practical outlook is consequently generated, we have to see what can or cannot be done by way of preserving or changing both the relations of production and the forces of production deployed within them. The Marxist materialist conception of history is, then, the scientific conception of how the old people bring into being the circumstances which the young people are born into and have to cope with. Like other scientific conceptions in other spheres, it is of great practical value. In the first place, it assists us in making an accurate assessment of just what our circumstances are, and dispelling illusions about them. In the second place, by the historical study of how social circumstances, rastoricism and historical prediction I-37, are brought about, we can reach conclusions as to what sort of things can and cannot be done to cope with them. 3. FFLSTORICAL prediction. How far, we may now ask, does the study of history enable us to predict the future? And what sort of predictions does it enable us to make? Marxism means making unconditional long-term historical prophecies. Dr. Popper tells us, and the principal aim of Marxists in studying history is to deduce such prophecies from it. The principal aim of Marxists in studying history is not to prophesy but to understand, and to direct practical action in the HGHT of understanding. Men make their own history, said Marx. We study history to try to understand how we make it, and consequently how to go on making it without illusions that it can be made in some other way than that in which it is in fact made. Obviously, so far as the past is concerned, history is not predictive but descriptive and explanatory. We do not study the events of, say, 1,000 years ago in order to predict the events of, say, 900 years ago, for when we study the earlier events we already know what the subsequent events were. We study the past sequence of events in order to try to discover explanatory generalizations about how later events issue from earlier ones. Marx's discovery was that to explain the historical sequence we must always, first, examine the mode of production and how it develops, and second, examine how people acted socially in order to adapt their production relations, and their institutions and ideas, to their forces of production. This descriptive explanatory approach to the study of history does not represent history as the automatic consequence of the operation of inexorable laws like, for example, a closed mechanical system in which a later state inexorably ensues from the earlier by the operation of the laws of mechanics. It is often said that, for the materialist conception of history, everything happens according to laws. If that means that the materialist conception of history formulates explanatory generalizations about how human society always develops, well and good, that is just what the materialist conception of history does do. But to suggest that there are laws governing human actions such that, given certain circumstances, all the ensuing events are uniquely determined by those laws, is obviously mere empty talk. What are 138. These laws? Where are they stated? Where is their verification to be found? You can read right through the historical works of Marx, and of all other competent Marxist historians, and not meet with any formulations of any such laws. Such a theory of laws is in fact a hangover from the days when it was thought that the entire material world was a closed mechanical system, and it has, needless to say, very little in common with the scientific ideas of dialectical and historical materialism. It has to be given up because no one can discover such laws, and the idea that there must be such laws is a groundless dogma. The historical works of Marx himself, and of Marxist historians, do not proceed by trying to show how the later events necessarily followed from the earlier ones in accordance with inexorable laws, but by showing how people, in the development of social production, became involved in certain contradictions and problems, and how they acted to resolve those contradictions and problems. And the basis is always the adaptation of relations of production to forces of production. It is to this guiding idea that the materialist conception of history owes not only its descriptive explanatory power as regards the past, but its prescriptive power as regards the present. It is a guide to study of the present in its emergence from the past, so as to conclude what are the historical issues of today and what best to do to develop social relations in order to plan social production to satisfy human needs. Just that is the object of communist theory and practice. Any social situation contains certain historical issues, or historical tasks. And these may be defined by the historian objectively, irrespective of the particular terms in which the individuals of the time, through their ideological agencies, may present them to themselves. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of a period by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social forces of production and the relations of production, wrote Marx, in the preface to Critique of Political Economy. It is not, as everyone knows, the historian's object to search out and record every single event of the past. He is primarily concerned with the historical events, though just what makes an event historical is a point not clarified by historians. For Marxist historians, the key to understanding any period is to discover the main historical issues of historicism and FFLSTORICAL. Prediction 139. That period and these proceed from and relate to the development of forces of production and the adaptation to it of production relations and social institutions and ideas. Thus, for a Marxist, the question of whether King Valoroso should award the Order of the Cucumber to his son-in-law, Prince Bulbo, was hardly an historical issue, even though the court journal, and historians who base their histories on court journals, might regard it as an issue of great importance. The historical events ones that constitute, so to speak, the fabric of history are those public events which mark a response to historical issues and affect the issue. But of course, in a certain sense, any event is of interest to historians, because even the most trivial ones illustrate the sort of people there were, and their habits, and so are relevant to understanding historical events, and often an accidental concatenation of small events can build up an effect which decisively alters the way issues are tackled. Looking at the overall development of human society from the earliest times, Marxism sees it as the progressive posing and tack of a series of issues stemming from the development of productive forces, and the adaptation to that development of the relations of production. In many cases, as Marx made clear in his pre-capitalist economic formations, this adaptation has been unsuccessful, and has led to a dead end rather than to further progressive development. The thread of human progress can be traced through those communities which successfully adapted their relations of production to the requirements of developing their productive forces. The overall history of human society is, then, a law-governed process in the sense that it exemplifies this general law of development. It is not, and could not be, a law-governed process in the strict determinist sense that there are preordained laws which allow nothing to happen except what does happen. With human affairs, as with other things, a conception of how they go enables us to make predictions about future events. But the test of the adequacy or otherwise of a conception of how things go does not only in waiting to find out whether or not predictions are verified. We also test the conception of how things go by examining the record of how they have gone, and refutations may be as readily sought in the past as awaited in the future. For this reason we can always claim that scientific conceptions are pretty well established by what has happened already, without having to join Dr. Popper in regarding them all as mere conjectures about the future which may well be falsified at any moment. This applies to our conceptions of how, say, physical and chemical processes go, and also to our conceptions of how social processes go. The warranted assertivity of our conceptions of how things go depends on the thoroughness with which we have investigated how they have gone. Our conceptions are further tested and, if need be, modified, by the verification or falsification of the predictions they enable us to make. The purpose of predictions is not, however, simply to test our conceptions. It is to direct our actions. For unless we made predictions we could never direct our actions at all. For example, we could not direct the making of tea unless we could predict that water boils when heated, and that boiling water poured onto dried tea leaves produces tea. In directing our actions, therefore, it is important to possess conceptions the assertivity of which is pretty well warranted already, so that the predictions derived from them may be acted on with a reasonable degree of confidence and not be regarded as only conjectures. To furnish such a conception of human affairs is the aim and claim of the materialist conception of history. We can and always do rely on being able to make a whole number of predictions to direct human activities. We rely on being able to say, if A happens, B will happen, or since A has happened, B will happen unless C intervenes, and so on. We rely, in other words, on what Dr. Popper calls conditional predictions. These may often be usefully expressed, as he has said, in the form of prohibitions. A B cannot happen, hence since A has happened, B will not happen. Experience and study warrant us in making many such predictions about physical, chemical, and biological processes, and experience and study warrant us in making many such predictions about human activities too. Does the materialist conception of history claim a warrant, however, for any other kinds of predictions, long-term unconditional ones? As Dr. Popper expresses it, does Marxism propose to justify statements of the form, so and so will happen, regardless? Such statements are, as Dr. Popper rightly says, foreign to the natural sciences. Does Marxism unscientifically propose to introduce them into the social sciences? Marx's discovery of the general law of historical development does lead to a long-term prediction. And Dr. Popper rightly says, RASTORICISM and historical prediction I4I. That this long-term prediction is regarded by Marxists as of very great theoretical and practical importance. The logic of this long-term prediction is quite simple. In order to go on developing their forces of production, people have always to adapt their production relations to their productive forces. Hence, if the present-day forces of production go on being developed, the relations of production will be adapted to them. The existing capitalist relations fetter production. If production is to go on developing, these fetters will be removed and socialist and later, communist relations of production established. Obviously, this long-term prediction depends not only on the general law but also on the hypothesis that capitalist relations fetter production and that the removal of the fetters of private appropriation equals social appropriation. The latter, less general, hypothesis, is verified in terms of contemporary history, just as the more general hypothesis is verified in terms of universal history. So what is there unscientific in the consequent long-term prediction? It would be absurd to say that only short-term predictions are scientific. Scientific thought ventures on long-term predictions in other spheres covered by scientific hypothesis, so why not in the sphere of human activity? Of course, if hypotheses are found to be wrong, then the consequential predictions, whether short-term or long-term, have to be modified. But insofar as confidence in the hypotheses is warranted, so is confidence in predictions, long-term and short-term. This goes for Marx's hypotheses like anyone else's. Of course, those who have a stake in maintaining the capitalist system do not like Marx's long-term prediction of its displacement. But that is a complication which merely introduces extra scientific disputes into a scientific question. Scientifically speaking, the logic of Marx's long-term prediction is impeccable. Dr. Popper does not, of course, deny that long-term prediction is sometimes permissible in the sciences. But he maintains that the conditions for it are not present in the social sciences. Long-term prophecies, he writes, can be derived from scientific conditional predictions only if they apply to systems which can be described as well isolated, stationary, and recurrent. These systems are very rare in nature, and modern society is surely not one of them. Society is changing, developing. This development is not, in the main, repetitive. Of course, society develops, and the development is not repetitive. That does not mean that there cannot possibly be a discoverable law of 142. Development. On the contrary, Marx discovered the the law of the adaptation of production relations to productive forces. And clearly, if this law describes the way society develops, then the development is non-repetitive. Non-repetitive development does not mean that there is no law, nor that the law cannot be formulated in such a way that from the analysis of the present stage of development a prediction of the next stage can be made. Evidently, therefore, Dr. Popper is mistaken in his dogmatic and unsupported statement that long-term prediction can apply only to well-isolated, stationary, and recurrent systems. His argument depends on a simple confusion between long-term prediction and what he calls unconditional prophecy. It is quite true that only in the case of a well-isolated, stationary, and recurrent system could it be guaranteed that no outside or non-recurrent factor was ever going to interfere in the working of the laws normally governing the system. Society is not a system of that kind, and Marx's long-term predictions about society only predict that the continued development of production will bring socialism because, in the long term, the condition for it is the removal of the fetters of private appropriation. People have always so far managed to overcome, eventually, obstacles to the continued development of their productive forces, and if they go on doing so, then socialism will come, and only if socialism comes will they be able to go on doing so. That is the prediction. It is conditional, not unconditional. It does not say that nothing can ever possibly prevent the advent of socialism. On the contrary, if people should destroy their productive forces, along with most of the human race, in a nuclear war, then many nations may never achieve socialism. Again, an invasion of hostile forces from outer space might prevent our achieving socialism. We may think the latter catastrophe unlikely, and have confidence in our ability to prevent the former, or even to cope with its consequences if it happens, and so have in confident expectation that the long-term prediction of socialism will come about, because examination of the existing state of affairs shows that the conditions for its being brought about are present. That is the practical attitude of communists. But it does not turn long-term scientifically based prediction into unconditional prophecy. MSTORICISM and historical prediction I-43. 4. Prediction, probability, and intent. The long-term prediction of socialism is a prediction about human actions and the results of human actions. In this it differs, obviously, from predictions about the operations of natural forces. As Engels, perhaps rather tritely, remarked Ludwig Feuerbach, ch. 4, in nature there are only blind, unconscious agencies acting upon one another. In the history of society, on the other hand, the actors are all endowed with consciousness, are men acting with deliberation or passion, working towards definite goals. Nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim. The long-term historical prediction is, then, a prediction about what men acting with deliberation or passion, working towards definite goals will do, and what results will accrue from their doing it. It is sometimes suggested that just because men act with deliberation or passion it is impossible to make any predictions about them. Each man decides what to do for himself, or acts from his own private passions, so no overall predictions can be made. That is absurd. We constantly make predictions of the form, in such and such circumstances, such and such people will act in such and such a way, and such results will follow, and if we could not rely on any such predictions we could not manage our social halves. Predictions about human actions do not imply that human beings act, and act on one another, in the same way as non-human or natural agencies do. They act deliberately, they are moved by passions, they form intentions and set themselves goals, and it is these sorts of actions, and the results of these sorts of actions, that we predict. For example, when a sufficient number of people are brought together as wage workers, they start talking together about how to improve their conditions, form organizations, and formulate common demands. They always do this, and we can predict that they will. Such a prediction does not imply that the individual workmen are pawns, whose deliberations and passions count for nothing. On the contrary, the prediction is a prediction of their deliberations and passions. In such circumstances enough workmen will feel passionately fed up and voluntarily organize as to constitute an effective organization which can coerce or at least discount the opposition of those who feel contented and do not voluntarily organize. Such predictions are based on estimates of probabilities of what will happen as a result of the 144 action of a large number of interdependent variables. The same is true of predictions about the behavior of single individuals. When we predict W hat a certain person will do, we are estimating the probable outcome of all the various motivations and counter-motivations he experiences. Nearly all predictions, whether they concern human beings or not, are similarly based on estimates of probability. Thus, for example, the prediction that a kettle of water placed on a fire will boil is based on the estimate that more heat will pass from the fire into the kettle than from the kettle into the fire, and that when enough has passed the agitation of the molecules of water in the kettle will produce the phenomenon of boiling. Predictions about working class organization and other human activities depend on the same kind of estimates of probability. There is nothing especially uncertain or conjectural about such estimates. On the contrary, it is by such estimates that we guide our haves, and, if due care is exercised in arriving at them, they are extremely reliable. Such reliable estimates can be arrived at about our own actions, as well as about what goes on in the physical environment. In the interpretation of the past, it is precisely such estimates of probability that explain the overall progressive course of human history. Not all communities have developed their forces of production, but some have, and so a progressive overall development has taken place, with new relations of production adapted to new forces of production, up to humanity's arrival at its present predicament. With so many people carrying on social production for such a long time, it was so probable as to be, practically speaking, inevitable that at least some would on occasion enter into favorable circumstances when they could improve on existing forces of production, and so the progressive development took place, and is likely to continue. This is the scientific explanation of human progress. What would probably happen happened. To explain why some particular development, the classical slave empire, say, or modem capitism, took place exactly where, when, and how it did, one has, of course, to ascertain a lot of relatively coincidental facts. If something else had happened earlier, this development could have taken place somewhere else and in a different way. But overall it was so probable as to be practically inevitable that a great slave empire would develop somewhere, and that, later on, capitalism would develop. MSTORICISM and Historical Prediction 145. Moreover, when such developments take place they tend to be unique. This is because whoever achieves the development either prevents anyone else repeating it, or if others do follow suit, the fact that it has been done already alters their circumstances and makes them do it differently. Thus, for example, the achievement of capitalism in one set of countries prevented a similar development in regions which they colonized. Again, the head start which Britain gained in capitalist development affected the conditions in which Britain's competitors had to operate. Again, the achievement of socialism in the USSR affects the whole character of the road to socialism in the rest of the world. The same sort of considerations explain, incidentally, the role and the uniqueness of great men. When once one individual has come to perform a great man function, he deprives others of the chance of doing the same thing. Napoleon, for example, was unique, not only because of his individual personality, which impelled him to the top after the French Revolution, but because there could in any case be only one emperor of the French. In explaining social development and predicting its continuation, therefore, the materialist conception of history does not, as a scientific conception, need to invoke any inexorable fate or destiny brooding over human affairs and directing them. We conduct our affairs without that. And still the conduct of our affairs is, other things, explicable and predictable. The same principles which explain how people acted in the past explain how they are acting now, and serve to predict how they will act in the future. Predictions about human affairs, however, very clearly differ from predictions about natural processes, as well as from explanations of past affairs, in that the people making the predictions are themselves agencies in the processes through which the predictions will be realized. To predict something which you yourself are going to do, or at least, if not you yourself individually, the people with whom you associate and with whose interests you identify your own, is equivalent to a statement of intent. For instance, to predict it is going to rain is simply to state what you expect to happen, but to predict, I am going to put on my raincoat, is a statement of intent. You would not predict you would put on your raincoat if you did not intend to do so. In making such predictions, whether ones like I shall put on my raincoat or we shall achieve socialism, we rely on an analysis of 146. The objective circumstances to which the predicted action is to be the response. If that analysis proved mistaken, the predicted action would either not take place, or, if it did, would not have the expected results. If, for example, my analysis of the weather proves mistaken, I shall either not put on my raincoat, or, if I do, it will only weigh me down and not keep me dry. Again, the analysis of circumstances may be mistaken in such a way that the intention expressed is not in the circumstances a practicable one. For instance, if I had lost my raincoat, the prediction that I would put it on would not be fulfilled. In making the prediction I would have simply forgotten that I had lost the raincoat. In stating intentions, then, one generally reckons to have reasons for considering the intention practical, and for considering that its fulfillment will bring certain advantages or avoid certain misfortunes. If one learned that the intention was not practical, or that it would not bring the expected advantage or avoid the feared misfortune, then one would abandon the intention and the prediction would not be fulfilled. Evidently, therefore, the fact that predictions about future human actions may also be statements of intent does not mean that such predictions are not founded on an objective analysis of circumstances, nor does the fact that such a prediction is founded on an analysis of circumstances mean that the carrying out of the predicted action is done under the impulsion of fate, and not voluntarily to fulfill a stated intention. It is obvious that such predictions can be well-founded, and also that, however well-founded they are, they can only be fulfilled on condition that the people whose intentions are expressed in the prediction continue to try hard to carry out their intentions. The Marxist prediction about socialism exhibits all the above characteristics of a prediction which is also a statement of intent. In this it certainly differs from, say, an astronomer's prediction of an eclipse. It likewise differs from certain other predictions about human affairs, for of course, not all such predictions contain this element of being a statement of intent. For example, when Louis XV of France made his famous prediction, Après moi la déluge, he was simply stating what he expected other people to do, and the fatalistic character of his prediction was due to his opinion that he and his friends could not stop them doing it. Marx's prediction about socialism, on the other hand, was also a statement of intent, and intended for adoption as a statement of intent, and the conditions for its realization included the condition MSTORICISM and MSTORICAL. Prediction 147. That it should be widely adopted as an intent, and stuck to, for otherwise, SOCHSM would certainly not come about. It could only come about by people purposively struggling for it. On the basis of the same analysis of circumstances which made Marx voice the intention of socialism, he concluded that a sufficient number of people would adopt it. Obviously, this prediction by Marx includes features not to be found in such a simple prediction as I shall put on my raincoat, though it does have in common with the latter the feature of expressing an intention based on an objective analysis of circumstances. For Marx's prediction predicted what other people were going to do. It is a we prediction, not an I prediction, and of course, every we prediction is also a they prediction. In this respect it may be compared with, say, a prediction made by the first Everest expedition that Everest will eventually be climbed. Such a prediction expresses an intention of climbing Everest, coupled with a conclusion of the practicability of eventually getting to the top and of the desirability of doing so. It rests also on the prediction, based on estimates of the probabilities of human actions, that a sufficient number of people will always want to get to the top of Everest, and WIU devote enough care to the preparation of adequate techniques as to ensure the eventual achievement. It may also be noted that the same prediction could be made by observers who had themselves no intention of climbing Everest. Those observers would note that the intention had been formed, that it was practicable, and that a sufficient number of people supported it as to ensure its eventual success. But that die prediction can be made on good grounds by mere observers does not make it fatastic. For the prediction would never be realized unless there were people who intended to climb Everest and who adopted it as a statement of intent. Observers could have no conclusive grounds for predicting the climbing of Everest unless climbers intended to climb it and themselves predicted, as a statement of their intention, that the climb would take place and go on taking place until they reached the top. True, in this example observers of the habits of climbers might venture to predict that Everest would eventually be climbed, even before any climbers had themselves formed the intention of climbing Everest and organized an expedition. The same, the realization of the prediction would depend on the climbers forming the intention of attempting that particular climb, and organizing to achieve it. 148. It may also be noted, in all these examples, that the objective analysis of circumstances on which such predictions are based includes, if the predictions are well founded, a causal explanation of why the intention the fulfillment of which is predicted came to be formed and will go on being held. Thus in the case of putting on a raincoat, for example, the explanation of the intention is that to go out in the prevailing rainy conditions tends to give one a cold. In the case of climbing Everest, the explanation of the intention is that climbers find it intolerable to be confronted with mountains they have not climbed. And in the case of SOCHA-USM, the explanation of the intention is that under capitalist conditions a great many people find intolerable the fetters HST relations place on the satisfaction of human needs. These considerations show that Marx's long-term prediction of socialism can claim, just like many simpler and shorter-term predictions, to be well founded on an objective analysis of circumstances. This analysis is, by the nature of the case, complicated and difficult. It requires in practice to be continually developed and checked. And of course, if any part of it were shown to be quite wrong, then the foundation for the prediction would be weakened, if not destroyed. But as originally worked out by Marx, and continued by his successors, it does provide a very firm and sound foundation for the prediction of socialism. In the first place, the prediction is founded on recognition of the general law of social development that production relations are adapted to productive forces. Secondly, it is founded on an investigation of capitalist production relations and how they fetter productive forces. Thirdly, it is founded on the demonstration that Sozialhaus production, of the sort developed in modern industry, requires social appropriation so that the only way to develop modern Sozialhaus production to meet social needs is to establish socialist relations of production. Fourthly, it is founded on an analysis of the class struggle which ensues from capitalist production relations, in which the intention of achieving socialism corresponds to the class interests of the majority of working people, so that there are good grounds to expect that in the long run the forces activated by that intention will grow stronger in comparison with those opposed to it. Fifthly, it is founded on a very practical working out of the principles of the strategy and tactics of the class struggle for socialism. So as Marx claimed all along, the scientific study of society, its history, and how men make their own history, provides the foundation. FFLSTORICISM and Historical Prediction I-49. For a long-term prediction of socialism. This is not, however, like the predictions of astronomers who predict events which are going to happen irrespective of human intentions and strivings. From the nature of the case, being a prediction of the eventual outcome of a struggle in which the makers of the prediction take part, it has the characteristics of a political policy and a political propaganda. Marx himself cited very good reasons to consider the policy sound, and to persevere in it. And these very good reasons serve as very good propaganda for the policy. It is further evident from all this that the realization of the prediction of socialism depends on the building of an organization, activated by scientific socialist policy and with sufficient centralization, unity and discipline as to function in a consciously controlled way, in short, on a political party of the working class. Marx himself made this very clear. And it was underlined by Lenin, especially in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, where he pointed out that the merely spontaneous behavior of people demanding some improvement in their conditions could never result in socialism, for that, political organization was required, activated by scientific socialist theory. Indeed, we cannot make well-founded long-term predictions about social events unless we can at the same time build effective organization intended to carry them out. For without this, the people making the predictions would be like architects predicting the erection of some building without taking any steps to mobilize a labor force and provide it with building machinery. It is, indeed, for this very reason that, in the past, people have not been able to make well-founded long-term social predictions. For the sort of organization necessary for carrying them out could not be projected. They have occasionally hazarded long-term predictions, but these were not well-founded. Thus, for instance, no great confidence can be reposed in the sort of long-term predictions at present engaged in by various capitalist economic planning agencies, if only because in the prevailing capitalist conditions the machinery does not exist and cannot be created for effectively controlling their realization. The well-founded scientific long-term prediction of socialism propounded by Marx was thus a novelty in human affairs. This novelty was introduced by him when and only when the social conditions for its introduction were reached. The formation of the modern 150 working class brought into being for the first time in history the basis for mass organization which could effectively pursue a policy of bringing relations of production into accordance with the social forces of production in a controlled way, guided by the scientific study of the structure and mode of development of human society. Naturally, therefore, the scientific theory of society, on which the modem revolutionary socialist movement was worked out when and only when that organization began to be created, and not independently of the work of creating and directing the organization, but as an integral part of it. This means that for the first time in history men have begun to take the future into their own hands, in the sense of being able to build an organization which could so understand the issues as to predict where it was going, and go there. Such, then, being the logical character of the long-term predictions scientifically worked out by Marxist social theory, we can also reach some conclusions as to the necessary limits of predictability. I have already pointed out that well-founded social predictions are not unconditional but conditional, that they are based on estimates of probabilities, and that their realization depends on the existence of effective organization to create the conditions for carrying them out. And to carry them out. In the first place, therefore, we cannot predict anything beyond what the organization can carry out. Marx's predictions concern the work of communist organizations in bringing about first socialism, and then the transition from socialism to communism. It is clear enough that, when the latter goal is reached, the communist organization will have completed its function. So what people do after that will be up to them. We can certainly predict that the principal causes of present social ill will by then have been finally removed, and that, having established social appropriation to match social production, people will not go back again to private appropriation. But while on these grounds we can express the confident hope that, when communism is established, people will manage much better than they did in the past, or do now, we cannot possibly predict just how they will manage, or what exactly they will decide to do, or what new difficulties they will meet and how they will cope with them. In the second place, because of the way social life depends on developing and deploying forces of production, prediction is limited to what can be done with the forces of production at present under development. It is true, of course, that on the basis of existing historicism and mstorical prediction I5I knowledge, certain predictions can be made about probable technological advance in the future. In other words, Certain discoveries can be seen coming, and this, of course, is the basis for planned research. For example, once certain fundamental discoveries of nuclear physics had been made, the technology of nuclear energy could be seen coming, and so research was devoted to its development. So, at the present day, we can see coming a very big development of the technology of nuclear energy, automation, and electronic computers, and space travel, and can forecast various ways in which these technologies will be used. However, this kind of technological forecasting is limited. We cannot possibly predict the content of entirely new discoveries. For obviously, if we could predict them, we would have discovered them already. Hence we cannot predict what new technologies will be invented, after the present ones have been more fully developed. And so we cannot predict what human life will be like in the event of new fundamental discoveries. People in the Stone Age could not have predicted the discovery of iron. And we remain in a similar position. 5. Necessity and inevitability. Marx was the first to put sociology on a scientific basis, wrote Lenin in What the Friends of People Are, by establishing the concept of the economic formation of society as the sum total of relations of production, and by establishing the fact that the development of such formations is a process of natural history. That the evolution of social economic formations is like natural history means that the past course of social evolution is explained like natural history. Just as the evolution of species is explained by the necessity of organisms being adapted to their environments, so is the evolution of social formations explained by the necessity of production relations being adapted to productive forces. In social evolution, presumably, this adaptation will continue, just as species will continue to be adapted to their environments. In predicting the future, we presume that it will be explicable on the same lines as the past. Nevertheless, this does not mean that prediction of future social events is like prediction of natural events. For our own role in the process of bringing about those events is different. A similar distinction must be made, of course, regarding predictions of natural events subjected to human interference. 152. Science, which is something which people do, must always take into account the relation of the people doing the science to the processes which the science is about. Men make their own history. Therefore, the relation of people trying scientifically to understand social processes to the processes they are trying to understand is different from that of the same people to natural processes. And therefore, this difference must be taken into account in thinking scientifically about social prospects. It is true that some people try to take what may be called a God's eye view of human affairs, and to predict the future of these little creatures crawling over the face of the earth as though they themselves and their contemporaries were not engaged in making that future. However, the God's eye view is not the scientific view. Some see in the crystal ball visions of utopia, others catastrophe or unending cycles of decay and regeneration. But none of their prophecies are, or can be, well-founded. Because they do not take into account how people actually make history, and do not back their predictions with practical proposals for an organization to carry them out. Instead, they imagine themselves as looking down on society from a stance outside society, which is as absurd as a physicist imagining himself as looking at the physical world through an instrument which is not itself physical. In his criticisms of Leistericism, Dr. Popper justifiably questions the assumptions of crystal gazers. Evidently, his criticisms have no bearing on the scientific study of society, and the proposals for and predictions of future social activity, made by Marx. Marx did not gaze into any crystal. Nor did he imagine himself as looking down on society, like a man who watches a carpet being unrolled, and who predicts the pattern on the next bits to appear from what he has seen of the pattern so far. From studying history, Marx concluded that men make their history by adapting their production relations to their productive forces. He worked out how we can do this today, made practical proposals for organization for doing it, and predicted that it would be done. As Lenin said, he put sociology on a scientific basis, and so put political policy making on a scientific basis too. It is, of course, always possible to make fairly reliable short-term predictions of social events from the standpoint of a mere observer, by estimating what some people are doing or going to do, and what others may do to stop them. If, for example, it looks either as if no one can stop them, or as if no one wants to stop them, then a fairly rastorism and historical prediction I-53. Fident prediction can be made that what they are doing will be done. Marx's prediction went far beyond this, because it concerned the future social-economic formation. Such a prediction can only be scientifically grounded when it is grounded, first, on an accurate idea of the general conditions governing the evolution of economic formations, and second, on proposals for what sort of organization is required to bring the new formation into being and how the organization should be conducted. And that is how Marx's prediction was grounded. Marx did not speak as a prophet or fortune teller, who tells people, this is fated to happen, so prepare yourselves. He spoke as a practical organizer, who says, with good grounds for saying it, do this and you will win. Where, then, is the historicism in Marx, which Dr. Popper so vehemently censures? Where is the vaunted discovery of the plot which the moving future writes, of the path which people willy-nilly tread, of the destiny which pursues us? And where is the unconditional prophecy? Only in Dr. Popper's fertile imagination. Marx, the famous historicist, was not an historicist at all. He was only, as Lenin said, the first to put sociology on a scientific basis. Historicism, as defined by Dr. Popper, is an ideist concept. The concept of the plot which is unfolded in history and the path laid down for us, is the concept of a pre-existing idea which is realized in time in the material world. It is, indeed, at bottom, a theological concept of creation. In the beginning was the Word. Those who think they can say what the future will be because they think they know the plot and the path are frauds who pretend to powers of prophecy not given to other men because they imagine themselves to be en rapport with the eternal. Despite his rationalism and empirical method, Hegel, the ideist, was certainly an historicist in Dr. Popper's sense. In opposing Hegel's ideism, Marx opposed to Hegelian historicism the scientific materialist theory of how men make and will make history. That Marx made use of the historical method is undoubted. As Dr. Popper quite rightly says, Marx considered that we can obtain knowledge of social entities only by studying social changes. And it is a puzzle to know how else we could obtain knowledge of social entities. Dr. Popper, however, proceeds to call Marx's historical method historicist, and says Marx studied social changes so as to discover therein rhythms, patterns, laws, and trends and so predict the future. He makes out that Marx was the man who traces the 154 pattern in the unrolling carpet so as to predict what the next piece of the pattern will be like. The prediction, of course, must be quite groundless unless one has grounds to believe that the carpet was made by a manufacturer who imposed a pattern on it. Human history is not at all like an unrolling carpet. Marx did not look at history to find the superimposed pattern. He studied social changes to obtain knowledge of how men make such changes, so as to work out how we can make changes now, and what conditions they must fulfill to satisfy our needs. Like any scientist, he wanted to find out what are the conditions of our HVCS and what we can do about it. That was Marx's historical method, and the object of his applying it. The crunch of this whole argument concerns Marx's conception of the class struggle and of the necessity and inevitability which, he maintained, attaches to it and its outcome. Explaining to a correspondent what he claimed to have scientifically established by his historical method, Marx wrote, "No credit is due to me for discovering the existence of classes in modern society, nor yet the struggle between them. Long before me bourgeois historians had described the historical development of the struggle of the classes, and bourgeois economists the economic anatomy of the classes. What I did knew was to prove that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular historical phases of the development of production, that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, that this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. There you have it. Dr. Popper may say, "What did I tell you?" Marx was an historicist. It may be in fact true that history is the history of class struggles, and bourgeois historians who modestly attempted to do no more than describe what happened, and did not aspire, like historicists, to be prophets, may have done well to describe those class struggles. But Marx goes farther. He asserts that class struggles are buoyed up with the development of production and so constitute the necessary pattern of l'histoire, and that the continuation of Tria's pattern will necessarily or inevitably lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat and then to a classless society. What is this but unconditional historical prophecy, derived from a claim to have discovered the pattern, the rhythm, the plot, and the plan of l'histoire? FFLSTORICISM and FFLSTORICAL Prediction I-55. Let us examine the plain meaning and implications of Marx's statement of his position. First of all, Marx in his theory of class struggle drew attention to inescapable circumstances in which people have had, and still have, to act, and to inescapable issues which they have had, and still have, to settle. There is no help for it. There are the circumstances, there are the issues, as objective facts of human fate which cannot be evaded. Because class divisions bring class antagonisms into the way people have to get their livelihood, the class struggle has become necessary or inevitable, in the sense of unavoidable. And Marx was able to explain why this has happened. It is because the production relations into which people entered once they began to raise their productive forces above the level of the Stone Age have included class contradictions. Exactly as Marx said, men do not make their history just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves. They have to enter into relations of production in order to use their productive forces with the same necessity as they have to use their hands to fashion their implements of production. Such things are, for us, necessary, inevitable, unavoidable. To know what are our actual circumstances, what are the issues, and what we can and cannot do about them, science must distinguish the accidental in our circumstances from the necessary, the avoidable from the unavoidable. Not to do so is to draw back from scientific analysis and decline to face facts. Secondly, having demonstrated the necessity or unavoidability of the class struggle, Marx concluded that the class struggle provides the dynamic whereby historical issues are decided. The given relations of production contain the class divisions, and action to change the relations of production is action to change the class relations, that is, class struggle. And finally, his analysis of the capitalist production relations and the class struggle under capitalism led to the conclusion that these relations and the corresponding class struggle will persist until such time as the working classes succeed in winning the political power to institute social ownership and social appropriation, which means expropriating the capitalist class. That is what he called the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is the only way to settle the issue of adapting production relations to modern forces of production, and when it is accomplished there will be a classless society. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the 156. Proletariat has the plain meaning that this is the only way in which it can be finished. It cannot but go on until that outcome takes place. From the very circumstances of its existence the working class cannot but continue to oppose exploitation, and the only way it can get rid of what it opposes is by winning political power and using that power to reorganize social relations. And so, apart from what the Communist Manifesto described as the mutual destruction of the contending classes, or outside intervention, the dictatorship of the proletariat and the transition to a classless society is the unavoidable, that is, necessary or inevitable. Outcome. It is clear that this theory of the necessity of the class struggle and of the dictatorship of the proletariat is no unconditional prophecy but a straightforward scientific analysis. It is a scientific analysis which supps a program and a guide to action for the working class struggle, based on sober scientific recognition of the whole social situation. To argue that the theory is wrong, it would have to be argued that the general idea of adaptation of relations of production to forces of production is wrong, and that the analysis of capitalist relations of production is wrong. But Dr. Popper, with his critique of historicism, dodges the issue by arguing that the very concepts employed by the theory are historicist rather than scientific. He can do this only by making out that the theory means something different from what it says. To know the meanings of words as they are used in statements, one must always take those words and statements in their context, with their implications. The secret of the Mad Tea Party type of discussion he's in refusing to do this. Certain philosophers have tried to dim senses of the words necessity and inevitability, which give us absolute or inexorable necessity in nature and human affairs, and absolute inevitability. A model for this was the well-known theorem of Spinoza, that the effect follows from the cause with the same necessities. Side as the three angles of a triangle make two right angles. It is evident, however, that the word necessity has a different sense when we talk about some event necessarily happening from what it has when we talk about the three angles of a triangle necessarily making two right angles. This is evident, for one thing, because for angles to add up to two right angles is not an event, and for another, because to say so and so necessarily happens is not incompatible with saying MSTORICISM and MSTORICAL. Prediction 157. Under other imaginable circumstances something else could have happened. For discussing what happens, the relevant categories are those of possibility and impossibility, and these are the categories employed by the sciences, including the science of society. Scientific thinking reaches conclusions about what is possible and what is impossible relative to a given set of circumstances. On the other hand, inexorable necessity, absolute inevitability, fate, destiny, and so forth, are absolutes. The inexorably necessary is supposed to happen, and the destined path is inexorably taken, regardless of circumstances. Such absolutes are ahen to science, and apply only in the fantastic world offals abstraction. Of necessity it may be remarked that the opposite of impossibility is possibility and not necessity. In the context of possibility, as defined by science, the word necessary has the sense of impossible without or impossible unless. Thus the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat because THI is the only way it can finish, and because the class aim of emancipation from exploitation is impossible to reach without establishing first a system of political power to abolish exploitation. Successful politics, then, demands the appreciation of necessity, that is to say, of the necessary conditions without which the possible cannot be achieved, but with the satisfaction of which it will be achieved. And this appreciation is afforded by social and political science. The essential teaching of Marxism for working-class politics is that emancipation from exploitation and class struggle can only be achieved through the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx was talking about unavoidable conditions of human action, about the only ways in which unavoidable issues can be FMAUI settled. In the HGHT of these considerations about necessity and inevitability, and the preceding analysis of the logical character of scientific social prediction, we can now, I think, detect the further misunderstanding which Dr. Popper perpetrates when he concludes that Marx's historicism was in contradiction to what he calls Marx's activism. Dr. Popper says that to speak of what the class struggle necessarily leads to, and to make a long-term prediction, is incompatible with the activist point of view which promotes organization for realizing the prediction and admits that without the organization the prediction will not come true. For if something is fated to happen, or will happen with inexorable necessity, Why advocate going to any trouble to make sure it does happen? 158. The historicist method, writes Dr. Popper, implies that society will necessarily change through stages predetermined by inexorable necessity. Hence it teaches the futility of any attempt to alter impending changes, a peculiar variety of fatism. Admit. Tedley, Tri-activist exhortation. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it, may find much sympathy with historicists. But it is in conflict with the most significant doctrines of historicism. For as we now see, we may say, the historicist can only interpret social development and aid it in various ways. His point, however, is that nobody can change it. Dr. Popper begins by merely begging the question, since, as we have already seen, Marx's method was not historicist, nor did his conclusions imply that historical necessity is inexorable. But he ends with sheer nonsense. When Marx said the point is to change it, he clearly meant that the point is, by understanding the way changes operate, to bring about controlled changes. He did not mean to change the ways things change. It is quite true that nobody can change the basic ways human beings have to set about their affairs. We cannot change social development in such a way as to do by willpower or magic things which hitherto we have done with our hands, nor can we change it in such a way that we do not have to adapt relations of production to forces of production, nor, when modern forces of production are fettered by capitalism, can we change the situation into one in which capitalist relations cease to act as fetters. But this does not imply that we cannot change the world in a controlled way, if once we arrive at an objective analysis of circumstances and of the means and limitations of our actions. It does not mean that we cannot with the aid of scientific analysis effectively organize to make history, though it does mean, of course, that we still can't make it just as we please. But no one but a fool would think that either individually or collectively people have power to do just as they please. As regards the peculiar variety of fatism, the judgment about whether a scientific analysis of social circumstances implies fatism and the futility of any attempt to alter impending changes depends entirely on one's point of view and what changes one wants to make or prevent. From the point of view of someone who proposes to rise on the wings of a dove, the Newtonian theory of gravitation no doubt propounds a peculiar variety of fatism. It says you just can't do it. MSTORICISM and FFLSTORICAL. Prediction 159. From the point of view of the capitalist class, Marx's theory is certainly fatalistic. It says, you cannot contrive a managed capitalism, you cannot do away with the class struggle, you cannot keep the system going indefinitely. It does not go so far as to say you can do nothing to block socialist advance, but it does say, you can never block it once for all, but will have to keep on blocking it until finally it blocks you. As a further offense against capitalism, it offers practical advice to socialists as to how to demolish HST blocks. From the point of view of the working class, on the other hand, it is not fatalist at all. It explains the situation, says what to do, and predicts that it will be done. Dr. Popper's critique does no more than voice the natural dissatisfaction of HST apologists with an objective analysis of capitalism and its possibilities of development. Any scientific analysis is bound to be fatistic from the point of view of those interested in doing what cannot be done. 6. Science and Utopia. After what has been said about historicism, it is perhaps unnecessary to add much more in relation to Dr. Popper's further allegations about essentialism, hoism, and utopianism. According to Dr. Popper, Marxist science claims to discover and describe the hidden reality or essence which must unfold itself in change. Well, Marxist science certainly does claim to discover and describe processes going on amongst men in society, relations into which men enter with nature and with one another, which men cannot avoid entering into and conducting, and which do, inevitably, whether men are aware of it or not, determine the character of the social changes they make and condition their conscious activities. In this respect, however, the discoveries of Marxist science about men are no different in kind from the discoveries of any other empirical science about anything else. Chemists, for instance, observing chemical phenomena, and wishing to explain them, try to discover processes and relations which determine and condition the phenomena. They try to discover what is really happening when those phenomena happen. In this sense, chemistry certainly claims to discover the hidden reality, or, as Dr. Popper has also expressed it, the realities which he behind the appearances. But no one accuses chemists of essentialism. L60. Marx said that men always enter into relations of production in order to deploy their forces of production, that this has involved them in class struggles, and that history is the history of class struggles. This is how men carry on. Indeed, it is how men inevitably or necessarily, or essentially carry on, in view of the physical organization of the individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. This fact was hidden, and it required some research to uncover it. It was a scientific discovery, like other scientific discoveries. It was no more a product of methodological essentialism than any other scientific discovery. It was no more a discovery of the hidden essence than any physical, chemical, or biological discovery discovers essences. Marx was not concerned with essences but with real relations of human individuals, which, as he and Engels said in the German ideology, can be verified in a purely empirical way. Finally, we come to Hoism and utopianism. According to Dr. Popper, Hoism is interested in the development, not of aspects of social fait, but of society as a whole, and considers that one can only properly understand particular aspects by seeing how they are determined by the whole. And utopianism is bound up with Hoism, because the utopian does not aim at changing particular aspects but the whole. Marx was certainly interested in the development of society as a whole. He was interested in the development of society as a whole in the same way as a biologist, for instance, is interested in the development of the organism as a whole. That does not make either the Marxist or the biologist into a host. Neither is interested in the whole to the exclusion of the aspects, for each knows perfectly well that the whole is the product of the complex interactions of the parts. The biologist understands the organism as a complex of interrelated having cells, and similarly the Marxist understands society as a complex of interrelated living individuals. The having parts have an interrelation. Of course, it is their mode of interrelation which determines the overall character and behavior of the whole, of the organism or of the society. And at the same time, the ways in which the parts are interrelated and interact and function, as parts of the whole, determines the specific character and properties of each part. A cell which is a cell of some organism is a bone cell or a nerve cell or a muscle cell, and so not the same as a cell that has all on its own, just as an individual person gets his individuality from his being bomb into MSTORICISM and MSTORICAL prediction L6L. Educated in and functioning in a society, and would not have this individuality outside society. An organism is not formed by fully fashioned individual cells, each complete independently of the organism, coming together to form an organism, nor is a society formed by fully fashioned individuals, each a complete human person independently of social fait, coming together to form a society. Further, just as the organism grows and changes by a process of all the cells functioning and relating themselves to one another to obtain the means of life from the environment, so does society grow and change by a process of all the individuals functioning and relating themselves to one another to obtain the means of fait. Marx's investigation of society led him, however, to conclude that a society is nevertheless in important respects not much like a biological organism. The individuals who make up society are human organisms, so naturally the relations they enter into as human organisms obtaining their means of life by social production are of an entirely different kind from those the cells of a having organism enter into as cells of that organism. His views about society were arrived at by investigating the relations individuals enter into in forming a society, and not deduced from some abstract comparison of societies with organisms. His analysis of the social process, that is, of the relations individuals enter into in order to obtain the means of fe, and of the consequences of their entering into those relations, led him to the conclusion that, to change society, the key thing to do is to change the relations of production in adaptation to productive forces. He concluded that then, when that is done, with the change of the economic foundation, the whole immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. And this conclusion, a consequence of the analysis, is verified by the facts of history. A verification Ulich thus verifies the analysis of which it is the consequence. In what way is this conclusion from a normal type of scientific analysis either host or utopian? Marx did not say that one must first change the whole, and that only by that means could one change the aspects. Of course, it is as absurd or utopian to seek to change the whole without studying and doing something about the aspects as it is to seek to understand the development of the whole without studying the aspects in their complex interrelationship. What Marx did do, and what Marx did say, was precisely what normal scientific method requires us to do and say. He studied the various aspects of society to find out how the whole is constituted and I-52 develops, and out of this study he discovered what are the key relations determining overall development, and said that, to change society, one must concentrate on finding how to change those key relations. On the other hand, it is not very difficult to see that the opposition which Dr. Popper has inferred, between Marx's alleged Huism on the one hand, and the alleged anti-Huism of science, is an absurdity. Societies have in fact in common with having organisms the feature that in each there occur certain kinds of Fe process, the disruption of which is followed by death or dist integration of the whole. It is essential in any sort of scientific account of processes of this description that the given process should be studied as a whole to FMD out, that is to say, how the parts interact in order to produce the whole process, and why, if the whole disintegrates, parts can no longer exist as before, being no longer parts of the whole. This entails, in particular, investigating the mechanisms of feedback by which what happens in one part produces effects which react back on other parts, so as to keep the whole intact. Clearly, such feedback processes are characteristic of the organism or of the society as a whole, and cannot be studied except in the context of studying how the whole is maintained and develops. When Marx studied capitalist society, examining at one level the processes of the circulation of capital, and at another level those of the class struggle, he was studying how the process of society goes on under capitalism, was discovering the disruptions it undergoes, and accordingly working out proposals as to what should be done and what changes should be made in order to enable social production and consumption to continue without these sorts of disruptions. So when we examine Marx's ideas and conclusions, we find that all Dr. Popper's clamorous allegations about historicism, essentialism, holism, and utopianism, Ulich have so greatly impressed so many people whose prejudices made them want to be impressed, are sheer misrepresentation and mythology. In telling us what Marxism means, Dr. Popper produces only a very stupid travesty of Marxism. Is, he asserts, amounts to a devastating criticism and destroys all the scientific pretensions of Marxism once for all. Certainly, die Marx whom Dr. Popper puts up to prosecute for ideological errors in Wonderland shows very high understanding of historicism and historical prediction. I-63. The concepts or methods of the sciences. But as we have seen, and as we shall see again and again in what follows, the real Marx is perfectly conversant with the methods of science and with various scientific truths which Dr. Popper proclaims with the intention of confounding him, and the real Marx drew scientific conclusions which Dr. Popper, for his parade of a truly scientific outlook, only misrepresents and evades. It is in these misrepresentations and evasions contained in Dr. Popper's refutations of Marxism that misunderstandings about the character of scientific method and of scientific conclusions are to be found. As for Marx, he approached the investigation of social phenomena, and the proposal of social remedies, in a thoroughly scientific manner. 2. Problems of social science. Marx applied the normal methods of scientific inquiry to the study of human society, and formulated the fundamental hypotheses underlying social sciences. His credentials are similar to those of any other foundation layer in other sciences. His propositions can be tested and, far from propounding a theoretical system to answer all questions and account for everything finally and completely, he began an investigation for others to carry further. But that marks of scientific method, already well established for the study of nature, to the study of society, does not mean that he set about the job as though there were no difference between studying natural and social processes. For different kinds of processes different techniques of inquiry have to be devised, with different kinds of hypotheses and appropriate methods for testing them. Social processes, unlike mechanical, physical, chemical or biological processes, are the results of self-conscious agents acting with deliberation or passion. Possibly one may study how deliberations and passions are engendered in individuals as one may study how, say, chemical reactions are engendered. But the way in which the actions of human beings make up the processes of society precludes the systematic investigation of the latter by artificially setting up experiments, as is done in, say, chemistry. As Marx said in the preface to Capital, here neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. Moreover, not only do the phenomena investigated thus differ in the way they are brought about, but there is the further difference that to investigate social activities is itself a social activity and introduces a new factor into the phenomena investigated. Physicists have had to reckon with the fact that to investigate electrons a beam of electrons is employed, so that the investigation interferes with what is investigated. Nevertheless, to use electrons to investigate electrons does not alter the ways electrons behave by creating for them the power to do what they otherwise could not do. When people, on the other hand, gain knowledge of their own social relations and their mode of science applied to politics I-65. Development, that gain of knowledge is the gain of a new power for changing and developing their social relations. That Marx succeeded where others had failed in finding how to study society scientifically was due, amongst other things, to his recognition that studying social processes is not at all the same thing as studying natural processes. In his observations about scientific method, Dr. Popper has very rightly and properly pointed out that the old idea of empiricist philosophers, that science proceeds simply by accumulating observations and then making inductions from observations, does not correspond to the logic of scientific inquiry. That is not how science proceeds, or could proceed. Science starts from problems, and not from observations, he writes. The conscious task before the scientist is always the solution of a problem through the construction of a theory which solves the problem. Every worthwhile new theory raises new problems. The most lasting contribution to the growth of scientific knowledge that a theory can make are the new problems which it raises, so that we are led back to the view of science and of the grow-carrot of knowledge as always starting from, and always ending with problems of an ever-increasing depth, and an ever-increasing fertility in suggesting new problems. As I said at the beginning of this book, Marx laid the foundations of social science by finding the right problems to tackle. To FMD the problems of science is also to define the subject matter of science. Formulating the problems, Marxism at the same time enables us to define the subject matter of the inquiry. It thus becomes a true scientific discipline. Human society consists of nothing but interrelated human individuals. So naturally, social science is an inquiry into what human individuals do, and how they are able to satisfy their needs in their social intercourse. but the problems and subject matter of social science are not those of the physiology and psychology of human individuals, their individual activities and reactions. Individuals create and sustain society by entering into social relations with one another, and it is the social relations which are the subject matter of social science and set its problems. Dr. Popper has criticized under the name of psychologism the view that the fundamental question for social science is to understand the psychology of human individuals, and that all social phenomena are direct effects of psychological causes. Crude examples of psycho. L66. Logism are the theory that individuals need a father figure, and so we get monarchies, and are aggressive, and so we get wars. The fact is that social phenomena, such as monarchies and wars, are consequent upon the social relations into which individuals have entered. Indeed, individuals acquire their human individuality only in social relations, and behave differently in different social relations, though naturally, as Marx and Engels also pointed out, to explain the social relations. And what people do in them we must always take into account the physical organization of the individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. Perhaps the most important criticism of psychologism is that it fails to understand the main task of the explanatory social sciences. Writes Dr. Popper. This task is the discovery and explanation of the less obvious dependencies within the social sphere. He justly praises Marx for opposing psychologism. But what he fails to note is that, opposing psychologism, Marxism has well defined the main task of the explanatory social sciences, leading to the discovery and explanation of the less obvious dependencies. The main task of the explanatory social sciences is to describe and explain social relations, in abstraction from individuals who enter into them. The dependencies discovered and explained are the dependencies of social relations. Clearly, to speak of social relations is to speak of what numbers of unspecified individuals do in association. A social relation is a relation of individuals. But to describe social relations does not require specification of the individuals who enter into them, and social relations persist while individuals come and go. This shows, incidentally, why Marx spoke of the force of abstraction as replacing, in social science, microscopes and chemical reagents. A relation cannot be laid out under a microscope, nor can it be separated out and put to work like a chemical reagent. To study social relations independent of the individuals who enter into them requires the force of abstraction. Dr. Popper himself recognizes this. In the social sciences, we cannot see and observe our objects before we have thought about them, he says. For most of the objects of social science, if not all of them, are abstract objects. Marx put it rather more clearly, but the point is the same. As we have seen, Marx's fundamental propositions for the social sciences were arrived at by asking what is the necessary condition for people to enter into social relations at all. People must socially produce their material means of life, and enter into relations of production. Science applied to politics 167. Corresponding to their social forces of production. Having reached that conclusion, he went on to study how people change their relations of production, and this entails the study of the interdependencies of social relations in processes of social change. The key problems for social science, he showed, are not problems of the actions and motivations of individuals but of the formation and interdependence of social relations. Social relations change and develop. The problem of how the change and development is brought about and of the laws which govern it, the main problem of the scientific understanding of society and its history, is the problem of analyzing and sorting out the interdependence of social relations. The laws regulating society and its development are expressed as generalist statements of such interdependence. Social science thus abstracts from individuals and deals with social relations. It is not concerned with individual but with aggregate humanity, with the consequences of the interactions of large numbers, and not with the individual peculiarities of this and that person. The laws which it formulates, therefore, to the effect that some social relations depend on others, which are laws governing all change in social relations, are laws applying to aggregates of individuals, not to the individuals who make up the aggregates. And the predictions which it enables us to make are predictions about the overall consequences of large numbers of individual interactions. All this seems, in principle, not only fairly clear but also in fair accord with Dr. Popper's own justified remarks about scientific method. Dr. Popper, however, now proceeds to some further criticism of Marx's allegedly historicist views about the laws governing social processes. According to historicism, he says, sociological laws, or the laws of social fait, differ in different places and periods. Consequently, the only universally valid laws of society must be the laws which link up successive periods. They must be laws of historical development which determine the transition from one period to another. Historicists, of whom Marx was a famous one, think they have found the one great law which determines social development. And this law is an evolutionary law, which says that social development follows a certain course in the sequence of periods and the transition from one period to another. Such a claim, says Dr. Popper, is very easy to refute. Can there be a law of evolution? He asks. I believe that the answer to this L68 question must be no, and that the search for the law of the unvarying order of evolution cannot possibly fall within the scope of scientific method, whether in biology or in sociology. My reasons are very simple. The evolution of life on Earth, or of human society, is a imic historical process. Such a process, we may assume, proceeds in accordance with all kinds of causal laws, for example, the laws of mechanics, of chemistry, of heredity and segregation, of natural selection, etc. Its description, however, is not a law, but only a singular historical statement. Universal laws make assertions concerning some unvarying order, i.e., concerning all processes of a certain kind. But we cannot hope to test a universal hypothesis nor to find a natural law acceptable to science if we are forever confined to the observation of one unique process. Nor can the observation of one unique process help us to foresee its future development. But these remarks have no more relevance to the sociological laws or laws of social evolution discovered by Marx than they have to the laws of organic evolution discovered by Darwin. Darwin's explanatory theory about organic evolution did not consist in propounding the law that organic evolution invariably or universally proceeds from marine invertebrates, through fishes, reptiles, and mammals, to man. Of course, organic evolution on the Earth is a unique process, so there cannot be a universal law that it always proceeds in one unvarying order. Darwin's explanatory theory was the theory of natural selection, which explains how the unique evolution has taken place. Similarly, Marx's explanatory theory about social evolution did not consist in propounding the law that society always develops from primitive communism, through slavery to feudism and capita HSM. Society has not always developed HKE, that it has only happened once. His explanatory theory was a theory about the interdependence of social relations, with the basic dependence of production relations on the forces of production and of other relations on production relations, which not only explains how the unique evolution has taken place but how to continue it in the direction of satisfying human needs. Marx's theory showed cogently enough why social organization had to start at the level of primitive communism, how private property developed and what effects it had, why certain conditions had to be achieved before others could be entered into, and, finally, that we can only solve the contradictions of capitalism I-69 by advancing to socialism. But as usual, Dr. Popper refutes Marx by making out that Marx talked historicist nonsense. Having done so, however, Dr. Popper proceeds to talk nonsense himself. Because social evolution is a unique process, he concludes that history is characterized by its interest in actual, singular, or specific events, rather than in laws or generalizations, and that this distinguishes historical from theoretical or explanatory sciences. The historian, interested in one unique sequence, cannot hope to find any universal law governing the sequence. But why ever not? The historical sequence is in fact governed by the law that people always adapt their relations of production to their forces of production. Why should not historians be interested in such a law? It is universally true, and without it they cannot explain the sequence but only describe it. Finally, if one takes into account the laws which Marx actually discovered, it is evident that the idea that sociological laws differ in different places and periods and that the only universally valid laws of society must be the laws which link up successive periods is as nonsensical as all the rest of Dr. Popper's infecitious lucubrations. The basic law which Marx formulated is always valid, whether in the development of a single period or in the transition from one to another. Of course, when a specific set of social relations come into being, there are interdependencies between them which do not operate in other circumstances, when those relations are not present. However, that means that the laws which link up successive periods, far from being the only universally valid laws, operate only in the specific link-up. The way in which a unique, unrepeatable, irreversible process of development can happen in accordance with universal laws is really quite simple. It does not mean, as Dr. Popper makes out Marx the famous historicist meant, that the process always follows a certain order. That is obviously nonsense, for if it only happens once then it does not always happen. The order of the process, the order in which stage follows stage, the necessity of one stage preceding or being followed by another, is the consequence of the working out of Leo. The laws. It is what the laws explain, and so is not itself the law. The laws are of the form that certain relations always depend on certain other relations. Whatever relations are formed, their laws always operate. According to Marx's theory of sociological laws, relations of production depend on forces of production. People change their forces of production in the development of their productive intercourse with nature, and so change their relations of production, and so the unique, irreversible stage-by-stage development of social economic formations of human society takes place. This makes good scientific sense and is empirically verifiable in terms of what people do. No more than the operation of sociological laws means that every social event and social change is predetermined or fated, does it? Mean that people are moved about like pawns in the grip of historical necessity. On the contrary, as Engels said, and as we know from experience anyway, nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim, and people face choices and act of their own volition. But relying on certain productive forces, to have by which they have entered into certain production relations, what people do and can do only at they intend to do, and what actually comes of their doing it is conditioned by the relations into which they have entered with nature and with one another for obtaining their means of life, and the interdependencies of these relations. That is an objective condition of life from the limitations of which we can no more escape than we can from the limitations of our mortal bodies. But the better we understand such objective conditions, the less do they appear as limitations. The better we understand what cannot be done, the better do we understand what can be done, and how to do it. Speaking of the conscious volitional character of human actions, Engels went on to say, Ludwig Feuerbach, Chapter 4, that nevertheless that which is willed happens but rarely. In the majority of instances the numerous desired ends cross and conflict with one another, or these ends themselves are from the outset incapable of realization, or the means for attaining them are insufficient. Consequently, the many individual VLs active in history for the most part produce results quite other than those they intended, often quite the opposite. Their motives therefore in relation to the total result are likewise only of secondary significance. To explain what happens in history, it is not enough to say that people act from certain motives. Their actions are, of course, motivated, and the explanation of what happens includes the description of the motivations. But motives cross and conflict, and, as it works out, what happens is, more often than not, what no one intended. To explain both human motivations, and the results, both intended and unintended, of their motivated actions, it is also necessary to take into account the interdependence of social relations, which exhibit laws quite independent of anything people may intend or think. In remarking that the task of the social sciences is the discovery and explanation of the less obvious dependencies within the social sphere, Dr. Popper proceeds to conclude that the main task of the social sciences is the task of analyzing the unintended social repercussions of intentional human actions. This conclusion only illustrates once again Dr. Popper's unfortunate tendency to talk nonsense. Why ever should the task of the social sciences be restricted to tracing the unintended social repercussions of intentional actions? For the better we can discover and explain the less obvious dependencies within the social sphere, the better can we judge what can and cannot be done, and so the less will the social repercussions of our intentional actions be unintended. Put together, Dr. Popper's two definitions of the task of the social sciences make nonsense. For success in carrying out the first task emanates the second. In studying the laws of development of society, and pointing out that their operation explains the results of human actions irrespective of intentions, Marx and Engels made it quite clear that, once these laws are understood, it becomes possible to project plans of action, based on an objective analysis of circumstances, in which the results will be brought more and more, in a controlled way, within the scope of the intentions. As with other sciences, success in social sciences increases our power to fit our intentions to our capabilities and to bring about what we intend. All knowledge is power. It follows that knowledge about our own social activities makes possible a change in the character of our social activities. When we have enough of it, and have built an organization for using it, we can base our intentions on knowledge of our circumstances and needs, and carry them out. Politics, it has been well said, is the art of the possible. This description of poetics makes it clear how social science appears in poetics. For in science we discover what is possible and what is not, and how what is possible gets brought about. In social science, the study of social relations, we discover the conditions and possibilities of human action. In the management of social affairs, we discover how given social relations limit possibilities. We discover the conditions for changing social relations and what possibilities such changes open up. We discover how social relations establish class distinctions and divergent or antagonistic class interests, and what possibilities there are for the pursuit of those interests. Poetics is a social activity, an art or a science, or however one likes to describe it, which certain people undertake in definite social circumstances on behalf of definite interests. It is concerned with government, with the management of people by means of the control and direction of institutions. In politics, divergent interests are pursued. It is a struggle between poetical rivals, each with his own poesy or his own poetics. And, underlying all other poetical divisions, there are always the divisions of class interests. For the most part, poetics consists of a complicated game of move and counter-move, in which each party seeks some immediate advantage or to avoid some immediate danger, and while all parties may claim a far-sighted vision of what they will achieve in the future, in practice they simply follow their noses as they smell out where their interest is. The poetical struggle is waged in the name of all kinds of principles, ideals, and universal ends. But in effect each party pursues its particular sectional interest. As Marx caustically observed in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, as in private affair one differentiates between what a man thinks and says of himself and what he really is and does, so one must distinguish still more the phrases and fancies of parties from their real interests, their conception of themselves from their reality. Thus the Tories of England long imagined they were enthusiastic about monarchy, church and the beauties of the old English constitution, until the day of danger wrung from them the confession that they are only enthusiastic about ground rent. Political parties, in the form of more or less permanent organizations with membership, officials, program, and rules, are products of I-73. Modem democracy. Combinations of place seekers are as old as government itself. But with democratic institutions, rulers and would-be rulers had to do more than gang up together in order to rule. In many cases they have felt, and some continue to feel, the same disdain for the electorate as Shakespeare depicted Coriolanus as feeling when he had to stand here and beg of Hob and Dick and wished the plebs would wash their faces and keep their teeth clean. But more astute than Coriolanus, they have managed to build party organizations to nominate rulers, campaign for support of them, and make Hob, Dick, and their wives think their views are being consulted. Parties are not necessarily formed with the open intention of promoting the interests of any one class. But they can be neither stable nor long-lasting except as political organizations of a class. A party which no interest could regard as its own would stand high chance in politics compared with the parties of each interest. For only when the ideas of a party and the policies it carries out correspond near enough to a class interest is the support forthcoming to maintain the party organization. A party is kept up by a class interest, and bases its practical calculations of policy on the promotion of that interest in interaction with others. Hence the complicate interplay between politicians concerned with office and citizens concerned with the uses to which the power of office is put, leads to the result that a class sets up its own political parties, and political parties act as the political representatives of classes. By means of politics a class promotes its economic interest, and by the control of political power establishes and augments its economic power. In these conditions Marx and Engels stated, as long ago as 1850 in the address of the Central Committee to the Communist League, the need to establish an independent workers' party and make each section the central point and nucleus of workers' societies in which the attitude and interests of the proletariat will be discussed independently of bourgeois influences. The object of political parties is power to hold office in the power institutions so as to carry out a policy. Without a political party a class J cannot win power. Various organizations which work for the economic interest of a class, or which in connection with this or that item of public policy aim at bringing pressure to bear on those who hold power, or which undertake ideological and cultural work, are of vital importance in the life of a class. But their action is dispersed and, with 174 out a political party, does not add up to a struggle for power. So a class which is to come to power, and so be able to transform society in its own image and in its own interests, must organize politically. Accordingly in Rule QA of the First International, drafted by Marx and adopted at the Hague Congress in 1872, it was laid down that in its struggle against the collective power of the possessing classes the proletariat can act as a class only by constituting itself a distinct political party, opposed to all the old parties formed by the possessing classes. Politics is often described as a dogfight. The introduction of science into this dogfight was a consequence of the birth of the working class movement and of socialist politics. The working class movement brought something new into politics, because it meant that for the first time the masses of working people could constitute a permanently organized political force in opposition to their rulers, and this in turn meant new forms of democratic organization and new ideas of democratic government. To begin with, the working class organizations tended to seek no more than immediate demands for improved working and having conditions, and to support one or other of the traditional ruling parties in pursuit of these. But with working class organization itself the natural product of the development of modern forces of production, the aim became practical of FMAUI doing away with all exploitation of man by man, and planning social production for the satisfaction of the needs of all. So the science of socialism was evolved, to demonstrate the practicality of this aim and the means to achieve it. The working class movement could not successfully pursue its long-term interest unless it based its politics on science. The theory of scientific socialism had to be worked out and its fundamental principles stated, then to be learned, studied, applied, tested in practice and developed. The working out of the theory can be said to have been commissioned by the newborn working class movement, inasmuch as it was that movement that needed the theory, and groups of workers began to discuss the problems of revolutionary poetry and organization. But the synthesis of vast data drawn from experience into a scientific theory could not emerge as it were spontaneously out of the mass movement itself, since it required long and exacting work of scientific research. This work could only be done by scholars, by intellectuals. The men who originally worked on the theory did not themselves work in factories or mines. But they could do the job only because they were aware of what went on in factories. 175. And mines, and devoted their activity entirely to the cause of the workers' movement with which they identified themselves. They were able to create the theory of scientific socialism because, first, they were from the outset concerned with the injustices and contradictions of society as they found it and were resolved to find a solution. Second, they could draw on the past heritage of progressive science and philosophy and could see at the same time the insufficiency of past ideas to the present problems. And third, they recognized in the working class movement the movement of the future. The founders of scientific socialism were not separate from the working class movement, teachers who stepped in to give instruction, but workers in it and leaders of it. They worked out the theory for the movement, introduced it into the movement, and then fought for its acceptance and understanding. Scientific socialism, like other scientific theory, can only be developed in its use. Its development could take place only in the working class movement, and the movement could only become united and capable of achieving political power when it had made the theory of scientific socialism its own. A political party is the only organization which can thus carry science into the movement. And only by doing so can a political party provide the political leadership for the mass movement to win power and build socialism. A working class party should consciously set out to serve the interests of the class. As Marx and Engels made clear in the Communist Manifesto, this does not mean, in the case of a party capable of leading the class to win power, that it bases its policy on nothing but the clamor of immediate and sectional demands, but that it brings to the front the common interest and in the movement of the present takes care of the future of the movement. The party's standpoint is a class standpoint. It does not claim to adopt a God's eye point of view in forming its judgments, but the point of view of the working class. This does not mean, however, that the party accepts the ideas of workers, whatever they may be. On the contrary, many ideas in workers' heads are implanted there by their rulers, or are merely the crude reflections of degrading conditions of life and help to perpetuate them. So the Workers' Party must try to lead workers to change their ideas. For Marxism, a class standpoint in ideas is not the mere echo of the ideas which most members of a class happen to entertain at a particular time and place. A class standpoint in ideas means developing ideas in conformity with the objective require. 176. Means of the class for developing its way of life, its means of livelihood. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx explained that the relation between the political representatives of a class and the class they represent consists in the fact that the former work out in their ideas the same problems and solutions to each material interests and social position drive the latter practically. In the case of the political representatives of the small trading class, about whom Marx was writing, he concluded that this meant that in their minds they do not get beyond the limits which the class does not get beyond in fait. In the case of working class ideas it is not so much a matter of not getting beyond limits as of getting beyond them. Whether most workers know it or not, the problems and solutions to which material interests and social position drive the working class are problems of escaping from exploitation and solutions by making social production serve social welfare. And these are the problems and solutions which the political representatives of the class have to work out in ideas. Whereas the other classes are driven to try to keep inside the limits within which they have, and their political representatives wear blinkers so as not to see beyond them, the working class is driven to try to get out of the limits within which it has, and the job of its political representatives is to think out the corresponding problems, the solution of which demands the strict methodology of science. Marx maintained, then, that a successful political party of the working class must make itself the bearer of scientific socialist theory, and must preserve it, work it out and introduce it, and the practice of being guided by it, into the entire working class movement. Thus it must become the vehicle for achieving what he maintained was the first essential for the victory of Socia-HSM. The combination of scientific socialism with the mass working class movement. Scientific inquiry always discloses possibilities for human action. For those interested, it teaches us how to do things they did not know how to do before. It makes possible practical achievements scarcely dreamed of, because it discloses the actual conditions for these things being brought about and how to bring them about. Marxist science shows the working classes how it is possible to achieve emancipation. This was not known before social relations were investigated scientifically and the laws of development of society disclosed. Marxist science shows the necessary conditions for emancipation. 177. And one of the conditions is that the movement should base its practice on scientific theory and that socialism should become a science. Marxism shows further that the emancipation movement of the modem working classes is the final phase of a series of class struggles which began when the development of property first divided society into antagonistic classes. Summing up the conclusions of the Communist Manifesto in his preface to the 1888 English edition, Engels wrote, "The history of class struggles forms a series of evolutions in which, today, the stage has been reached where the exploited and oppressed class, the proletariat, cannot attain its emancipation from the sway of the exploiting and ruling class, the bourgeoisie, without, at the same time, and once for all, emancipating society at large from all exploitation, oppression, class distinction, and class struggles. Emancipation has its necessary conditions, and its practical possibility can only be reached if action, based on scientific appreciation of necessity, observes them. One such condition is the waging of class struggle. Another is to carry on the struggle to the point where exploitation, oppression, class distinction, and class struggles are deliberately removed. Marxist science, then, appeals in politics because it works out how to win working class emancipation and thereby emancipate the whole of society. Now, of course, a scientific demonstration is a demonstration. If it is valid, it is valid not only for some people but for everyone, just as if a statement is true, it is true, whether anyone chooses to believe it or not. Nevertheless, it is only for the working classes that Marxist science demonstrates how to win emancipation, because they are the people who need it and are interested in it. That does not mean that it true only for one class and not for another. It is true for anyone, but not everyone is interested in this truth. It shows the possibility to those interested in it and whose action is required to reach it. What Marxism says is as true for the ruling classes as for the working classes, as the former occasionally find to their cost. But while it shows the working classes how to do away with exploitation, far from showing the ruling classes how to perpetuate exploitation, it shows that to do so is impossible, and this truth is not and cannot be acceptable to them. Naturally, therefore, social science, with its applicability in politics, becomes a class science. This is another and very important way in which, as Marx well understood, it differs in its methods and application from the natural sciences. According to Dr. Popper, Marxism applies in politics by demonstrating, not what it is possible to do, but what must inevitably take place. Dr. Popper's Marxists base politics on prophecy. They are a kind of political astronomers. For just as astronomers might say, there is going to be an eclipse of the sun, so turn on the lights, Dr. Popper's Marxists say, the revolution is coming, so close the ranks. But in politics one has to reckon, first and foremost, with facts, with actual circumstances and their practicalities. The object of politics is to alter circumstances. What Marxists actually base politics on is a scientific analysis of the circumstances in modern society. Marx scientifically investigated the character of capitalist exploitation and its effects, thus demonstrating the issues of the class struggle in modern society and the real and practical possibilities and alternatives for the alteration of our circumstances which this poses. Either capitalism continues with all its consequences in the perpetuation of poverty, conflicts, oppressions, and wars, or the working class carries on its class struggle to the point of overcoming capitalism and building socialism. Marxism scientifically demonstrates the necessary conditions for the latter. Emancipation from all exploitation and class struggles can be achieved, and can only be achieved, through the dictatorship of the proletariat. And so Marxism further works out the practical strategy and tactics of the struggle for working class power and becomes the guiding theory of revolutionary political parties. Dr. Popper regards as highly unscientific the Marxist way of understanding politics in terms of class struggle. Leaving the classes out of account, he presents politics instead in simple terms of power and control of power. Some people acquire power over others, so as to act as rulers, and politics is a matter of the acquisition of this power, and of its use and the control of its use. Men almost invariably abuse power unless their use of it is controlled. The most important thing in politics is therefore to control the use of power, for the rule to FMD how to control the rulers so as to stop abuses of power. Democratic politics is, he says, the politics of the control of the rulers by the ruled. From this point of view, he expatiates in scarified terms about the political consequences of the Marxist error of basing politics on prophecy. Marxists believe themselves destined to come to power. 179. They therefore brush aside all questions of the democratic control of power and advocate dictatorship. If they succeed in their violent endeavors to achieve what they believe to be the decree of destiny, what happens is that a group of men, or perhaps a single strong man, is put into power and all control over power collapses. But as Lord Acton warned, all power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What we inevitably get is a violent dictatorship, or tyranny. There ensues the rule of the strong man, who proceeds forcibly to control and stereotype interests and beliefs, sets up the Inquisition, the secret POHCE, and civilization disappears. I shall discuss in subsequent chapters, and in some detail, questions about democracy and dictatorship, and about the democratic principles concerning the conduct of popular organizations and their control over state power for the purposes of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which are imped by Marxism contrary to what Dr. Popper alleges. Here it may suffice to say that Dr. Popper talks of power and control of power in abstraction from the actual conditions of class interests and class struggles under which power is acquired, exercised, and controlled. Marxism, on the other hand, in the discussion of political as of all other questions, undertakes the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. Dr. Popper adopts a very abstract conception of political power, as the power of some individuals over other individuals. He opposes this as science to Marx's political analysis of class struggles, which he calls prophecy. Such a comparison only demonstrates Dr. Popper's own disregard for scientific method when it comes to discussing politics. According to Marx, politics in class-divided society is class struggle. Political parties represent the interests of classes, and the control and acquisition of power by political parties serves class interests. A working class party must seek to win political power, and to organize control over power and use power to reconstitute society on the basis of socialism. Working class political parties can and must lead the masses of the people to the building of a new world, in struggle against the old. Their politics consists in giving political leadership in the struggle to end exploitation of man by man. By and large, this is what political parties that base their policies on Marxism have done and are doing. Marxists have hammered out in practice guiding lines for the conduct of effective working class parties. The party must not only educate people in socialist ideas, but L80 Pain for socialist policies, agitating on the job and in the localities against every injustice, giving practical leadership in mass organization, and when power is won, the party becomes itself the leading mass organization through which power is both exercised and controlled. The party must train up the leading personnel, the individual leaders, whom the movement can trust in the fight against the exploiting classes, and whom it can entrust with office when the power of the exploiting classes is broken. Dr. Popper expresses strong objections to the activities of Marxist political parties, though naturally enough, none of his objections is new. According to him, any political party that bases its policies on Marxism is outside the pale in a civist community. The tolerance which Democrats in principle extend to the expression of opinions should never be stretched to countenancing the subversive activities of communists. For in a democracy the full protection of minorities should not extend to those who violate the law, and especially not to those who incite others to the violent overt lyro of the democracy. Communists, believing that their own dictatorship is decreed by fate and will represent the consummation of mankind's historical destiny, care nothing for laws and proceed lawlessly and violently to attempt to fulfill what they consider to be their historical mission. Worse still, if such parties get into power, they proceed to stereotype interests and beliefs and to introduce the Inquisition, the secret police. They ought to be firmly put down. We must, of course, plead guilty to opposing laws which protect exploiting classes. But as for lawlessness and violence, to establish socialism does not entail replacing law by lawless violence but the reform of laws. Again, in building a socialist society, interests will certainly be stereotyped to the extent that the diversity of interests, as between capitalists and wage workers, and as between competing capitalists, will disappear and a greater community of interests will emerge. Through education and propaganda the authorities must certainly endeavor to propagate beliefs corresponding to socialist interests and to oppose beliefs counter to them. And a POHCE force must certainly be maintained strong enough to defend the socialist regime against attempts to disrupt or overthrow it. The objections, however, are to fighting against exploitation, to laws which prohibit exploitation, to opposing cherished beliefs of the old order accustomed to the full protection of the establishment, and to taking post measures to protect the new science applied to politics L8L. But at the same time as he echoes all the customary execrations of anti-communist propaganda, Dr. Popper still contrives to preserve an air of scientific objectivity. He does not say that communists are evil-minded persons intent on getting power for themselves and injuring their fellow men. On the contrary, he stresses again and again that many communists are sincere and mean well, and that their aim is universal happiness. The evil happens because the actual effects of acting on communist principles are vastly different from communist intentions. They intend to bring heaven on earth, but only succeed in making it a hell. The critique of Marxism is a case of analyzing the unintended repercussions of intentional human actions. Quite inevitably, or, at all events, by the objective sequence of cause and effect, the effect of basing politics on Marxist theory is that the actions taken bring evil consequences. The effect of Marx's alleged belief in historical destiny, Dr. Popper suggests, is to make communists think themselves infallible, chosen by fate to fulfill a mission and destroy every opponent. Communists will therefore stand to no criticism, pity no suffering, and spare no violence to attain their ends. They scorn all methods of democracy which entail consultation, discussion, and paying attention to what other people say, and instead favor and themselves fall victims to the open terrorist dictatorship of a communist strongman or group of power-hungry leaders. That, he evidently thinks, is what happened in the Soviet Union. An awful warning to the rest of mankind. There a strong man was placed in supreme power. Stalin's word was law, and any criticism of his policies, and even the least doubt, was treated as a hostile act. His secret posts engaged in arbitrary arrests, imprisonment without trial or the rigging of trials, cruelties, tortures and executions. That all was not well in the Soviet Union, and that evils were perpetrated by communists, causing great and unnecessary suffering to thousands of individuals, is an established fact. Dr. Popper would give us to understand that such evils are inevitable. It is he himself, indeed, with his foreseen consequences, who tries to confound us with the doctrine of inevitability, the inevitability of the disappointment of revolutionary socialist hopes which, if they are not crushed by defeat, are even more completely frustrated by the tyranny which inevitably takes over after a revolutionary victory. But of course, Dr. Popper is no historicist. He only makes a conditional prediction: if you put a kettle on the fire it will boil, and if you let L82 Marxists get into the government they will turn it into a bloodthirsty tyranny. What Marxists derive from the Marxist theory of social relations and of how social changes are brought about is, however, a practical aim for political action, and the strategy and tactics of political struggle, derived from knowledge of the necessary conditions for reaching the aim. Socialism is presented by Marxism as a political program. And Marxism is scientific socialism because it works out the socialist political program on the basis of an objective review of facts, and not of any mythology about the destiny of mankind, and because it makes proposals for satisfying real interests rather than for reaching a utopian ideal. Marx and Engels said that history is the history of class struggles. This statement, true of history ever since class divisions appeared in human society, is incompatible with any historicist doctrine about events moving with inexorable necessity in accordance with a preset pattern. For class struggles are waged by human individuals, in the conditions of the social relations in which they find themselves. As Marx and Engels recognized whenever they set themselves to describe any actual class struggle, the actual events proceed from the action of personalities and passions of the individuals engaged in them, conditioned by and operating in the given circumstances of the time. As for the role of working class parties in events, what they do is affected by their circumstances and stage of political development, including their illusions, mistakes, uncertainties, fears, and fanaticisms, and not by decrees of destiny of which they have been vouchsafed infallible knowledge. How well they succeed in their aims, and what mistakes they commit and setbacks they experience in pursuit of them, is decided by a multitude of human causes, which historians can trace out if they look for them. To win through to emancipation, people must organize and must learn from experience. From this element of political necessity comes the vital role of working class political parties. First, the party must become the well-organized leadership of the whole movement. It must lead, not by continually disputing the right to exist of other parties and by establishing a political monopoly, but by virtue of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. Second, the I-83 party must concentrate in itself the lessons of movement's experience, so that through it the whole movement learns by experience and learns from mistakes. Only in a political party does the movement create leadership, and a leadership that learns systematically. Marxists have always been at great pains to examine and to classify the various types of mistake to which working class political parties may be prone. A party may sell out the workers' interests by compromising with exploiting classes, even to the extent of upholding their interests against those of the workers. On the other hand, it may be so uncompromising that, proclaiming mere revolutionary phrases, refusing to take circumstances into account, neglecting to build solid organization and to find AUs, it leads the workers to defeat. A party may give up or revise the theory of Marxism about the class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat. On the other hand, it may turn it into a mere dogma, into a mere set of formulas supposedly applicable in the same way at all times and in all circumstances. Again, a party may lead the workers of one nation into conflict with those of another by placing what are represented as national interests before those of the common interests of a working people. On the other hand, it may alienate itself from its own people by not recognizing, or even despising, their national interests and sentiments. There are examples enough of all these sorts of mistakes. They arise from the difficulties and dilemmas of the actual conditions of practical struggle. It is natural enough that, when Marxist parties make mistakes and get into difficulties, their enemies are quick to proclaim that whatever evils ensue are all the fault of Marxism, and go on proclaiming it for years afterwards. More than that, when Marxist parties proceed to put right their mistakes, their enemies see the chance of scoring a further point and exclaim, "Aha, you admit then that your Marxism did you no good and only led you into errors." So it was with the abuses of power, accompanying some mistakes in economic policies, which took place in the Soviet Union under Stalin's leadership. No communist and no Marxist is going to make excuses for the evils that then took place. There took place distortions of Marxist theory, mistakes in economic management, bureaucratic brutalities, arbitrariness, and crimes in methods of government, which hindered not help the building of socialism. They could not have taken place except as a result of abuses of power by individuals. 184 Presses for politics. Violations of the rule of law, and violations of the democratic conduct of revolutionary organizations, including the leading one, the Communist Party. Dr. Popper censures them no more severely than was done subsequently at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. But unlike the Marxists, he makes no attempt at analyzing in what exactly these evils consisted, how they came about, or what was the remedy. He leaves out of account every consideration about how violence of every kind is instigated and organized on a mass scale by fascism and imperialism, and instead denounces violence as the inevitable consequence of the Marxist doctrine of dictatorship. He then concludes that the universal remedy is democracy on the model of the frequently violent and dictatorial practice of the so-called free world. He may perhaps claim credit for denouncing bad practices for which Marxists were responsible at a time when Marxists failed to denounce or to remedy them. Let him. Marxists claim credit for the fact that, amid bitter struggle against both internal and external enemies, socialism was built in the Soviet Union and established on a firm foundation which completely confounds all the prognostications of anti-Marxists. Outside the Soviet Union we claim credit that we gave the one socialist country unstinting support, opposed its enemies and refused to join them, and fought the injustices, oppressions, and violence of capitalism even though this involved us in the guilt of injustices, oppressions and violence on our own side. Finally, Marxists claim credit for setting to work to get FHS which took place under Socialism put right not by the methodology many have advised as the remedy for tyranny, namely, overthrowing socialist government, but by bringing the methods of socialist government into harmony with the teachings of Marxism. This reforming process is still going on in the Soviet Union, though not smoothly or without conflicts, setbacks, errors, and injustices. Dr. Popper apparently regarded malpractices in the Soviet Union, at the time he wrote The Open Society and Its Enemies and the Poverty of Historicism, as verifications of his assertion that Marxism means tyranny. The exposure of these malpractices at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union might then be regarded as a final verification from evidence presented by Marxists themselves. But Dr. Popper has insisted that what counts is not verification but falsification. And what has actually happened has finally falsified his allegations. He could cite various facts as confirmations of his 185 assertion that communist government is tyrannical. The actual development of Socialism and the struggle for socialism falsifies it. And the actual teachings of Marx likewise falsify his allegations that Marxism is a doctrine of historical destiny which advocates violence and tyranny. A rational judgment on Marxist politics can only be reached by taking cognizance, among other things, of the history of Marxist parties, what they have done and are doing. Insisting on the fallacy of the historical method, Dr. Popper seems to prefer to base his judgment rather on a sweeping assessment of what he takes to be the essence of Marxist teachings. Essentially, he says, Marxism is dogmatic and anti-democratic. As he himself has explained as usual with judgments about essences, he then contrives to argue in a way to evade falsification. If a Marxist party is guilty of wrongdoing, it is said to be acting in character. If it does well, then it is merely acting out of character. Yet the way Marxist parties actually behave and develop gives the heat to what he says about Marxist politics. He in fact cites very little about what Marxist parties have actually done to prove his points. His chief citation is worthy of a passing remark, however. He deals at some length with the policies of Marxist parties towards fascism at the time of the rise of Hitler to power in Germany, and informs us that the communists did not fight when the fascists seized power because they thought the fascist dictatorship could only bring the revolution nearer. After all, since the revolution was bound to come, fascism could only be one of the means of bringing it about. Admittedly, a certain amount of falsification of history has on occasion been done by Marxists themselves, for polemical purposes. Bad as this was, it bears little comparison with the falsification of history by anti-Marxists, of which the above citation provides an example. The Marxist method of studying what happens puts the record straight, where it is falsified by anti-communist propaganda. The history of the international labor movement shows that the progress of Marxist parties is by no means the triumphal progress of the infallible party line which might be deduced from the doctrine of historical destiny Dr. Popper tries to foist onto us. There are many mistakes and many setbacks, as might be expected in real life. At the same time, the Marxist view that history is on our side, or that 186. Marxist parties are indestructible and sure to win in the end, is justified by the actual conditions of class struggle in the modern world. For in general, what is necessary to be done gets done in the end. And in the conditions of capitalism, the development of revolutionary parties and the persistence of their activities up to the eventual abolition of exploitation of man by man is a necessity. To oppose exploitation, to oppose oppression, to oppose war, to oppose the threat of nuclear war today, and to carry on economic and political struggle until society is so ordered as to be able to use human resources for human welfare, is a necessity. We must organize for these purposes. If mistakes are made, they must be put right. If defeats are sustained, the struggle must still go on. So it is that in the European labor movement the dominance of reformist policies has of necessity been countered by the rise of genuine revolutionary parties, the communist parties. The victory of the Russian Revolution was a decisive factor leading to the growth and consolidation of the international communist movement, and to the development of the great movement for liberation from Imperia HSM throughout the colonial world. Conditions are always changing with time, however. And they are not the same now as they were before the Second World War. We have to frame new policies accordingly. In this connection deep divisions and SPHTS appear over policies. Including, at the moment, a division within the world communist movement, turning to a great extent on questions of peace and the coexistence of socialism and capitalism, on methods of transition to socialism and the strategy of the anti-imperialist national liberation movement. There never was and there is not now a ready-made doctrine to cling to, nor a leadership appointed by destiny to lead us on a straight path and preserve us from error. What has to be rooted on, now as always, is the development of clear-headed scientific thinking about policies, taking circumstances and changes of circumstances into account. From this we have to build up the unity in action of the left. On democratic council and organization to build competent revolutionary parties chiefly depends the destiny of mankind. The overcoming of exploitation of man by man and, as Marx put it, the duration and severity of the birth pangs of a new world. The point is that the HST mode of production, th capitalist economic and political power, cannot but engender a struggle against I-87. It by exploited classes, that this struggle has got to find leadership. That Marxism embodies scientific principles of leadership, and that therefore what has to be done is build Marxist parties and out of hard and often bitter experience develop Marxism in theory and practice. 3. Has capitalism disappeared? Marxism applies in the practice of the working class movement as a practical policy for breaking the fetters capitalism puts on social production and developing production to the full to meet human needs. Dr. Popper, how carrot ever, not only calls science prophecy and a practical political policy utopia, but adds that there is no longer any point in wanting to abolish capitalism because it has ceased to exist anyway. His criticism thus devastates at all points. Marx is shown to have been a singularly unfortunate prophet, because the evils whose destruction he prophesied have long since been quietly removed by means quite other than fire and brimstone. We must be on our guard, Dr. Popper writes, against the Marxist prejudice that socialism or communism is the only alternative and the only possible successor to capitalism. Neither Marx nor anyone else has ever shown that socialism is the only possible alternative to the ruthless exploitation of that economic system which he first described a century ago and to which he gave the name capitalism. And indeed, if anybody were attempting to prove that socialism is the only possible successor to Marx's unrestrained capitalism, then we could simply refute him by pointing to historical facts. For laissez-faire has disappeared from the face of the earth, but it has not been replaced by a socialist or communist system as Marx understood it. The unrestrained capitalism which Marx denounced has, says Dr. Popper, given way to our own period of political interventionism, of the economic interference of the state. For all over the earth, organized political power has begun to perform far-reaching economic functions. Marxists have for long maintained that in the normal course of economic development capitalism passes from an her condition of fiery competition to a stage of monopoly or state monopoly capitalism, which was entered into by the older capitalist economies from the beginning of this century. This account of normal capitalist economic development is founded on Marx's own account of the processes of centralization and concentration of capital, and of the development of the finance and credit system, under conditions of free competition, as a result of which free competition gives rise to monopoly. A marked feature of monopoly capitalism, according to Marxist views, is the economic interference of the state, which Dr. Popper nevertheless tells us is now supplanting what Marx her described and denounced as capitalism. Dr. Popper evidently thinks that Marx achieved in Capital was to describe, fairly faithfully, the unrestrained capitalism of a century ago. Marx did indeed describe it. He described how men and women worked a 12 or 14-hour day under unhealthy conditions in factories, while the owners engaged one another in cutthroat competition. Today the scene has changed. In many industries there is a 40-hour week, health and safety regulations are enforced and, far from there being lots of competing individual masters, industries are dominated by a few great corporations. No longer do capitalists sit jing their money bags in dingy counting houses, where portraits of Grandfather Nathaniel and Great Uncle Ebenezer look down with grim approval upon the squalid scene, but members of a managerial elite play the power game in spacious apartments decorated with works of abstract art. Hence, says Dr. Popper, what Marx described no longer exists, and his entire analysis is of no more than historical interest. Marx takes his place with Charles Dickens as one of the great Victorians who, in their time, goaded the public conscience by exposing social evils, but now gladden the Philistines with the sense of satisfaction that things are not like that with us. But what Marx achieved in Capital was not simply a description of industrial conditions which soon became out of date as conditions changed. Marx laid bare the social relations which develop under capitalism, the capitalist relations of production, the mode of exploiting wage labor on which the whole economic structure depends. He extracted these relations from the total mass of social activities in the midst of which individuals are related by them, extracted them not, as he put it, by means of chemical reagents or by fixing them under a microscope, but by force of abstraction, and showed what they are and what they lead to. Marx made a most careful analysis of the production relations which develop when goods are produced as commodities. As Lenin pointed out in What the Friends of the People Are, this analysis is strictly IPO. Confined to the relations of production between the members of society. Without ever resorting to factors other than relations of production to explain the matter, Marx makes it possible to discern how the commodity organization of society develops, how it becomes transformed into capitalist economy. And, we may add, how the capitalist relations of production persist when laissez-faire gives place to interventionism. While explaining the structure and development of society exclusively in terms of relations of production, Lenin continued, Marx went on to trace the superstructure corresponding to these relations of production. Capital exhibited the whole capitalist social formation to the reader as a have thing. True, it has not so exhibited it to Dr. Popper, because Dr. Popper prefers his own interpretation of what Marx was about. But Marx's analysis of capitalist production relations shows how the economic and political conditions of a century ago developed, and it also shows how they have changed into the economic and political conditions of contemporary capitalism. It shows that it is still capitalism. That in the capitalist economies laissez-faire has been largely replaced by interventionism, while a socialist or communist system as Marx understood it has not yet everywhere succeeded capitalism, is a very well-known fact. And something of the sort was predicted by Marx himself in Capital, a prediction Dr. Popper has chosen to overlook. In his mature years Marx recognized quite clearly that his youthful hopes that the ruthless exploitation of that economic system which he first described would be quickly overthrown were founded on an underestimation of the staying powers of the exploiters, though even so he might admittedly have been distressed to learn that they would keep going for as long as they have done. The interventionism of which Dr. Popper writes, economic interference by a state in which the big capitalists retain pretty firm control, is one of the principal means by which they have kept going, for they could hardly have succeeded without it. But that in the development of capitalism laissez-faire is replaced by economic interference of the state does not imply either that capitalism has disappeared or that socialism is not the only possible successor to co-capitalism. On the contrary, as many Marxists, from Marx onwards, have observed, the fact that the increasing socialization of the forces of production drives capitalists themselves to accept forms of public control only shows how necessary it is to convert the means of production into social property, and will, in the end, facilitate that process. Thus Marx wrote in Capital that capital becomes directly endowed with the form of social capital as distinct from private capital, and its undertakings assume the form of social undertakings as distinct from private undertakings. It is the abolition of capital as private property within the framework of capitalist production itself. In this, he said, the functions of management become separated from ownership, and this in turn is a necessary transitional phase towards the conversion of capital into the property of associated producers, as outright social property. What does this change amount to? It was predicted and described with rather remarkable accuracy by Engels in Anti-Düring. The pressure of the productive forces, in their mighty upgrowth, against their character as capital, he wrote, forces the capitalist class itself more and more to treat them as social productive forces, in so far as this is at all possible within the framework of capitalist relations. It brings about that form of the socialization of huge masses of means of production which we find in the various kinds of joint stock companies. At a certain stage of development even, this form no longer suffices, the official representative of capitalist society, the state, is constrained to take over their management. And increasingly, the social functions of the capitalists are carried on by salaried employees. But as Engels went on to say, this disappearance of laissez-faire does not mean the disappearance of capitalism. Conversion into either joint stock companies or state property does not deprive the productive forces of their character as capital. In the case of joint stock companies this is obvious. And the modern state, too, is only the organization with which bourgeois society provides itself in order to maintain the general external conditions of the capitalist mode of production against encroachments either by the workers or by individual capitalists. The modern state, whatever its form, is essentially a capitalist machine. The more productive forces it takes over, the more it becomes the real collective body of all the capitalists, the more citizens it exploits. The workers remain wage workers. The capitalist relation is not abolished. The point is that the capitalist mode of production is one in which investments of privately owned capital in enterprises employing wage labor yield a profit to the capitalists, from which ever greater accumulations of privately owned capital accrue. In order to preserve 192. The conditions in which the capitalist mode of production can continue to function, it is necessary that not only wage workers but capitalists too should be subjected to various kinds of direction and constraint. It is this which is provided by the economic interference of the state. But the fact that organized political power has begun to perform far-reaching economic functions does not mean that capitalism has disappeared, but that, on the contrary, it is being preserved. And it is preserved for so long as the interventionist state remains essentially a capitalist machine. It is clear, then, that Dr. Popper's contention that the advent of political interventionism refutes the Marxist prejudice that socialism or communism is the only alternative and the only possible successor to capitalism is simply another case of his refuting Marxism by making it mean something other than what it says. Marx and Engels never said that the only alternative to laissez-faire or unrestrained capitalism was socialism or communism. They said very clearly indeed that it would have to be replaced as capitalism developed by political interventionism or the economic interference of the state. This is exactly what has happened, so what has happened has confirmed and not refuted Marx's predictions about the development of capitalism. 2. The labor theory of value. Marx's account of capitalist production relations exhibits the relation which people enter into with one another when they produce and exchange commodities, and when, in a commodity-producing society, some, as wage earners, are forced to sell their own labor power as a commodity. This relation is defined in terms of the so-called labor theory of value, which is thus fundamental in Marx's analysis of the nature and development of capitalist production relations. Dr. Popper, having failed to grasp that in Capital Marx began with an abstract inquiry strictly confined to the relations of production between the members of society, and having thus missed the whole point of the inquiry, fails to see the point of the labor theory of value. Marx's theory of value, usually considered by Marxists as well as by anti-Marxists as a cornerstone of the Marxist creed, is in my opinion one of its rather unimportant points, he writes. As usual, he presents Marxist theory in terms which make its alleged meaning puerile, so no wonder he thinks it rather unimportant. I-93. On this question, however, the other anti-Marxists are right. The labor theory of value is indeed a cornerstone in Marx's theoretical model of capitalist production relations. According to Dr. Popper, the labor theory of value was introduced in order to explain the actual prices at which all commodities are exchanged. Thus you have to pay for the job, or for any commodity you may buy, roughly in proportion to the amount of work in it, i.e. to the number of labor hours necessary for its production. Of course, actual prices fluctuate. But there is, or so at least it appears, always something more stable behind these prices. A kind of average price about which the actual prices oscillate, in the exchange value, or briefly, the value of the thing. Using this general idea, Marx defined the value of a commodity as the average number of labor hours necessary for its production. Thus Marx is represented as a sort of careful shopper, who wants to know why this should cost more than that, and to find some standard by which a fair price can always be determined. He is represented as simple-minded almost to the point of imbecility. For of course, as Dr. Popper goes on to say, to understand why prices fluctuate you need a more concrete theory, a theory which shows, in any particular case, how the laws of supply and demand bring about the effect which has to be explained. He therefore concludes, but if these laws are sufficient to explain these effects, then we do not need the labor theory of value at all. The whole labor theory of value is therefore unimportant and redundant. It is for this very reason, indeed, that all those sophisticated students of economic laws who are interested in formulating equations expressing how this economic variable is a function of that FMD that they have no use whatever for the labor theory of value and have consequently expelled it from their economic science as a sheer irrelevancy. Marx's primary interest, however, was not in the fluctuations of prices but in the formation, development, and change of relations of production. He saw capitalism as an historically constituted system of relations of production brought into being in adaptation to a definite development of productive forces and then becoming an obstacle to their further development for the satisfaction of human needs. It was to define these relations of production and explain their formation and effects that he employed the labor theory of value. 194. As regards actual prices and their fluctuations, Dr. Popper is right in saying that Marx reasoned that a concrete theory must needs include an explanation of how the laws of supply and demand bring about the effect which has to be explained. That does not imply that the laws of supply and demand constitute a complete explanation of the whole process of exchange of commodities, nor does it make the labor theory of value unimportant or redundant. The theory explains the formation and development of relations of production, and so is relevant to questions which Dr. Popper and the economists he thinks have superseded Marx do not even ask. They can explain to their own satisfaction the fluctuations of costs and prices. What they cannot explain, and ask no questions about, is the formation and character of the relations of production which give rise to the phenomena they seek to explain. They simply ignore, and bury out of sight, the character of the wages system and of the exploitation of labor in which capitalism consists. Marx began his investigation of capitalist production relations by observing that in capitalist production wealth presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities. Critique of Political Economy, Chapter I, Capital, Volume I, Chapter I. Thus he started by defining capitalism as a mode of commodity production. He then inquired into what commodity production is in general, so to demonstrate how it develops into that specific mode of production which constitutes capitalism. He thus arrived at the definition of the specific character of capitalist production relations. In commodity production, individual producers or groups of producers do not simply produce things for their own use, but for exchange against other products for which they have a use. Commodities are products of labor which, firstly, have a use, and secondly are exchangeable for other products. Hence they have both use value and exchange value. And the labor which produces them has a dual character, as producing objects for use, but not immediately for use but for exchange. When people exchange commodities, what are they doing? What is the social relation they enter into with one another? This is the question to ask, in order to arrive at the definition of production relations. And, as usual with fundamental questions, the answer is pretty obvious. They are exchanging products of definite quantities of 195. Labor. In conditions where people share certain forces of production, a norm naturally gets established of how many man-hours of labor are socially necessary to produce each commodity. Therefore in commodity production people enter into a relation with one another in which they exchange and acquire from one another products each of which embodies a definite quantity of socially necessary labor. The labor theory of value consists simply in stating this fact, abstracting and stating this fundamental production relation which remains tant amid all the variable relations into which people enter with one another and with external nature in commodity production. Besides its use value, every commodity has an exchange value independent of its particular use. Similarly, all labor, irrespective of its use regardless of its materials and its instruments, and of the use to which people put its products, and the desirability of their use has the common feature of producing goods and services for exchange. All the performances of social labor are alike in using up varying quantities of socially necessary labor for the production of goods and services for exchange, and all the products are alike in embodying varying quantities of labor socially necessary for their production. In other words, What all products have in common is that they embody a quantity of socially necessary labor. They can all be compared, therefore, in respect of how much socially necessary labor has gone into them. This common feature of commodities, quantitatively determined and measured in terms of units of labor time, is used in the labor theory of value to define value. The labor theory of value is therefore stated in the form of a definition, the definition of value. But this definition is no mere verbal definition. It is no more merely verbal or conventional than are the definitions of basic concepts employed in any other sciences. For example, in mechanics, TT serves to abstract and define the common feature of all commodities, in respect of which they can all be compared. There can, obviously, be no doubt whatever that commodities do have value, in the sense defined. If some economists prefer to use the word value in other ways, that does not affect the fundamental truth about production relations expressed in the labor theory of value. It only means that these economists prefer to overlook this fundamental truth. Clearly, as so defined, the value of a commodity is not a property of an object which it possesses independently of whatever people do, but appertains to commodities. 196 Premises for Paul Hicks. Because people produce them by their labor and depends on how much labor they expend. And the value relation between commodities holds between them because of the social production relations of men, i.e. because men work to produce commodities and because in their work they have to devote varying amounts of socially necessary labor time to producing various objects of use. In supposing that the labor theory of value was introduced in order to explain the actual prices at which commodities are exchanged, Dr. Popper absurdly misunderstands the problem the definition of value was used to solve. The problem is not simply one of explaining the actual prices of commodities but of explaining the social relations in commodity-producing societies. This explanation is achieved in the labor theory of value. Things people need or want are produced by labor. Thanks to division of labor, people have to exchange products of labor, hence products are produced as commodities, and in buying and selling them people are exchanging the embodiments of definite quantities of socially necessary labor time. Having defined the value relation of commodities in terms of the labor socially necessary for their production, or in other words, in terms of the social relations in commodity-producing society, Marx was then able to show quite cogently how value enters into the determination of price. In pricing commodities, people are not just affixing price tags but arranging the exchange of the products of labor. The quantity of labor that has gone into the production of each commodity is, when people are exchanging products of labor, a constant determining factor present in every act of exchange. Other things being equal, the products of a given quantity of labor would be exchanged for products of an equal quantity of labor. But in actual practice, commodities do not generally exchange at their value, but such factors as supply and demand affect the actual prices at which they exchange. Marx accordingly dealt with actual prices in capital by the method of assuming, first of all, that goods do exchange at their value, and then, by examining in detail the actual concrete conditions of production and exchange, demonstrating the factors which make them exchange otherwise than at their values and the economic consequences which ensue. Dr. Popper says that the whole idea that there is something behind the prices, an objective or real or true value of which prices are only a form of appearance, shows clearly enough the influence of I-97. Platonic idealism. It shows nothing of the sort. It shows simply that attention is paid to basic and empirically verifiable social relations of production. And having paid attention to these relations of production, having abstracted them, defined them, and verified them, Marx was then able to show how actual prices are determined in commodity-producing societies. Far from being a redundant concept or an example of the influence of Platonic idealism, the concept of value, as defined by Marx, first of all refers to empirically verifiable relations which men enter into in producing commodities, and is then used to state laws about the way men exchange commodities, and about the variations of the prices at which commodities are exchanged, which are likewise empirically verifiable. Besides this, the labor theory of value throws a good deal of HGHT on social relations in commodity-producing societies, which remain hidden and unremarked on so long as the exchange of commodities is regarded as no more than a matter of some people bringing goods to market and others buying them there at the market price. In any society, people engage in social production, and the total social product is divided up, in the process of distribution, between the members of society. Each gets his share of the total product of social labor in a way depending on the production relations. The labor theory of value poses the question of how this division is effected in commodity-producing societies, through the process of production and exchange. It poses the question of how the values produced by labor are appropriated, how much goes to the laborers, how much goes to others, and how those others get it. So the labor theory of value has the merit of directing attention beyond questions of explaining actual prices to questions about social labor and the appropriation of its products, which are ignored by those who simply want to study price fluctuations. All this means developing political economy as a social science, that is, as an investigation of social relations. For Marxism, political economy is the investigation of the relations into which people enter in the production and distribution of their means of life. In the section of Capital headed The Fetishism of Commodities, Marx criticized the approach to economic science which treated it as an investigation of the properties and relations of the products of economic activity as though commodities possessed properties of exchanging with one another, and so of selling at various prices, independently of the social relations of the people who produce, exchange and consume such products. Like that, people's activity is ruled by the economic relations between the things they produce and exchange, whereas in fact such relations between things are not inherent in things but are determined by the social relations of the people who produce and exchange them. Marx called this approach fetishism because of its resemblance to the attitude of savages who suppose that their haves are ruled by properties inherent in the fetishes they worship. By criticizing the fetishism of commodities in terms of the labor theory of value, Marx was able to direct attention to the production relations in commodity-producing societies. He was able to show under what conditions these develop into capitalist production relations, and then that capitalist production relations are relations of the exploitation of wage labor by capital. Having shown that, he was able to show how this form of exploitation can and must be done away with. 3. Surplus value and exploitation of wage labor. In terms of the labor theory of value, Marx could define the specific new features of the production relations which distinguish HSM from her modes of commodity production. In production, the laborer offers instruments of production to the materials of labor in order to fashion the product. In commodity production, this product is appropriated by whoever owns the materials and instruments, that is, the means of production. He is the owner, and it is he who is entitled to make a sale. In the simplest sort of commodity production, goods are sold by the people who make them. That is not so in capitalism. Capitalism arises only when the laborer has been deprived of ownership of means of production. What distinguishes capitalism is wage labor. The means of production are owned by the capitalist. The laborer has to work for wages with means of production which belong to someone else, and the product, together with the proceeds of its sale, is appropriated by the capitalist. It is the capitalist who sells it, and he hopes to make a profit on the sale. The progressive feature of capitalism is that in these conditions great numbers of workers are brought together to work under the key of capitalism I-99. Direction of a single capitalist management, so that the individual labor of individual commodity producers is replaced by Sozialhaus Labor view, a far more effective force of production. But in contradiction to the new Sozialhaus character of production, there remains from the older forms of commodity production the private appropriation of the product by the owner of the means of production. Marx then demonstrated that in capitalism the worker who, not owning means of production, has no products of his labor to exchange for what else he needs to keep of, has one thing of his own which he can sell, and that is his labor power. The workers have to sell their labor power to the capitalists. The capitalists, who own means of production, buy from the workers the use of their labor power for a stipulated number of hours. The workers get wages, with which they can buy things they need, and the capitalists get the products of their work, which they can sell at a profit. Where does the profit come from? Marx answered this question by the very simple demonstration that the total values the workers receive as wages are always less than the values they produce by their work and which are appropriated by the capitalists. Evidently, the value of the labor power sold by the workers is equivalent to the quantity of labor necessary to produce all that the workers must consume in order to supply that labor power. But the total quantity of work performed by the workers is considerably greater than the value of their own labor power used up in producing it. This difference Marx called surplus value. The capitalists get their profits and accumulate capital out of the surplus value they obtain by employing workers for wages. Each capitalist does not, however, appropriate to himself the whole surplus value accruing from the employment of the labor he himself has hired. The capitalist has to borrow money from others, on which he must pay interest. He has to buy or hire things from others, and sell things to others, and the upshot of all these sorts of transactions is that the owners of capital are so linked together that what happens is not that each takes surplus value only from the workers in his own employ, and leaves the rest to other employers, but rather that the capitalist class as a whole appropriates surplus value from the labor force as a whole, and divides it up amongst the different capitalist claimants. Marx devoted many chapters of Capital to demonstrating the various ways in which the total of surplus value extracted from the 200 workers is divided up to be appropriated in the various forms of rent, interest, and profit. If one considers contemporary capitalism, with its elaborate machinery of finance and credit, its shareholdings, its great corporations staffed by professional managements, and its changing balance of public and private power, Marx's basic analysis continues to apply to it. For what is going on is still that wage labor produces surplus value, out of which a wide variety of claims are met. Some of it is appropriated by public bodies for public purposes. It is a feature of contemporary capitalism that a great deal of this public appropriation goes to pay bondholders and property speculators, and to subsidize privately owned concerns. The rest continues to be privately appropriated by the shrinking number of individuals who effectively remain the capitalists and masters of the means of social production. Some of it gets used for directors' fees and managerial salaries, some is paid out as interest, dividends, and so forth, and some is reinvested in production. Capital accumulation is always made out of surplus value. The economic growth of the system depends on the continuous profitable investment and accumulation of capital. If capital is not growing and accumulating in this way, it is shrinking and values are being destroyed. It must expand or bust. The condition, therefore, for the conduct of production under capitalism is that the maximum of surplus value should be extracted out of the employment of wage labor. The aim of capitalist production, wrote Marx, is to extract the greatest possible amount of surplus value, and consequently to exploit labor power to the greatest possible extent. What characterizes the system is that in every productive process so much value in labor power is used up, in fashioning so much value in material with the aid of so much value in wear and tear of machinery and other instruments of production, so much value in products is consequently produced, and so much surplus value is consequently extracted. However, from the point of view of management, the profitability of enterprise and the solvency of the economy as a whole depends on whether the sale of products does or does not cover costs, measured in money. In costs are included wages and salaries, materials, machinery, depreciation, costs of management, rent, interest on borrowed capital. 201. And also public works and social services. Management reckons and calculates, not in terms of quantities of socially necessary labor, but in terms of prices and costs, reckoning with indices of productivity, with borrowings and repayments, with finding sales outlets, with the division of income between personal expenditures and reinvestment, and so on. These are, naturally, the concrete things that concern it, and not such abstract matters as values, surplus value, and the rate of surplus value. In general, the wages bill of a particular enterprise does not correspond to the value of the labor power it buys, the sales income does not correspond to the value of the goods sold, and the profit does not correspond to the sum total of surplus value extracted. Even if someone worked out the values, it would not assist the management in its practical calculations about costs and profits. Management, therefore, FMDs no employment for Marx's conception of value. This conception was not, indeed, worked out with a view to assisting capitalist management, and therefore appears to it unimportant, redundant, irrelevant, and even a rehc of Platonic idealism. The majority of professional economists, who simply study indices of production, costs, prices, wages, investments, savings, national income, and so on, with a view to formulating equations which will cover their variations, can likewise find no employment for the labor theory of value. But evidently in this they are simply accommodating themselves to the point of view and interest of capitalist management, to which they are trying to sell professional advice. And while many of the equations may be accurate, and the advice practical and businesslike, nevertheless, considered as social science, the whole undertaking is strangely defective. For production costs, wages, prices, and all the rest, are only the results of people having entered into definite relations of production, in which all labor is productive of exchange values, and labor power itself and all its products are exchange values and so have their variable production costs, prices, and so on. When the economist has formulated his equations, he may claim to have explained that when this cost varies in one way that price varies in another way, and to advise the manager and legislator that if he can peg this variable he will be able thereby to keep another under control. However, he has neither defined nor explained the production relations into which people have entered. But it is only as a result of those production relations that the phenomena he studies occur at O. 202. Many economists object to talking about values defined in terms of socially necessary labor, and to talking about surplus value, on the grounds that it is a mere abstraction. It is an abstraction, but not an unimportant, redundant, or irrelevant one. Abstraction is necessary, but the important thing is to assemble the information gained from different modes of abstraction so as to reveal the real connections, portray what is actually going on, and comprehend its law of motion. That is dialectics, and it was as a dialectician that Marx had the advantage as a social scientist. As Lenin said, Marx abstracted for investigation the relations of production between the members of society, and having done so was able to show what happens in the development of the process of production and exchange. Capitalist managers and their economists, on the other hand, also abstract. They abstract operations of producing and consuming, buying and selling, managing and being managed, from the relations of production by entering into which people come to do these things. They pride themselves on dealing with nothing but observable and measurable variables, but it is their portrayal of the economic movement of society as nothing but the process of these variables which is in truth a mere abstraction. What is actually going on is that people are producing, exchanging and consuming the products of social labor. To see only movements of costs, prices, productivity, national incomes, and so forth, is to represent the economic process simply in terms of a set of abstractions and then to say, these are the economic process. Marx's analysis in terms of the labor theory of value portrays capitalism for what it is, a particular historically constituted mode of production, and distinguishes it from pre-capitalist economic formations. It shows capitalism as a mode of production based on the exploitation of wage labor, and clearly distinguishes this form of exploitation of labor from her forms. Thus it clearly defines capitalism in terms of basic social relations, a definition deplored as abstract and redundant by hard-headed managerial types, who do not like employees to be shown exactly how they are used for making profits for employers. Whereas Marx demonstrated that capitalist production exploits wage labor, many economists and sociologists today, who regard production relations as mere abstractions, deny that wage labor is exploited. Nowadays they do sometimes agree that it used to be exploited, but they deny that it is exploited any longer, for they 203 simply pay no attention to the capitalist production relations. Thus, as Dr. Popper has assured us, the exploitation of labor was an evil of the old laissez-faire system which modern interventionism has almost got rid of. According to this conception, the well-managed firm, which today enters into collective agreements with trade union officials, does not exploit its workers. A collective agreement is not exploitation. There is exploitation only if people are bullied and coerced. It is only the bad and selfish employer, who sacks shop stewards and undercuts the rate, who exploits labor, and he should be firmly dealt with by the interventionist authorities, though first it is necessary to deal with bad and selfish workers who persist in coming out on strike. Exploitation, according to Dr. Popper's definition, consists of long hours of work and low real wages. And have not hours of work been reduced, and real wages raised? And would not real wages be raised still further if only workers would get rid of the idea that they must resist exploitation and instead devote themselves to increasing productivity by resisting restrictive practices? The fact is, however, that the modern well-managed firm probably extracts a higher rate of surplus value than does its less efficient rate-cutting competitor. As Marx quite conclusively showed, an increased rate of surplus value can be got by intensifying labor and rationalizing production, at the same time as hours of labor are reduced and real wages raised. Capitalist exploitation consists in the extraction of surplus value, and this still goes on. It has not decreased but increased, for behind the facade of collective bargaining and modernization it is conducted more efficiently and ruthlessly than ever. The capitalist, as Marx showed, always has a hard job to maintain his rate of profit, and to do so he has to scheme out how to intensify the exploitation of labor by rationalization of every kind, which he duly does. In demonstrating that capitalism is a system of exploitation of labor, Marx showed exactly how it is related to and differs from older forms of exploitation. The essence of exploitation consists in this, that members of an owning and managing class contrive to appropriate to their own uses the products of the labor of productive workers, so that those workers are in effect working only in part for their own support and in main for the support of the exploiters. 204. It means that a minority of exploiters appropriate to their own uses the labor of the working majority. The typical ancient forms of exploitation were, roughly speaking, slavery and serfdom. In slavery the slave is a mere chattel, he is the property of the master, who owns both him and all he produces. In serfdom the producers work a certain amount of time for themselves, but for the rest have to work to provide the requirements of their lords. The advent of capitalism depended on doing away with both slavery and serfdom, for only on that condition could the supply of free labor be available for employment in the factories. But the exploitation of labor remains, and has simply taken another form. For so much of the working day the wage workers are doing that amount of work which has to be done to produce the value of their own requirements of life, for the rest of the day they are producing surplus value for their employers. 3. The general law of capitalist accumulation. In supposing that what he calls interventionism has actually supplanted capitalism, in the way Marx said that only socialism would supplant capitalism, Dr. Popper alleges that economic interference of the state has already brought those benefits which Marx said only socialism would bring. He goes so far as to say that by social cooperation monopoly capitalism has already gone a long way to abolish the greatest evils which have hitherto beset the social life of man, namely, poverty, unemployment and similar forms of social insecurity, sickness and pain, penal cruelty, slavery, and other forms of serfdom, racial and racial discrimination, lack of educational opportunities, rigid class differences, war. If that were true, one could not but agree with Dr. Popper that there would be no sense in following Marx, for if the status quo is satisfactory, why change it? According to Dr. Popper, Marx based his entire prophecy that capitalism would inevitably be overthrown on the notion that under capitalism people's conditions of life would inevitably deteriorate until finally they became insupportable. According to this version, Marx predicted a century ago that the workers' standards in the industrial capitalist countries would not improve but grow steadily worse. But in fact, as we know, they have improved. Hence Marx's ideas about capitalism and its development have been proved to be entirely the critique of capitalism 205. Mistaken. And his idea that capitalism must be abolished and replaced by socialism, founded on these mistaken premises, is equally mistaken. Whereas Marx said that things would get worse and worse, they have, on the contrary, got better and better. Marxist theory, prophesying absolute impoverishment, bears no relation to what has actually happened, and political policies based on it are therefore doomed to frustration. These circumstances, says Dr. Popper, force Marxists to learn to behave bhdly and to become hostile to reasonable arguments. And with withering sarcasm he concludes that it is not only capitalism which is laboring under inner contradictions that threaten to bring its downfall. Like his refutation of the labor theory of value, this further refutation of Marxism so confidently presented by Dr. Popper is a hardy annual in the by now rather old-fashioned garden of refutations. What keeps it fresh and green is a single quotation from Capital: to the degree to which capital accumulates, the worker's condition must deteriorate. This statement was called by Marx the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, so this impressive title certainly justifies attaching to it some considerable importance in the body of Marxist theory. However, unless one proposes to be hostile to reasonable argument, it is best to understand and interpret particular statements within the context of the whole theory to which they belong, rather than understand and interpret the whole theory as though it were summed up in one statement. Immediately after stating in general terms the absolute general law, Marx added the qualifying statement: like all other laws it is modified in its working by many circumstances. If words have meaning, these ones imply that, contrary to the interpretation put upon it by Dr. Popper and others, the absolute general law does not unconditionally predict that every accumulation of capital will be accompanied by a deterioration of the worker's conditions. On the contrary, many circumstances will prevent such a deterioration. Whatever may be the case with others who have tried to refute Marx, it is rather extraordinary that an expert on scientific method like Dr. Popper should succumb to such a simple fallacy as to suppose that the scientific formulation of a law is the same thing as an unconditional prediction. Statements of laws are not predictions, but tools used in making predictions. For instance, no one with any knowledge of science supposes that 206. The law of gravitation is a prediction that all bodies will always fall to the earth. Some bodies rise and fly about in the air, and the use of the law of gravitation is to assist us in calculating the conditions under which they do so. Marx understood this perfectly well when he wrote about the general law of capitalist accumulation, and so does Dr. Popper understand it in any context save that of the refutation of Marxism. The point of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation is not that it enables us to predict that under no circumstances so long as capitalism lasts will workers ever improve their conditions, which will always deteriorate. And nowhere in Capital did Marx make any such prediction. The point of the law is to state the absolute general condition, existing so long as capital accumulates, under which workers' standards either deteriorate or improve, just as gravitation is the absolute general condition under which bodies fall or rise. If you think a body can fly up and up not subject to the condition of gravity, you are mistaken. and if you think workers' standards can go up and up not subject to the condition of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, you are mistaken too. Just as a body exerts a gravitational attraction proportional to its mass, so does every accumulation of capital, accumulated, by extracting as much surplus value as possible from the worker's labor, create a greater power and urge to suck up out of labor an even greater accumulation by rationalizing production, throwing redundant workers on the scrap heap, and encroaching in every possible way on the standards of labor. That is the condition under which any battle to raise standards has always to be fought. When we consider, in the light of Marx's complete analysis of capitalist production, the totality of actual circumstances created by the accumulation of capital in the advanced capitalist countries, we FMD that these circumstances are such that it would be surprising if an improvement in the workers' condition had not taken place, and that for several reasons. In the first place, as Marx said very often and very clearly, the actual level of workers' standards is determined, not by an iron law of wages which decrees that they shall always be reduced to the bare minimum for subsistence, but by the conditions of class struggle. The growing strength of labor organization succeeds in forcing standards up. In the second place, the very great advances in technology which 207 accompany the accumulation of capital have the result that all kinds of amenities become available on a mass scale, and consequently the consumption of these becomes a part of the material requirements and expectations of the worker. In other words, with an advanced technology the worker comes to require for his maintenance various goods and services his forefathers did without and which his brothers in more backward regions still do without. In terms of the labor theory of value, the provision of these goods and services then enters into the determination of the value of labor power in the advanced countries. This too was very clearly stated by Marx, who pointed out that in more developed regions the value of labor power is considerably higher than in less developed ones, and he assigned this as a powerful motive for export of capital to regions of cheap labor, where the actual value of labor was much less than it had become at home. In the third place, what Dr. Popper calls the performance of economic functions by organized political power, which Marx and Engels so clearly forecast, enables capitalist governments to mitigate to some extent the ravages of cyclical economic crises and sudden mass increases of unemployment. The effect is to lessen to some extent the consequent pressures against the improvement of workers' standards which these formerly exerted. Of course, it is very advantageous for the capitalists to have managed to provide themselves with what they now call economic levers to control economic conditions in the interests of the profitable operations of capital. But at the same time it sets them a new problem. Accompanying the far-reaching economic functions which political power performs, they have to include appropriate political measures to counteract labor's demand for rising standards. These are circumstances which have made it possible in some favored regions to work for and achieve the limited success in remedying social evils under capitalism which Dr. Popper celebrates. When we look at his list, quoted above, we cannot doubt that much benefit has been gained by social security legislation, health services, legal reform, the educational services, and opposition to religious and racial discrimination, while as for slavery and serfdom, capitalism has always discouraged these forms of exploitation and sought to replace them by wage labor. It is hardly true, however, that the benefits did have simply been bestowed on grateful humanity by a benevolently interventionist state. They have been won only by struggle in which the working 208 class movement has played the chief part. And we may well ask by how much more the various social evils could have been reduced had it not been for the obstinate resistance of the ruling class at every step to every measure proposed to raise the standards of common people. In fact, just as the development is there really no class distinction, in the countries mentioned, between people living by working for wages and by investments and capital gains? And is there none between the organization men of the American corporations and the poverty-stricken masses in Latin America from whose labor such considerable revenue flows into the United States? As regards war, Dr. Popper explains that what he means is that the free world will only go to war, if faced with unambiguous aggression. But whenever people in a territory under the special protection of a heavily armed power of the free world seek to dispense with that protection, this is called aggression. That is why events since 1956 have continued to falsify his statement that as far as the free world itself is concerned, war has been conquered. For all his claim to oppose reasonable argument to BHND-BHF, Dr. Popper does not always trouble to inquire whether facts support his own assertions. This is evidenced by the opening sentence of The Open Society and Its Enemies, in which he says that our civilization, by which he presumably means the civilization whose economic basis is monopoly capitalism, might be perhaps described as aiming at humaneness and reasonableness, at equality and freedom. It is true he does say perhaps, and perhaps so long as such methods as the spraying of defenseless women and children with napalm continue to be adopted for reaching the aims, this should be accepted as the operative word. Facts make it pretty clear that in the most advanced capitalist countries, for all the benefits won by their inhabitants, every other aim of policy is subordinated to the condition of preserving the 209 relations of capitalist exploitation and safeguarding capitalist profits. But more than that, the facts make it even clearer that the political power established in these countries not only intervenes inside the countries themselves to preserve and foster capitalist exploitation. It intervenes very vigorously indeed outside their borders, in other territories, to conquer spheres of investment, markets, and sources of raw materials, and to make the labor of people in economically more backward regions subject to imperialist exploitation. The aim of this is neither humaneness, freedom, nor equality, nor is the conduct of the rivalry between imperialist powers, or the relations between them and their dependencies, especially noteworthy for reasonableness. Dr. Popper assigned as Marx's reason for advocating a socialist revolution the alleged unconditional prophecy that, until that event, standards of He will from day to day and in every way go on getting lower and lower. So increase of misery will force the proletariat to revolt against its exploiters. The workers' economic and social demands will always be refused, and consequently they will become inspired with a desperate knowledge that only revolution can help them in their misery. If that were true, the result would be discouragement and disorganization rather than stronger organization, and they would never make a revolution. The workers in fact organize because experience teaches them that that is the way to improve their condition, and they are forced to keep up an economic and political struggle against capital because only so can they hold on to their gains and gain more. That is what Marx teaches the labor movement, and not the doctrinaire and defeatist nonsense which Dr. Popper imagines. But Dr. Popper concludes that if the working class can improve its condition under capitalism, there can be no reason for proposing to abolir capitalism. For if you can improve your condition, why not improve it some more, instead of calling for the abolition of the system under which such improvements can be made? Dr. Popper is right about one thing, and that is that for Marx the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation provided grounds for advising the abolition of capitalism and for predicting that it would eventually be abolished. Marx certainly did maintain that all those hopeful people who think that improvements in having standards can go on and on under capitalism, so that everything will get better and better and eventually all poverty, unemployment, 210 class differences and war will simply disappear, are blind to the operation of the absolute general law. But the law is not an unconditional prediction of increasing impoverishment. And in general, as Dr. Popper has rightly said, unconditional predictions are foreign to science. What the law actually says can be summed up in 3 points. First, capitalist accumulation is wreaked out of surplus value. 2. Obtain more surplus and accumulate more capital out of it, it is necessary to keep down the laborer's share of the values produced by labor. Hence the accumulation of capital, essential for the continuation of the system, demands that in every way the pressure of the wage workers for a greater share of the values produced be opposed and pushed back. whatever makes for better having for the workers, is therefore always opposed by the steady pressure engendered by capitalist accumulation to make living standards deteriorate. Second, the drive for capita HST accumulation brings a continual drive for rationalization of production and the replacement of human labor by machinery. Until it can be re-employed at a profit, capital has no use for the labor displaced. The people concerned are thrown temporarily or permanently onto the scrap heap. Hence, as Marx stressed in the chapter of Capital devoted to the general law, capitalist accumulation continually generates an industrial reserve of unemployed, and this is a continual and very powerful factor acting against the raising of living standards. Third, because capitalist accumulation thrives on maximum exploitation of labor, capital always seeks for spheres of investment where greater profit can be got out of greater poverty. Hence such islands of affluence as may be formed in particular places are surrounded by a sea of poverty, out of the exploitation of which the affluence is sustained. As Marx said, the more capital accumulates the greater, on a worldwide scale, becomes the contrast between the wealth of a few and the poverty of the many. As he said, the wealth accumulates at one pole, the poverty at the other. The absolute general law summed up in these 3 points continues to operate wherever capitalist accumulation goes on. We continue to see it operating every day. In the advanced capitalist countries, experience to date contributes little to suggest that the situation is a stable one which permit the steady uninterrupted improvement of conditions of employment and standards of having. There is, as Marx and Engels predicted and Dr. Popper has duly noted, a certain amount of planning and regulation. 211. Of the economy, but planning and regulation by whom and for whom? The condition of the whole thing is the securing of profits for the great capitalist corporations out of the employment of wage labor. It is not planning for welfare but planning for profit, and so far as economic growth for the satisfaction of needs is concerned, there remains always a chronic waste and underemployment of resources both material and human. The anarchic character of the profit motive continually asserts itself against any schemes of planned growth, and at the same time the demands of labor that social production should be turned to the well-being of the producers are met by the owner's objection that we cannot afford it. As is happening in Britain at the time of writing, the controllers know how to put the brakes on, and how to set about creating unemployment when overfull employment is giving the worker too much bargaining power. In affluent America there has always been a huge mass of permanent unemployment, and a vast and shameful accumulation of poverty. These facts verify among other things Marx's theoretical conclusion that the process of circulation of capital, which is what capitalist management tries to manage, remains as a whole unmanageable. The circulation of capital begins with an accumulation of capital in the form of money, which is used to buy materials, machinery, and labor power. Then labor power is set to work, to produce both means of consumption and the machinery to be used for new production. Then the products are sold, so as to realize a new and greater sum of money with which to buy more labor power, materials and machinery. This circular movement is the process of capital. 4. It to flow on uninterrupted would suppose the continuous production by such a housed labor of increasing quantities of both means of consumption and means of production, and, at the same time, the continuous profitable sale of everything produced. Dr. Popper and others talk of a communist utopia. However that may be, that this should happen is a capitalist utopia. It has never happened yet. And as a result of interruptions in the circulation, production keeps on being disrupted, poverty is perpetuated and resources are wasted or destroyed. With capitalists competing for profit, the whole circulation of capital cannot possibly be managed, since no management, not even the most well-advised capitalist state, has simultaneous control over all the factors involved. Breakdowns and disruptions keep occurring in 212. Or another stage of the process, workers demand too much pay, or withhold their labor, investors don't invest enough in new capital equipment, or else invest too much of something or other is produced, or else not enough, and so on. Management is forever trying to repair the damage but never succeeds in preventing it, for while they are coping with one trouble another is breaking out. However, the proclivity of capitalist circulation to suffer interruptions is not due simply to the difficulty of managing to adjust the simultaneous independent profit-seeking operations of competing blocks of capital. Neither the greatest luck nor the greatest judgment could solve the problem. For, as Marx showed, the necessity for capital to maximize its profit in order that capital should go on accumulating out of surplus value means that, on the one hand, the productive forces should go on being expanded without limit, while, on the other hand, the share in the product going to the producers should be restricted. The last cause of all real crises, wrote Marx Capital, Volume 3, Chapter 30, always remains the restricted consumption of the masses compared to the tendency of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as if only the absolute power of consumption of the entire society would be their limit. Formerly, interruptions in the circulation of capital took the regular form of the 10-year trade cycle. But while the boom-bust rhythm has been interrupted, that has not let the circulation of capital go on without interruptions. It remains utopian to believe that it can ever possibly do so either providentially, through the operation of the economic laws of the market, as her economists fondly behaved, or by the brilliant contrivances of good management, as modern ones equally fondly incline to hope. Meantime, although neither Dr. Popper nor the capitalist establishment is pleased about it, the fact is that approximately one-third of the people of the world have by now done away with capitalism before it had even the chance of proving to them the benefits it could confer. They are trying to build or have built a planned socialist economy instead. A very high proportion of the rest of the people, miserably poor, are in a state of revolt against imperialism, against colonialism and neocolonialism. In these circumstances the major capitalist powers are spending a significant proportion of their national income on armaments mainly for the purpose of stopping impoverished peoples from shaking free of the grip of foreign capital and to stop the socialist countries from helping them. These. The critique of capitalism 213. Armaments, and the local wars and escalations of wars in which some of them are used, remain at once a threat to the peace of the world and to the very existence of civilization, and a crushing burden on the people of the capitalist countries. We sustain them at our peril. And if we can force the capitalist governments to stop their wars and disarm, we can then hardly continue to save the capitalist interests the armaments, armed forces, and wars are protecting. Moreover, whatever capitalist powers do, the socialist powers will continue to develop, and that at an accelerating pace, their own technological resources. And the national liberation movements against imperialism and neocolonialism will continue to grow, whatever their disunity and whatever setbacks they sustain in this or that place. For how long can we suppose that such a situation, brought about by the operation of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, can continue? For some time more, perhaps, but not forever. The operation of the general law will, as Marx predicted, either bring general ruin or else be terminated by the removal of the capitalist relations which give rise to it. And there is yet another factor of very great moment. The capitalist powers have now started on the load of a new technological revolution. If they slow the pace of technological advance they will cut away the foundations of their own affluence and be hopelessly outpaced by the socialist powers. They will then be totally unable to maintain their dominance over at present underdeveloped countries, their economies will stagnate, and very serious consequences in the way of unemployment and impoverishment will be upon them. On the other hand, if they carry on, and if they develop vast new resources of energy for powering fully automated production, how are they to secure the planned development of the economy, with full employment, if they insist that the key means of production should be privately owned and that the whole employed labor force should be wage workers whose labor contributes to private profit? Unemployment on a huge scale would result, and not all the bread and circuses borrowed from the ancient Romans in the days of their decadence would be able to save the doomed system. If, then, Dr. Popper and others demand why we should heed the advice of Marx that capitalism should be abolished, when some of us are doing so well out of it. The short answer is that we cannot afford not to. We are living in a fool's paradise if we remain blind to the 214. Operation of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. It is overall true that as capital accumulates, the workers' conditions must deteriorate. In socialism, the accumulation of capital, in the sense of accumulation of resources out of which social production can be expanded, has no tendency to lead to the deterioration of the conditions of workers. On the contrary, the more social capital accumulates, the higher can standards of life be raised. The accumulation of resources is then the condition for raising the standards of all workers, all, not some, up to a high level, for hastening labor, making hours of necessary work shorter and the means for enjoyment of leisure greater. This, Marxism concludes, is the condition of affairs which we must organize to achieve or else perish. As we have seen, Marx expounded as the basic law of all social development the law that relations of production must always be brought into conformity with the development of forces of production. When, from being forms of development of production, relations of production become fetters on it, a social revolution is needed to change the social system. The need to get rid of capitalism and replace it by socialism is the need to get rid of production relations which have become fetters on the growing forces of production. The absolute general law of capitalist accumulation is the concise statement of the way in which capitalist relations act as fetters on production. Instead of productive resources being accumulated for the purpose of raising the general standards of life of the producers, capitalist accumulation takes place at the expense of general welfare, is accompanied by wastage of material resources and human capacities, and impoverishes producers at the same time as it enriches owners of capital. It may be added that, as Lenin said, Marx dealt not only with relations of production but went on to trace the superstructure corresponding to these relations of production. He demonstrated the consequences in the encouragement of individual selfishness and greed, in conflicts and grabs, in speculation and corruption, in frustration, waste, and needless suffering, in political chicanery and political oppression and wars. Thus his economic analysis, strictly confined to the relations of production between the members of society, succeeds in explaining and interpreting the hateful experience of the members of society caught up in the economic system. The same theme which is explored by poets, painters, musicians, and novelists in bourgeois society is given its scientific exposition by Marxism. 4. The socialist revolution. A basic change in relations of production would mean drastic interference with the rights of property at the present time, the ownership of capital, and this would constitute a social revolution. It is this which is so widely regarded as unthinkable or, at any rate, as not to be proposed in works of science which might qualify for research grants. Dr. Popper undoubtedly speaks for the whole establishment in stating that a revolution is one of the very worst things that could possibly happen to us. A revolution, he says, involves the prolonged use of violence which may lead in the end to the loss of freedom, since it is liable to bring about not the dispassionate rule of reason but the rule of the strong man. Nay more, it destroys the institutional and traditional framework of society. Once they destroy tradition, civilization disappears with it. They have returned to the beasts. And in a more dispassionate vein he argues that it is not reasonable to assume that a complete reconstruction of our social world would lead at once to a workable system. Rather we should expect that, owing to lack of experience, many mistakes would be made. But not only would revolutionary methods increase unnecessary suffering and lead to more and more violence, but the humanitarian aims which revolutionaries pursue can be achieved without any revolution. Once it is admitted that, as experience proves, social benefits can be won under capitalism, there is no reason why the workers, who have learned by experience that they can improve their lot by gradual reform, should not prefer to stick to this method. Why they should not compromise with the bourgeoisie and leave it in possession of the means of production rather than risk all their Gains by making demands liable to lead to violent clashes. Gradual reform can continue, and there is no logical necessity why gradual reform, achieved by compromise, should lead to the complete destruction of the capitalist system. Anyway, Dr. Popper argues, those who believe in smashing everything up would have to undertake 2L6. Gradual reconstruction afterwards, so it would be far more sensible to get on with gradual construction in the first place and forget the smash up. Dr. Popper takes a rather apocalyptic view of revolution. He assumes that if once capitalist ownership of means of production were abolished, everything would crash, that if private capital were prevented from making profits out of exploiting wage labor, civilization would end. So he cries, they destroy tradition. Civilization disappears. They have returned to the hearts. And many mistakes would be made. He is, of course, justified in his last apprehension, for people always do make mistakes, whatever they do. But as for tradition and civilization, it would seem that Dr. Popper's sweeping statements were made under some sort of emotional stress, for they are certainly not reasonable. Do tradition and civilization, in the senses in which these may be regarded as something to be preserved, mean specifically capitalist tradition or capitalist civilization? No, for tradition and civilization are more permanent, more lasting, than particular production relations. Civilization and norms of civilist having are developed by men through the ages, so that advances made within certain production relations are not lost but carried further under new production relations, which are higher in the sense that they correspond to a higher development of forces of production. To develop civilization and civilized having, people have to go on developing their forces of production, and when production relations are acting as a fetter upon the utilization of new forces of production, they have to be changed, or else civilization and its traditions may suffer degeneration instead of renewal. Of course, if one considers only particular local traditions or pieces of tradition, or particular local or specious amenities of civilization, it would have to be admitted that they are frequently destroyed or disappear, and a good thing too. For example, there is a parliamentary tradition in Britain that the chamber of the House of Commons should not contain seats for all the members. This tradition was successfully upheld by both Sir Winston Churchill and Lord Attlee when the House was rebuilt after the Second World War, but no doubt a socialist revolution in Britain would destroy this particular tradition. Again, the kind of civilist or gracious using associated with the ownership of town and country mansions, with grouse moors and large staffs of servants, is already disappearing, and would completely disappear if there were a socialist revolution. But social revolution and social engineering 21:7. Are such destructions of traditions and disappearances of civilization a bad thing? Only a few would regret them, and their loss would scarcely return the rest of mankind to the beasts. But if by civilization and tradition is meant, more generally, the ever-developing production by and distribution to the members of society of the necessities and comforts of life, with the development of the sciences and the arts, and of social freedom and justice, then there is no reason at all to conclude that a change in the relations of production, calculated to promote the development of social production for social welfare, would destroy tradition or cause civilization to disappear. Indeed, a far more pressing danger arises from the growth and continuation of certain traditions of commercialism, corrupt politics, and militarism fostered by the existing capitalist setup, and the greatest danger of all from the stockpiling of nuclear weapons. If mankind should ever be returned to the beasts by the destruction of civilization, it will be as a result of nuclear war unleashed by mad imperialists. Dr. Popper's apocalyptic visions arise simply and solely from his obsession with the idea that revolution involves the prolonged use of violence and more violence. It is this violence which he sees as doing the damage. And he represents Marxism as in part a fatalistic prediction of violence, in part a conspiracy to incite violence. For Marxism, though not for Dr. Popper, the word revolution has a precise significance defined in terms of Marx's theory of social development and class struggle. Hitherto, the development of relations of production, that is to say, of forms of ownership of means of production and appropriation of the products of labor, has divided society into antagonistic classes. In any particular social formation, a particular dominant class maintains its existence by exploiting the masses of producers in a particular way, and preventing other exploiting classes from developing as rivals their own methods of exploitation. The political system is the means by which this is managed, and a particular form of ownership and appropriation of products of labor is imposed upon the whole of society. A revolution, then, is a change in the political system of such an order that another class comes to power and deprives the former ruling class of its opportunities to maintain itself by its former methods of exploitation. A revolution thus effects a change in the relations of production, and it is a phenomenon peculiar to and 21. 8. Typical of class-divided society, where there are exploiting and exploited classes. There have been many revolutions recorded by history, and all of them have been violent. The cause of this universal violence is clear. Ruling classes have maintained their rule only by aggression and violent repression of their subjects, and the only way to get rid of them has been by violently opposing them. Revolutions in the past have, however, by no means been distinguished as regrettable outbreaks of violence interrupting periods of calm and peaceful progress and putting in jeopardy the gains of civilization. There has always been violence and war. Revolutions have been conducted by violence and war, and in them violence and war have been made the vehicles by which men have managed to get rid of old forms of property which fettered social production, the material basis of civilization. Marxist analysis claims to demonstrate that what is on the agenda now is socialist revolution, and to demonstrate, too, the ways in which this must differ from all previous revolutions. In previous revolutions, ruling exploiting classes succumbed to the hostility not only of masses who were exploited but of other classes of exploiters or would-be exploiters. The working masses had to do most of the slogging, but new exploiters reaped the reward and came to power. In the past, slave revolts or peasant revolts weakened the ruling classes, but the invariable upshot was the defeat and dispersal of slave or peasant insurgents and the reconsolidation of exploitation by either the old or new exploiters. In modern history it has been typical of bourgeois revolutions that at a certain point the bourgeoisie rounded upon and disarmed the insurgent masses who had been making the pace at the start, and entered into a compromise with the defeated counter-revolution. In bourgeois revolutions there has always been an incipient democratic revolution, with demands going far beyond what the bourgeoisie was disposed to grant. But wherever the bourgeoisie comes to power and a fully capitalist economy is created, the ruling bourgeoisie no longer faces any other rival group of exploiters. There emerges a direct confrontation of exploiters and exploited, uncomplicated by any issues of substituting some new form of exploitation for the existing form. Thus the single issue becomes that of either continuing capitalist exploitation or ending it by depriving the capitalist class of political power and instituting social ownership of the principal means of production. Thus, whereas previous revolutions substituted new forms of exploitation for old, the issue now is to end exploitation once for all. This confrontation of classes, with the issue it poses, exists in all developed capitalist countries today. Dr. Popper, incidentally, raises some rather irrelevant objections to the recognition of this fact. We must be prepared to find, he says, that a very considerable middle class exists and that it may cooperate with the other non-proletarian classes against a bid for power by the workers, and nobody can say for certain what the outcome of such a contest would be. Indeed, statistics no longer show any tendency for the number of industrial workers to increase in relation to the other classes of the population. By a middle class and a new middle class he presumably means all kinds of workers on their own account, and professional workers. And by the other non-proletarian classes he means chiefly working farmers and peasants. What he says about these classes is quite true, but it does not in the last alter the fact that the only alternative to continuing capitalist exploitation is now to end all exploitation, there is no question of any of these classes ousting the big capitalists and setting up some new sort of exploitation of their own, but only, as he quite rightly says, of whether or not they will support a bid for power by the workers. Clearly, therefore, and as Marxists have always said, it is an important element in contemporary socialist tactics to seek to win the support of these classes for socialism, and not to antagonize them by a narrow sectarian concern with the interests of industrial workers alone. As for the decreasing proportion of industrial workers, by that he means, presumably, the relative increase in the number of technicians, white-collar workers, and brain workers of one kind and another. True, there is such an increase, and these are exactly the sorts of people who will be needed in large numbers to build a modern socialist economy. Dr. Popper, in fact, has understood the Marxist theory of socialist revolution so utterly, that he cites circumstances which confirm it as insuperable. Objections. 220. In the socialist revolution the exploited classes play an altogether new role. They are not the unruly rank and file of the revolution, but its organizers and leaders. This difference is illustrated by the difference between the role of the organized working class movement in the modern class struggle and that of the so-called mob in certain phases of bourgeois revolutions. The mob would come together in a spontaneous way, driven usually by anger at some sudden deterioration of conditions that made the already miserable condition of the poor desperate. It was a very formidable force, but without permanent organization or aims, or its own permanent leadership. Its swift and sometimes destructive activities could pave the way for other classes gaining their ends, and then the mob itself could be dispersed. This mob has become transformed into the organized democratic labor movement, a far more formidable force when it unites to exert its strength, its aims clearly delineated, and neither destructive nor riotous but disciplined and not easily dispersed, and fully capable of staffing from its own ranks the entire legislative and executive apparatus of modern society. The modern working class is able to play this new role because the conditions of modern industry lead to its becoming organized and educated, and to the formation of competent groups of socialist intellectuals and political leaders of the labor movement. Thus it is an exploited class able not only to kick against exploitation, as the exploited have always done, but to manage affairs when the rule of its exploiters is ended. Another feature of socialist revolution is its worldwide international character. The local development of capitalism in only a few countries had the effect of bringing the entire world into the orbit of capitalist exploitation. The world became divided up into spheres of exploitation of a comparatively few capitalist powers. With them, capital has developed to the monopoly phase, with the merging of industrial and finance capital, and the export of capital, capitalism developed into the phase of imperialism. This meant that throughout the world the struggle of exploited people against their being exploited involved, beyond issues of kicking free from whatever local feudal or proto-feudal forms of exploitation they suffered, the full struggle for emancipation. Social Revolution and Social Engineering 221. From the exploitation of capital. Besides, comparatively primitive people, whose tribal way of life still retained many communal features, found themselves suddenly subjected to capitalist forms of exploitation totally foreign to their own phase of social development, and were flung into the struggle against it. Thus the impingement of capitalist exploitation stirred up the whole world, and forced on the working masses everywhere, whatever their own prior stage of economic and social development, the issue of resisting capitalist exploitation and, therefore, the issue that if they were ever to be rid of it they must take the road of socialism. There has thus begun, and continues to go on, a worldwide process of socialist revolution, in which particular local movements are contributory parts, a worldwide process of emancipation from the exploitation of capital, and therefore from all exploitation. This is something quite new in the history of revolutions. Hitherto there have been only local revolutions, in which local people upset the rule of local exploiters and other local exploiters took their place. But now every revolutionary movement is up against the same opponents, and all the local movements, whether their members fully understand it or not, add up to a worldwide movement which cannot relent until the exploitation of man by man is ended throughout the world. It cannot relent because, although particular groups of people may suffer defeat or turn their coats, the same worldwide circumstances which drove them into action v/ll continue to operate, and drive others into action. The words socialist revolution denote, therefore, not particular local revolutionary events which are repeated, or which communists predict will be repeated, in much the same way at different places and times, but rather a whole epoch, a whole process of disturbance of social relations and institutions, continuing over a long period of time and involving the whole world. To say, as Marxists say, that this is the epoch of the socialist revolution, and that socialist revolution is inevitable, is not to prophesy that a particular sort of armed uprising is fated to occur in each particular place. It is to say that mankind is now unavoidably involved throughout the world in a struggle against HST forms of exploitation, that the removal 222 of exploitation has already begun, and that the struggle against it cannot but go on until it is done away with everywhere. According to Dr. Popper, the rational alternative to the revolutionary overthrow of the entire institutional and traditional framework of society, which he says Marxists think inevitable, is piecemeal social engineering. By social engineering he means the planning and construction of institutions, with the aim, perhaps, of arresting or of controlling or of quickening impending social developments. Social engineering must be, he says, piecemeal. That is to say, it starts with institutions as they are, examines in what ways they work badly, either by causing preventable human inconvenience or suffering, or feigned to alleviate it, and then introduces reforms to make them work better. Blueprints for piecemeal engineering are comparatively simple, he informs us. They are blueprints for single institutions, for health and employment insurance, for instance, or arbitration courts, or anti-depression budgeting, or educational reform. And he continues, if they go wrong, the damage is not very great, and a readjustment not very difficult. This sort of social engineering advances by trial and error. It becomes ever more effective and successful as practical experience accumulates, and in this way it can bid fair to be supported by the approval and agreement of a great number of people, rather than causing people to fall out with one another, as is likely to result from more ambitious and far-reaching projects of social reconstruction. It goes hand in hand with the development of the social sciences. For, says Dr. Popper, the social sciences have developed very largely through the criticism of proposals for social improvements or, more precisely, through attempts to find out whether or not some particular economic or political action is likely to produce an expected, or desired, result. In one of his more eloquent passages, Dr. Popper states the credo of the social engineer: work for the emanation of concrete evils rather than for the resation of abstract goods. Do not aim at establishing happiness by political means. Rather aim at the emanation of concrete miseries. Or, in more practical terms, fight for the elimination of poverty by direct means. For example, by making sure everybody has a minimum income. Or fight against epidemics and disease by erecting hospitals and schools of medicine. Fight illiteracy as you fight criminality. But do all this by direct means. Choose what you consider the most urgent evil of the society in which you have, and try patiently to convince people that we can get rid of it. That, he informs us, provides a simple formula or recipe for distinguishing between what I consider to be admissible plans for social reform and inadmissible utopian blueprints. In opposition to genuine or piecemeal social engineering, Dr. Popper castigates what he calls utopian social engineering. According to this, it is of no use tinkering with this or that institution. What has to be done is to reconstruct the entire fabric of society. First we must determine our ultimate political aim, or the ideal state. Only then can we begin to consider the best ways and means for its realization, and to draw up a plan for practical action. Dr. Popper criticizes projects for utopian social engineering on several grounds. First, to reconstruct society as a whole there must needs be a dictatorship, which would have to be imposed on society by violence and would create a state of affairs much worse than any it was proposed to remedy. Second, it is not true that only by a complete reconstruction of society could social evils be remedied, for experience shows that much can be achieved piecemeal, by tackling them huddle by huddle and one by one. Third, in his enthusiasm for abstract goods the utopian actually disregards concrete evils which are under his very nose. Do not allow your dreams of a beautiful world to lure you away from the claims of men who suffer here and now, Dr. Popper implores. Our fellow men have a claim to our help. To help them effectively we must tackle the immediate evils they are suffering, whereas the utopian condemns this as mere tinkering, believing that what is needed is nothing less than complete reconstruction of the whole society. Marx may have argued against utopian socialism. Dr. Popper continues, but nevertheless Marxism embraces the chief error of utopianism. This is the belief that nothing short of a complete eradication of the offending social system will do. What distinguishes Marxism from other utopian creeds is the historicist theory that eradication of the social system is fated to happen by the laws of history. According to Dr. Popper, what Marxists call scientific as opposed to utopian socialism does not consist in working out what to do in order to free mankind from exploitation on the basis of 224. Understanding how causes may be set in motion in order to produce effects. On the contrary, it consists in blindly behaving that socialism will be brought about by inexorable historical necessity. Therefore, says Dr. Popper, Marx condemns in fact all social engineering. He denounces the faith in a rational planning of social institutions as altogether unrealistic, since society must grow according to the laws of history and not according to our rational plans. All we can do, he asserts, is to lessen the birth pangs of the historical process. So Dr. Popper presents us with an alternative, to choose between utopian and piecemeal social engineering. On the one hand, we may choose to believe that nothing short of the complete eradication of the present social system will benefit humanity, and that therefore, it is of no use working out rational plans for improving our institutions. Because the only practical thing to do is to speed the fateful day when they will all be smashed up. On the other hand, we may reject any idea of a radical change in the social system and choose to keep on tinkering with single institutions, so as to satisfy bit by bit, so far as the present system allows, the various claims of our fellow men. This choice, as we might indeed expect when it is presented by Dr. Popper, is the choice of Wonderland. In that direction haves a hatter, and in that direction haves a March hare. Visit either you like. They're both mad. But I don't want to go among mad people, Os remarked. Oh, you can't help that, we're mad here. Let us see if we cannot, in this predicament, fare better than Os. A practical socialist posse does not, as Marx made perfectly clear in his criticism of utopian socialism, take off from the enunciation of an ultimate political aim, or the ideal state. As for the ideal state, it is equally a utopia whether it is supposed to be realized, as the utopian socialists behaved, by everyone becoming convinced of its rationality, or, as Dr. Popper says Marxists behave, by inexorable processes of historical necessity. A practical socialist policy takes off from the scientific analysis of the mode of exploitation in modern society, the consequences of this exploitation, and the practical long-term possibilities of removing it and instituting relations of production which will permit the utilization and development of modern forces of production for purposes of the general welfare. It then takes into account what sort of political organization and posse will be necessary to this end, and what sort of opposition it may expect to encounter. As for our ultimate political aim, This is not presented as the ideal state, but as the aim which follows from the scientific analysis of the actual human situation. It is presented as demonstrably practicable, and as demonstrably necessary, in view of the actual human situation. Thus the question posed is not one of choosing between, on the one hand, the utopian aim of an ideal state, to reach which requires the violent suppression of the existing order, and on the other hand, the rational practice of piecemeal social engineering, tinkering with existing institutions so as to alleviate hardships by trying to meet the claims of everyone concerned in them. The question is one of whether, on the one hand, to accept the existing mode of exploitation, or on the other hand, to examine what is wrong with it, what can be done to remove it, and what issues to tackle and what constructive proposals to make, step by step, in order to do so. It is totally untrue, as stated in the credo of social engineering, that revolutionary socialists aim only at the realization of abstract goods, whereas the piecemeal social engineers rather aim at the elimination of concrete miseries. Communists aim at the elimination of concrete miseries, and it is their consciousness of these miseries and of their roots in the existing system of exploitation, that makes them revolutionary socialists. We do not oppose capitalism in order to reach abstract goods, but in order to fight for the elimination of poverty by direct means. That which Dr. Popper misnames social engineering, on the other hand, will allow concrete miseries to be emanated only in so far as their emanation is compatible with maintaining capitalist exploitation. There is no occasion at all for Dr. Popper to admonish us, our fellow men have a claim to our help. We know they have. That is why we are in favor, for instance, of erecting hospitals and schools of medicine to the full extent necessary to fight against epidemics and disease, and are not impressed by the admonitions of social engineers who tell us that the program can be only a limited one because, meantime, we have to pay for the costs of fighting communism. Dr. Popper advises us, do not aim at establishing happiness by political means. For, he goes on to explain, it is my thesis that human misery is the most urgent problem of a rational public policy and that happiness is not such a problem. The attainment of happiness should be left to our private endeavors. It is possible by political means to remove the causes of poverty and war, and to provide everyone with the material means for useful. 226. Work, education, leisure, comfort, and the protection of health. Even that, of course, would still not suffice to establish happiness, for whether individuals are happy or not will still depend on how they treat each other, and how each behaves, in personal life. But all the same, it is pretty ridiculous to pose human misery as the most urgent problem of a rational public policy, in opposition to happiness. A politics which really tackles the problem of human misery is not indifferent to fostering the pursuit of happiness, and can certainly go further towards establishing it than one which is content simply to leave it to our private endeavors. The social engineer clears a slum, builds a council estate, dumps people in it, and tells them, your happiness now depends on your private endeavors. Could not more be done to remove the frustrations and help establish the happiness of the council tenants? Revolutionary change of the social system is not opposed to reform. No politically serious socialist, and certainly no communist, ever says, either eradicate the social system, or else reform existing institutions. You cannot do both. We always propose and we always support such reforms as will benefit the people. We do this because our fellow men have a claim to our help. It is not communists who look on with indifference at preventable human miseries. Nor do we tolerate miseries because we behave that the more miserable people are the more likely they are to support our plan for a violent revolution. That is just one of Dr. Popper's smears. On the contrary, it is certain social engineers of the ruined classes who look on with indifference, behaving that if these people can be kept down they can be kept out, and that it will be good for profits. Every communist is a social reformer. And practical ardor for social reform is not in the least incompatible with seeking to eradicate the social system, but is rather a necessary quantity of effective revolutionary leadership. It was Lenin who said that communists should always be the tribunes of the people. Those who hope to mobilize a great movement to transform society must know how to respond to every grievance and every demand of every section and, indeed, of every individual that composes the movement. A movement that will be able to unite and organize to achieve a new order of society must be composed of persons and organizations who will never take any imposition lying down, but who know how to better their condition and not let others worsen it. And those whom people will trust as leaders are those who have shown that both heart and mind are 227. Involved in protest against every deprivation and every injustice suffered by even the most insignificant or undeserving individual. 3. Reform and revolution. Revolutionary change of the social system is the alternative, not to reform, but to the policy of allowing only such reform as can be accomplished without jeopardizing the profits of the ruling class. According to Dr. Popper, it is not so very difficult to reach agreement by discussion on what are the most urgent social reforms. So it is not difficult to get agreed the measures of piecemeal social engineering. That is one of its great virtues, he says, for in this way we can get somewhere by arguing, we can profit here from the attitude of reasonableness. We can learn by sticking to concrete claims, by patiently trying to assess them as impartially as we can, and by considering ways of meeting them without creating worse evils. This, says Dr. Popper, is a fact, and not a very strange fact. Certainly, it is not a very strange fact that agreement on some urgent social reform should sometimes be not so very difficult, when, on the one hand, there would be a great deal of protest if the urgent need for reform were ignored and, on the other hand, the agreed reform impartially but generously acknowledges the concrete claims of capitalist vested interests. Thus, for example, there is general agreement in Britain today that something must be done to meet the housing situation. And although some disagreement is expressed as to the proportionate parts that private enterprise and public authorities should play in the housing program, no very serious disagreements break out so long as rent, interest, and profit are duly upheld. Housing may be, WDTH a considerable measure of agreement, subsidized out of public funds, so long as the subsidy guarantees that the money lenders shall be paid in full. So isn't that reasonable? Surely the rehousing of homeless families removes a positive evil, and creates no worse evil, even if the condition for it is that vested interests shall get their rake off. And even though the job is done very slowly, and is interrupted whenever the government declares a crisis, it is still claimed that this way of doing it is the best way. For the removal of the vested interests which obstruct an all-out effort to solve the housing problem could well prove a worse evil, because they would object, government would have to suppress their objections, and that would be 228. Dictatorship, at all events, it would put an end to the desirable but not very strange fact of agreement. In actual fact in capitalist society, and this, too, is not very strange, all agreements, whether they concern such matters as social services or wages, hours, working conditions, and holidays, are arrived at as accommodations between opposed interests, for instance, those of people wanting cheap and good houses, and those of money lenders and landlords who want interest and rent, or those of workers wanting more real wages, and those of employers wanting more profits. It may then be said, and, indeed, Dr. Popper does say so, that the fact that affairs get arranged through these sorts of accommodations means that the class struggle has been abetted and is on the way to disappearance. But, on the contrary, these accommodations demonstrate the continued existence of the class struggle, and are its outcome. First of all, it was the conduct of class struggle which led to the position where they could be made at all. If there were no class organizations of the working class, which have grown strong enough and fight hard enough to gain recognition, the ruling class would not be so accommodating. And secondly, what can be got depends on the complex balance of effective pressures behind the competing claims of competing class interests. If the working people want to gain more benefits, and stop vested interests from robbing them of them, they must fight more determinedly and harder. Persons in ministries and offices drafting blueprints for making this or that improvement in this or that institution or service, and other persons sitting critically commenting on them in the London School of Economics, or getting on their hind legs in Parliament, may imagine that they are, like wise and impartial legislators, performing judicious operations of piecemeal social engineering. But they are not in fact like engineers working out designs for a new bridge or, maybe, for strengthening one which is failing to stand up under the load of heavier traffic. They are seeking to control people and shape their social relations, and dealing not with mechanical but with social stresses. And what they can plan, and what actually happens to their plans, depends on the actual power that is exerted in the social institutions by conflicting class interests. The occurrence of so-called piecemeal social engineering is only a particular contemporary manifestation of the class struggle between capital and labor, and its laws of operation are not those of engineering, but of class struggle. 229. The fact is not very strange that, so long as the situation remains such that accommodations can be reached which do not vitally impair the accumulation of capital and which, at the same time, bestow benefits on labor, such accommodations will go on being reached. It has never happened, and is not likely to happen now, that an exploiting class will be removed from power so long as it is able to make substantial concessions to the interests of other classes. What goes on in the meantime is the pressure of the one class for those concessions, and the resistance of the other class to every infringement of its interests. The outcome is the expression of this immensely complex social interaction. It cannot be decided simply by reference to the blueprints of social engineers. They delude themselves when they fancy that the backrooms where they have set up their drawing boards have been miraculously transformed into engineering workshops strategically placed in the corridors of power, and that everyone outside is just waiting patiently for claims to be met. The necessity for the eventual socio-UST solution of the contradictions of capita HSM arises from the fact that capital cannot indefinitely go on in the same way exploiting labor whose forces of production are being continually revolutionized, and cannot indefinitely go on drawing raw materials and tribute from industrially underdeveloped dependencies. Social strains are unavoidable, and cannot but issue in revolutionary crises, when the ruling class can no longer go on ruling in the old way and is divided as to what to do, and the popular organizations are determined on a change which the rulers cannot concede. It is at such moments that the actual organization and influence gained by revolutionary scientific socialism in the preceding years becomes decisive, and that the illusions of social engineering become manifest. They are revealed as no more than what Marx called the imbecility which holds those infected by it fast in an imaginary world and robs them of all sense, all memory, all understanding of the rude external world. In the rude external world the fact which escapes the notice of who dream of engineering a perpetual motion machine of reform by agreement is the fact that control of political power is in the hands of the big capitalist interests. They keep the power, and though they may discreetly keep it in reserve most of the time, it is there to be unmasked when occasion arises and exercised with authoritarian violence, both in foreign wars. 230. For the defense of capitalist profit and in repression at home. No schemes of social engineering can get round the fact that at some time or another this power will have to be challenged and overcome. Marx is rather severely reproached by Dr. Popper for having written, in the preface to Capital, that when a society has discovered the natural law that determines its own movement, even then it can neither overleap the natural phases of its own evolution, nor shuffle them out of the world by a stroke of the pen. But this much it can do. It can shorten and lessen the birth pangs. He interprets this as meaning that communists lack any poecy based on working out on scientific principles what can be done for social betterment. For they believe that a violent revolution is historically inevitable and that therefore it is useless to attempt reforms and the only thing to do is by revolutionary propaganda and conspiracy to hasten the day of reckoning. This is a peculiar variety of fatism, he says, and as such scientifically untenable and unacceptable to social engineers. but the scientific sense of Marx's statement is quite clear, and so is its truth. Marx's fundamental discovery of the natural law governing social changes was the discovery of the universal Hamiting conditions of men's conduct of their social relations, much as fundamental discoveries of thermodynamics, for example, were discoveries of Hamiting conditions for the exchange of energy in physical systems, namely, that energy is conserved and entropy increases. Marx's fundamental discovery was that relations of production have to be adapted to forces of production. So what was he saying in the preface to Capital? He was saying that to discover this law is not to discover how to abrogate it, how to overleap its limitations, any more than to discover the laws of thermodynamics is to discover how to abrogate them by constructing perpetual motion machines. But it is to discover what to expect to happen and how to act in concrete situations governed by the law, just as discoveries of thermodynamics are discoveries about how to make engines more efficient. Hence Marx said that when we have discovered that relations of production have to be adapted to forces of production, that does not enable us to contract out of the painful business of involvement in the processes of this adaptation, but it does enable us to work out ways of speeding them up and making them less painful. The social circumstances we are in are governed by universal laws of social development, and so VAUD 23. 1. Expectations must be limited. Some things are possible, and other things are not. The indefinite and prosperous continuance of capitalism, free from revolutionary crises, is one of those that are not possible. On the other hand, if we are to develop and house the forces of production we have already got for social welfare, we must FMD how to bring into being relations of production within which production can be organized for welfare. It is up to us how long it takes and how much we suffer. By meetant organization and wise policy we can lessen the birth pangs, but by no possible means can we dodge the issues, the crises, and conflicts which the existing situation entails. This concept that we cannot overleap the consequences of the law that production relations must be adapted to productive forces, but that we can lessen the birth pangs occasioned by their becoming adapted, makes both scientific and political good sense. For example, capitalism could be let develop into the final crisis of World War III. But this is not inevitable, and we can work to prevent it. Again, capitalism could be let develop the automation of production under private enterprise to the point where it creates vast unemployment. It is possible that things will be let develop in the USA, for example, to the point where there are millions of desperate displaced people without support and without hope, making chaos and bloodshed a certainty, but this need not happen if in good time organized labor, in an orderly way, takes over control of the situation. The phrase social engineering is, all things considered, a pretty inept one. Those to whom Dr. Popper affirms it are, if they can be called engineers at all events remarkably innocent of scientific theory, HKE engineers who, when a few wheels start turning, think they have become masters of a perpetual motion machine. But if any sense is to be given to the expression, it is the policy of a united labor movement engaged in bringing into being and lessening the birth pangs of a new social order, which deserves to be called social engineering. 5. Institutions. Social engineering, according to Dr. Popper's conception, is concerned with institutions and their management. The social engineer does not directly deal with individuals, but he is both maintenance and construction engineer for institutions. Institutions become amenable to rational scientifically directed social engineering operations when they are democratic. Non-democratic institutions cannot be engineered. For instance, social engineers entering the court of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid would have been hable to summary expulsion as unbehaving duades. If no worse, their field of operation is in the democratic institutions of modem capitalist society, where they are not merely tolerated but rewarded. Social engineering is thus the product of democracy. It was the development of democratic institutions that made possible the rational practices of social engineering, instead of the crude methods of violence which prevailed in earlier times, and their continued development not only requires the services of social engineering, but will be wrecked if violent methods of smashing up institutions are chosen in their place. Dr. Popper thus sees social engineering as the democratic method of conducting human affairs, in opposition to violence. There are only two kinds of government institutions, he explains, those which provide for a change of the government without bloodshed, and those which do not. The former he calls democratic. If undemocratic types of institutions prevail, then, obviously, violence is the only means available for righting wrongs. The use of violence, he concludes, is justified only under a tyranny which makes reforms without violence impossible, and it should have only one aim, that is, to bring about a state of affairs which makes reforms without violence possible. These simple truths about democratic institutions are not, he charges, understood by Marxists. For, as we have already learned from him, Marx denounces the faith in a rational planning of social institutions as altogether unrealistic, since society must grow according to the laws of history and not according to our rational plans. The laws of history are those of the development of class struggles. Consequently, Marxists have been taught to think in terms not of institutions but of classes. But whereas Marxists nowadays do not think in terms of institutions, rationalists, on the contrary, are more inclined to rely on institutions for construing men. This is the main difference. Since, then, Dr. Popper says that Marxists are taught not to think in terms of institutions, let us see how he himself teaches us to think in terms of them. For in this matter of teaching us how to think in terms of institutions, he would have been well advised to attend to several large chunks of opaque matter in his own eye before concerning himself with motes in the eyes of his Marxist neighbors. Human progress, says Dr. Popper, depends on the design and working of institutions. For institutions, HKE levers, are needed if we want to achieve anything which goes beyond the power of our muscles. Like machines, institutions multiply our powers for good and evil. Like machines, they need intelligent supervision by someone who understands their way of functioning and, most of all, their purpose. At the same time, the social engineer must remain cautiously aware of what is called the human element in institutions. He cannot construct foolproof institutions, that is to say, institutions whose functioning does not very largely depend on persons. Institutions, at best, can reduce the uncertainty of the personal element, by assisting those who work for the aims for which the institutions are designed, and on whose personal initiative and knowledge success largely depends. Democratic institutions are not only the means we can use for engineering social achievements, they also provide checks on what would otherwise be the irresponsible power of certain individuals or groups of individuals. This leads to a new approach to the problem of politics, says Dr. Popper, for it forces us to replace the question, who should rule? By the new question, how can we so organize political institutions that bad and incompetent rulers can be prevented from doing too much damage? Thus he concludes, just as the task of the physical engineer is to design machines and to remodel and service them, the task of the piecemeal social engineer is to design social institutions and to reconstruct and run those already in existence. The piecemeal tech. 234. Knowledgist or engineer recognizes that only a minority of social institutions are consciously designed, while the vast majority have just grown, as the undesigned results of human actions. But however strongly he may be impressed by this important fact, as a technologist or engineer he will look upon them from a functional or instrumental point of view. He will see them as means to certain ends, or as convertible to the service of certain ends, as machines rather than as organisms. Although he admits that in the past the vast majority have just grown, Dr. Popper asserts that institutions can be increasingly engineered once the practice of engineering them has been instituted. Marx was quite right when he insisted that history cannot be planned on paper, he assures us. But institutions can be planned, and they are being planned. In the course of this instruction on how to think in terms of institutions, Dr. Popper remarks, with justice, that their construction needs some knowledge of social regularities which impose limitations upon what can be achieved by institutions. These limitations are somewhat analogous, for instance, to the law of conservation of energy, which amounts to the statement that we cannot build a perpetual motion machine. He has very little to say, however, on this all-important topic of just what these social regularities are and in what way they impose limitations. Surely, to think in terms of institutions, this question needs looking into with care. That is exactly what Marxists have done. And if only Dr. Popper had done so, he too might have gained some knowledge of the limitations upon what can be achieved by institutions. He says that, for Marxists, society must grow according to the laws of history and not according to our rational plans. But what Marxists actually maintain is that our rational plans must take account of the laws of history, that is to say, of social regularities which impose limitations upon what can be achieved by institutions. Marxists do not behave that plans for a democratic perpetual motion machine are rational. Dr. Popper has very rightly observed that no social life can be carried on except through institutions of one sort and another. But when he teaches us to think in terms of institutions, his lessons include no instruction about how institutions are instituted, under what conditions and limitations, or how one influences or limits another. The term itself is never clearly defined by him. The term 235 social institution, he tells us, is used here in a very wide sense, to include bodies of a private as well as of a public character. Thus, I shall use it to describe a business, whether it is a small shop or an insurance company, an a school, or an educational system, or a POHCE force, or a church, or a law court. He then goes on to point out that the term bears an even wider sense than these examples would suggest, and tells us, language is a social institution. Writing is a social institution. Thus any product of men's getting together in society, which regulates social activity, from language to a small shop, is an institution. He attempts no sort of analysis of institutions, as to their different kinds and their interconnections. And that being so, the best we may expect from him is the best he gives us the solemn assurance that, while institutions just grow in some unspecified manner, and are never foolproof, nevertheless some of them can be planned, subject always to unstated limitations. If that is to think in terms of institutions, then by all means let us try to think in terms of classes and FMD out what the limitations are. We need not dispute that both languages and small shops are institutions for, of course, if the term is used in a wide enough sense, it can be made to cover both. But since the term is such a very wide one, how are we to think in terms of institutions without getting hopelessly muddled in the use of words? We must draw distinctions between institutions, in terms of their social functions, and examine how one set of institutions is conditioned by and grows out of another. That is what Marx did. Here in Britain today the English language, the Capita UST system, the Marylebone Cricket Club, the Oxford and Cambridge Boat Race, Harrods, British Railways, the Prices and Incomes Board, Parliament, the Board of Trade, the trade unions, political parties and the secret police are all social institutions. If we want to know how we can use our institutions, and what to do about them, distinctions must be drawn and connections traced. Dr. Popper has stressed, for example, the importance of making our institutions democratic. But the term democratic applies only to some institutions, and makes no sense at all in relation to others. For example, how could the English language be democratic? Or a small shop, for that matter? As I have said, institutions, in the widest sense, are products of our getting together in society, and they regulate social activity. In 236. Institution is anything socially instituted. The sense of the verb instituted can best be demonstrated by examples. Thus for communication we use language, and also telephones. Both are social products, but a telephone is a material implement, whereas a language is not. The telephone is manufactured, and the language instituted. The material object, a telephone, is not an institution, but the language we use when we communicate by telephone is an institution, and so is the post office which installs and controls telephones. Institutions are not material things, they cannot be seen or touched or pointed at, like material things. This non-material character of institutions is illustrated by the sort of explanations we have to offer when someone does not know what it is we are referring to when we refer to some given institution. And we explain it to him. Take the Oxford and Cambridge boat race, for example. To explain what a boat is, one must explain that it is a manufactured object which people can sit in and propel through the water. To explain what the boat race is, as an institution, is much more complicated. One must say, every year, at approximately the same date, 2 sets of 8 young men, one set from Oxford and one from Cambridge, get into boats on the River Thames and propel themselves from Putney to Mortlake. They start when someone gives the signal, and the ones who arrive at Mortlake first are the winners. One can of course see the boat race but not in the same sense as one can see the boats. The boat race itself is seen only in the sense that one sees particular crews engaging in activity regulated in accordance with the institution. The boat race is a Platonic idea manifesting itself in time, and so is language, the post office, and any other institution. But yet institutions are not eternal objects which manifest themselves in the material world, but social products, instituted by men. The universal distinguishing feature of institutions is, that they have rules, conventional rules, definitive of each institution. People institute institutions when, for carrying out their various activities, they come to adopt certain rules of procedure like the vocabulary and syntax of a language, or the rules of the boat race, or the multifarious conventions which govern the conduct of small shops or the secret posts. Such rules generally get established by custom, as the activity develops, though they may also be, in certain cases, consciously formulated, agreed and promulgated. Very often, to begin with, they just grow, then at a certain stage of growth they are formulated and promulgated. 237. That is why our social activities may be said to be regulated by our institutions. In our social actions we use various material objects and material products for our purposes, in a way regulated by our institutions. Institutions with their rules of social behavior are essential for social activities and the realization of their purposes, for without this kind of regulation the activities could neither be conducted nor succeed. Indeed, all social activities are, and must be, institutionalized. There is not first an activity and then, later, an institution, but social activities only develop by developing the appropriate institutional regulation. Hence, while one can, in words, distinguish a social activity and the institution for performing it, each is an abstraction apart from the other, and the concrete reality is to be institutionalized activity. Of course, separate individual activities are not always fully institutionalized. For example, a man enjoying himself in a boat on the Thames is not engaged in institutionalized activity the cruise in the boat race, though even his activity is institutionalized to some extent, since he probably has to hire the boat and return it within a stated time, and the motions he performs are those which have been instituted in the development of boating, and have to be learned by him in the school of Thames boating, different in many respects from that of, say, the Yangtze. It is social activity that is institutionalized, but so social is man that institutional rules are often obeyed in solitude. As when an Englishman exploring the jungle dresses for dinner. Clearly, it is important to distinguish between, on the one hand, the rules enjoined by institutions and, on the other hand, the objective laws characteristic of material processes and the objective requirements for dealing with them. This is a distinction which, historically, people have found it hard to draw. Thus, on the one hand, we imagine ourselves to be bound by the rules of our institutions as by natural laws, and on the other hand, we imagine natural laws to have been misstituted somehow or other for the regulation of natural processes. There is, however, a pretty close connection between the rules of institutions and objective laws. The institutional rules of an activity have to accord with the laws which limit the activity, so that we cannot simply make up and alter the rules in any way we hke. The purely conventional rules of a language, for example, have to accord with the objective requirements of communication which govern speaking. Again, such an institution as the Board of Trade, in Britain, has to be conducted in accordance with the objective requirements of 238. The economy. We could neither institute rules for language just as we please, nor regulate trade just as we please. Moreover, in so far as activities deal with material objects, they have to be regulated in accordance with the natural properties of the objects. Institutions, then, are characterized by rules which are themselves limited by the laws of the activities they regulate. In the second place, most institutions require the construction of some sort of permanent material equipment for the purpose of carrying on the regulated activity. Thus, for example, many institutions are housed in buildings. Others possess movable equipment, such as the locomotives of British Railways or the cloaks and daggers of the secret posts. This sometimes leads to verbal confusion in talking about institutions, when the material equipment is identified with the institution itself. Thus the words the Board of Trade may be used to denote the building in which the Board of Trade operates, or British Railways to denote the totality of railway lines and rolling stock. Again, the so-called social engineer is often very much concerned with material equipment, as when the educational reformer calls for the building of new schools, and for their architectural design in accordance with his recommendations about how the education inside them should be conducted. Again, he may call for the taking over of material equipment, as when he calls for his own nominees to be installed in positions where they will manage its use in different ways from that in which it was managed before. This general definition of institutions makes clear, then, a point in which Dr. Popper is interested, from the point of view of social engineering, when he asks how institutions can change, or be changed. In general, institutions are changed when the rules are changed, including cases where new material equipment is introduced, necessitating change of rules, and where change of rules necessitates provision of new equipment. It also makes clear that there are, as Dr. Popper recognizes but abstains from too much inquiry into, definite limitations both to how existing institutions can be changed and to what new or changed institutions can, in given circumstances, be introduced. In considering the development of institutions as means and regulators of human social activity, and what can and cannot be done by way of purposively developing them in the future, it is evidently of great importance to consider both the character and objective laws. 239. Of interconnection and development of human social activities, and the modes of interconnection and interdependence of institutions in regulation of social activities. This is dialectics, fitting abstractions together in the concrete picture of how a process actually proceeds. It is in fact what Marx did, and Dr. Popper does not do, although Dr. Popper says that Marx teaches us not to think in terms of institutions and that he himself is overthrowing Marx by performing an institutional analysis. From a very exact analysis of the laws of development of institutions, Marx arrived at a practical political program for changing them. It is from trite and empty phrases about institutions that Dr. Popper arrives at equally vapid generalizations about social engineering. Marx examined the connections and interdependence of institutions as they are formed for socially necessary purposes of human activity. He did not just talk about institutions in general, drawing no distinction between languages and small shops, or between boat races and police forces. His analysis showed that the condition for all other human activities is the performance of social production, so that the techniques of production have to be instituted and, as an essential requisite first for social labor and then for everything else people do together, languages. To carry out production with the given techniques, with the given forces of production, men have to enter into corresponding relations of production which therefore have also to be instituted, so that an economic structure and property relations are instituted. Then follows the institution of all the common activities of everyday youth, from the acquisition and exchange of products to sports and the pursuit of arts and sciences. Lastly, to hold society together, there must be institutions of education, propaganda, and management. Schools, churches, legal institutions, government and parochial institutions, equipped where necessary with means of material coercion. 2. Institutions and classes. The all-important social regularity which Dr. Popper overlooks when he lectures us about social engineering and institutions, and to which opacities in his intellectual retina render him quite blind, is the fundamental one which Marx discovered, namely, that to maintain and continue our social existence we have to enter into relations of production corresponding to our forces of production. Unless we instituted arrangements to carry on social production. 240. We could have no social life at all. In other words, the whole of social life is used on the basis of having entered into and instituted definite relations of production. The production relations are the basis or foundation of all the institutions for regulating how we use or enjoy the various material means and mental abilities which we derive from having engaged in social production. As Marx said, the sum total of relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. Relations of production include, as Marx went on to say, property relations. To enter into relations of production is to enter into regulative arrangements of production and distribution such that both means of production and products are treated as the property of definite persons or groups of persons. The institution of production relations is thus the institution of property, and so Marx called the institution of property but a legal expression of the same thing. Incidentally, property and all other institutional arrangements of society are dependent, not only on the development of techniques of social production, but on language. People had to speak, because social techniques of production involve this sort of communication. The institution of language then supps the necessary means of communication for instituting everything else, including property. Indeed, every human attribute is dependent on language, labor, thought, property, religion, the sciences and arts, the whole development of social life and of the individual persona hty which is the product of social life. As Dr. Popper has said, many institutions just grow. That is to say, they are not begun, nor thereafter are they changed, as a result of anyone thinking up the rules and inventing the equipment, and everyone else then agreeing to do as he proposes. Rather do people enter into certain arrangements, and modify them, from the necessities of their social life, in accordance with what is possible and what is necessary for them to do in view of their productive forces. Marx devoted a great deal of attention to the question of how relations of production, and property relations, grow. People have entered into them, as he said, independent of their will. And so these institutions have appeared to the people who have regulated their lives by them as either natural or God-given laws of life, since they themselves never deliberately instituted them. Property, Marx showed, is derivative from division of labor in social production. With the very primitive techniques of small groups engaged in hunting and food gathering, everyone had much the same things to do, and such division of labor as there was came from the natural differences of the two sexes. The development of production techniques, such as began first of all with agriculture, the domestication of animals, and the development of various crafts, brought increasing division of labor, and this division of labor led to means of production and products becoming allocated as the property of this or that person or group of persons. The various stages of development in the division of labor, wrote Marx and Engels in the German ideology, are just so many different forms of ownership, i.e. the existing stage in the division of labor determines also the relations of individuals to one another with reference to the materials, instruments, and products of labor. Property relations have been, in their development, class relations. The division of labor has given rise to property, and the development of property to the division of society into classes. Classes are distinguished by the place they occupy in social production and, consequently, the relation in which they stand to the means of production. Lenin, to whom we owe this brief definition of class distinctions, also elaborated the definition of social class at more length. Classes are large groups of people which differ from each other by the place they occupy in an historically definite system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the social wealth that they obtain and their method of acquiring their share in it. Classes are groups of people one of which may appropriate the labor of another, owing to the different places they occupy in the definite system of social economy. The development of property divides society into classes when some acquire monopoly over ownership of means of production of such a kind as enables them to exploit the labor of others in definite ways. In the total social process of division of labor in production and distribution, each class fulfills its role, whether of labor or of management. But the relations of classes do not constitute a harmonious system in which the function of one requires and complements the function of another. 242. On the contrary, these relations are antagonistic. Exploiters and exploited continually dispute their share of the social wealth as well as the method of acquiring it, and so do exploiters with rival methods of exploitation. Classes are not institutions, but groups of people who have become differentiated as a result of the institution of property and of class relations. Thus the regulation and management of production in accordance with the institutional development of property relations, which have developed in a definite way because of the necessities imposed upon the regulation of production by definite developments of the forces of production, has divided society into social classes, with some exploiting others. As a result of the division into classes, distinct and antagonistic class interests have arisen. For institutions of property, with resulting class divisions, which have brought material benefits to one class have brought the opposite to another. Hence one class has had an interest in carrying on institutions in one way, and another class in carrying them on in another way, or in doing away with them and substituting different institutions. Institutions of all kinds are instituted, carried on and changed by people, and so, in a society divided into classes, the instituting, carrying on and change of the social institutions is done by people with divergent antagonistic class interests. Some classes are interested in preserving the existing class relations, and in setting up and managing other institutions on the basis of preserving the property relations, whereas other classes have contrary interests. What happens to institutions, and what is done with their aid, is decided, naturally enough, by the aggregate of interactions of all the persons concerned. Hence naturally enough what happens to institutions in class-divided society, and what is done with their aid, is decided as the outcome of class struggles. And this is equally true whether, in given circumstances, class struggles result in fundamental changes in institutions, or whether their temporary issue proves to be some sort of accommodation or compromise. The basic issue of class struggle is always that of preserving or changing property relations. The classes dispute their share of the social wealth and the method of acquiring it. In this dispute they form specific class institutions of their own. 243. And likewise dispute over the management and character of all sorts of other institutions. Classes are formed by the divisions introduced by property relations. They develop and consolidate their existence as classes by the development of institutions to preserve and push forward their interests in opposition to other classes, and of definite modes of consciousness or ideologies in which their collective determination to do so, and belief in the rightness of so doing, is expressed. Thus the modem working class, for example, was formed as a result of the divisions introduced by the relations of capital and wage labor. It developed and consolidated its existence as a class by setting up working class organizations and developing corresponding modes of consciousness. These are the conclusions scientifically drafted by Marx. We can now judge, therefore, whether it is true to say, as Dr. Popper has said, that Marxists have been taught to think in terms not of institutions but of classes. The imped disjunction is false. To think of social activities, as one is bound to do, and as Marx did, in terms of institutions, is to think of them in terms of classes, since the people who set up institutions, and keep them going, are divided into classes. 2. Think of any institutions connected with property and its administration otherwise than in terms of classes is to think of them in abstraction from the people who institute and use them, and from the actual social circumstances in which they institute and use them. Dr. Popper may favor that kind of metaphysical abstraction, and make out that when people are divided into classes they can nevertheless regulate their social activities through institutions as if they were not divided into classes, but we who have paid some attention to what Marx had to teach about dialectics are able to spot this false abstraction, and recognize how the categories of class and institution are connected in the actual concrete development of social activity. Classes are, we may note, and as Marx demonstrated, derivative from the development of relations of production, or the institution of property. Having, as a result of the division of labor consequent upon development of productive forces, instituted property relations which divide society into classes, people have thereafter been engaged in class struggles, and have changed their institutions only in the course of and as the outcome of class struggles. To stand to Dr. Popper on the class struggle, one would be led to imagine, however, that for Marx the class struggle was some sort of fundamental law of society. So that one must think in terms not of institutions but of classes. 244. But on the contrary, classes and class struggles are merely derivative from certain temporary historically constituted types of social institutions. Let us find how to get rid of these types of institutions and we shall have got rid of the class struggle. As a result of his paying no attention to the scientific analysis of class struggles as actually derivative from the institution of property, Dr. Popper's OV-Karatoi exposition is most inconsistently and curiously divided between imagining that classes have already disappeared, so that capitalist institutions can be managed as though there were no class struggle at all, and imagining that class division is so necessary a feature of all human society that a classless society is a utopia. Revolutionary changes in institutions, that is to say, the ousting of one form of exploitation by another or, in Socialist revolution, of all exploitation, are made necessary, as Marx showed, by the development of productive forces. It is evident enough that, in Europe for example, the sorts of improvements in agricultural techniques which took place under feudalism not only were not but could not have been effected on the slave estates of the ancient Roman Empire, and that the later developments of industrial techniques which took place under capitalism could not have been effected so long as feudal relations hampered them. To make these things possible, great institutional changes had to be effected. And these changes were effected as a result of long and, indeed, bloody struggles, in which one interest in the acquiring of wealth overcame another. Ruling classes succumbed, and institutions became radically altered, only when the former had been sufficiently weakened and divided as a result of their inability successfully to manage the existing economy through the existing institutions. Revolutions, necessary for the development of the social forces of production, are brought about as a consequence of clashes between people interested in different ways of acquiring their share of the social wealth. Today the necessity of socialist revolution is deduced from the fact that the full development of modern forces of production, including the full employment of all human, technological, and scientific resources, and the full enjoyment of the possible benefits, is not possible so long as capitalist property relations prevail. Once again, the institutional changes that are necessary cannot be engineered except through the sort of engineering effected by class struggles. Dr. Popper maintains that a revolution is a sort of unnecessary catastrophe, brought about as an interruption in 245. Orderly progress by some explosion of passions or conspiracy of bloody-minded agitators, which could have been avoided had the rulers been wiser. After the destructive anarchy of a revolution, order has eventually to be restored again and affairs brought back to normal, and such progress as may then be achieved could have been achieved just as well, and probably much better, without a revolution. This is to overlook the fact that the institutional changes effected by revolution were necessary, and could only be effected by class struggle and the decisive overcoming of one interest by another. Opposing social engineering to revolution, Dr. Popper tells us that only by planning, step by step, for institutions to safeguard freedom, especially freedom from exploitation, can we hope to achieve a better world. But to safeguard freedom from exploitation, it would first be necessary to have instituted freedom from exploitation, that is to say, to have instituted socialist relations of production, that is to say, to have engineered a socialist revolution. Human social activity is, one need hardly stress, a very complex thing, and has got more complex as civilization has developed. This complexity is due not simply to the multiplication of activities but to the corresponding multiplication of institutions. For every social activity is regulated in one way or another, and so has its institutions. As activities have multiplied, so there has developed activity, the object of which is to direct, organize and control activities, to administer and to manage, and so also institutions of direction, organization, control, administration, and management. It is always as well to bear in mind, when talking about institutions, that they are of many distinct types, and that what may sensibly be predicated of one type makes no sense if predicated of another. Statements about all institutions or institutions in general are, therefore, often merely nonsensical. When Dr. Popper lectures us about social engineering, he is evidently specially concerned with institutions of management. The special character of such institutions is expressed in the fact that certain persons are in charge of them, hold office in them, and so on, statements which make no sense at all apply to other types of institution. With these institutions there enters into social life the element known as authority and power. And with this we must be concerned if we are to talk practical sense. 246. About social engineering to plan step-by-step institutions to achieve a better world. Authority or power has sometimes been understood by some rather simple-minded sociologists as consisting simply in the possession by some persons of material means for intimidating and bossing others. Thus the man with the big stick is the man of power, and the origin of power is explained in a very simple way by the theory that one day long ago some people armed themselves with big sticks while the others weren't looking. Power, however, is developed in society by the development of institutions of management, and is exercised through those institutions and in accordance with their rules. This fact is expressed in our language by the virtual equivalence of power with authority. Even tyrants, against whom Dr. Popper inveighs so much, are not able to seize power simply by beating other people over the head, but only by achieving authority in social institutions and planning and constructing special institutions of their own for the exercise of their power. An important feature of the relation of institutions of management and government to other institutions is that changes in the latter are often effected through the agency and by the authority of the former. Thus, for example, changes in instituted property arrangements may be made through the agency of legislation adopted and executed by government institutions. On a lesser scale, changes in the rules of cricket may be made through the agency of such a governing body as the Marylebone Cricket Club. On the other hand, the power of such agencies is not unlimited. They cannot effect any changes they hke, but only those which conditions permit and which they can get people to accept. And at the same time, change is taking place in the sum of social activities, and particularly the development of class struggles, often demand and lead to considerable changes in the constitution and operation of power. The limitations of instituted power take the form that there are not only some things those in power cannot do but other things they are obliged to do. This applies to the power of tyrants and dictators equally with that of democratically instituted authorities. And it affects equally whether the powers concerned be the supreme powers of government or the lesser powers exercised in, say, women's institutes or village cricket clubs. Every office is subject to obligations and restrictions. In a cricket club, for example, the pitch must be kept in 247 condition, the games organized, and funds raised. The club committee is obliged to attend to such matters, since they are objective conditions. For playing cricket, somewhat similar considerations apply to governments. And, in either case, if those in authority neglect obligations or seek to exceed their mandate, their power is either lost at once or begins to decrease. Thus Engels observed that, even in the case of despotic governments, the exercise of a social function was everywhere the basis of political supremacy. Political supremacy has existed for any length of time only when it fulfilled its social functions. However great the number of despotic governments which rose and fell in India and Persia, each was fully aware that its first duty was the general maintenance of irrigation throughout the valleys, without which no agriculture was possible, evolved subject to the requirements set by the mode of production. The specialist function of governing, performed through governments or state institutions, is, clearly, a case of division of labor, a product of the social development of division of labor. In primitive conditions, where the institution of tribal meetings and the leading role of headmen and such like suffices for directing and organizing the simple communal life, specialist institutions of government are unknown. It is where division of labor has led not merely to a multiplicity of specialist individual activities which need coordination but to the institution of private property in means of production, and consequently to class divisions and antagonism of class interests, that the specialist kind of overall social management which is done by government institutions becomes necessary. At that stage these institutions are established, with certain individuals becoming governors, office holders, and rulers. The multiplication of diverse and interdependent social activities and functions, each regulated and directed by its appropriate institutions, makes necessary the institution of a supreme power which will make as secure as possible the general conditions within which they can all develop, and at the same time the antagonisms entailed by property relations and class divisions make necessary the institution of a power strong enough to hold conflicts in check and prevent them from disrupting the social order. It is obvious that when the instituted relations of production are such, 248, that a comparatively few men of property are able to exploit the toiling majority, such a social order could not last very long unless the state institutions served to uphold the property relations and hold back or punish any who might combine to resist exploitation. Whenever and wherever a social order has been instituted based on the exploitation of man by man, it has included state institutions which serve to maintain that exploitation and, therefore, the interests of the principal exploiting class. It has endured only so long as such institutions endured, and has fallen only when its state institutions have succumbed either to internal revolution or external attack or a combination of both. Such, in its most general terms, is the Marxist theory of the origin of the state. Dr. Popper protests, with his customary vigor, that one cannot deduce conclusions about what can or cannot be done with something now from a theory of origins. States may have originated to uphold exploitation, but that does not necessarily imply that the social engineer today, who wishes to plan institutions to safeguard freedom from exploitation, must lead a revolutionary attack on the existing institutions of government for whatever the origin of these institutions in ancient society, they may have changed fundamentally in the interim period. That is, of course, quite true. Nor are Marxists quite so stupid as to deduce conclusions about the essence of government institutions housed today on the banks of the Thames from hypotheses about the origins of those set up thousands of years ago on the Tigris and Euphrates. The point of inquiring into origins is that such inquiries throw light on functions. To propound a theory about how government activity and its state institutions originated out of the multiplication and diversification of human activities and relations consequent upon the development of social production is to demonstrate the social functions which state power has fulfilled and to which its institutions have been adapted. So far as the present day is concerned, the question to settle is the factual question of whether or not state power is still required to fulfill, and still fulfills, analogous functions. Since capita USM continues to be based on the exploitation of man by man, and class struggle of exploited with exploiters continues, Marx concluded that in capitalist society, state power continues to exercise the function of preserving the social order with its relations of exploitation. He therefore concluded that those who wish to get rid of exploitation, and to plan institutions to safeguard 249. Freedom from exploitation, should carefully examine the existing state institutions in order to ascertain just how they function to preserve exploitation. Having ascertained that, they can work out what to do in order to stop this function from being exercised. As for Dr. Popper's social engineers, if they really want to plan a better world, they ought at least to make some inquiry into what can be done about those institutions which confer powers to preserve a worse world. But that inquiry would upset Dr. Popper's utopian hopes of agreement, for the powers in question are not likely to agree to abdicate without a struggle. He prefers to stick to his airy-fairy generalizations about institutions in general. According to Dr. Popper, the great superiority of a democratic system of government over a tyranny or dictatorship lies in the elaboration of institutional mechanisms for controlling office holders and getting rid of them if they fail to give satisfaction. A bad tyrant a bad prime minister can be ejected but only by violence, whereas there are institutional provisions for changing the prime minister by constitutional means without violence. We may wholeheartedly agree that democratic government does possess this advantage, and that accordingly the evolution of democratic institutions is progress in the arts of civist having. All the same, we should qualify our assent to Dr. Popper's jubilation over the perfection of our government institutions by asking what particular class interests these institutions have been evolved to promote, and what safeguards they include for the promotion of class interests. If to achieve a better world requires other interests to be promoted in opposition to those chiefly promoted by the existing institutions of government, our concern must be not so much to preserve our institutions as to change them to remove safeguards for one set of interests and institute safeguards for another, to remove provisions to ensure that one set of interests are always satisfied and institute provisions to satisfy another. Precisely that is the political program of the Communist Party. One complaint of Dr. Popper against the Communist Party is that Marx has taught it to think in terms not of institutions but of classes. But the great contribution of Marx to scientific thinking about institutions lay in his demonstration of the ways in which classes secure and promote their interests through the agency of institutions, and particularly of government institutions. It is a commonly held view, amongst those who do not go so far as to deny that class interests have an important influence in govern. 250. Meant, that the function of government is to hold a kind of balance between class interests to ensure that each interest is satisfied so far as is possible without injuring others. This view appears to receive confirmation in the custom of contemporary governments in the case, for example, of industrial disputes, when they generally invite each side to the Ministry of Labor in an effort to achieve a compromise. A less pleasing version of this theory of government is the view that governments retain power by playing off one interest against another. The essential tenet of all such theories is that the government is not itself the instrument of any sectional interest, but that its function is to maintain law and order in the general interest of every one of the people, the community or the nation. Dr. Popper's view is evidently that, although in the bad old days governments were often far from disinterested, democracy as instituted in Great Britain and the United States of America has today actually achieved, or very nearly achieved, this object. The falsification of such theories in the case of every social order based on the exploitation of man by man, which includes contemporary capitalism, is ensured by the fact that, to preserve the basic property relations and to direct affairs within the framework they provide, the government has always got to uphold the essential interest of the exploiting against the exploited classes. This function of contemporary capitalist governments is, indeed, demonstrated clearly enough in the case of industrial disputes, cited above. If the workers won't accept a compromise acceptable to the employers, the government always proceeds to assist the employers in coercing them to accept it. Otherwise, as the spokesmen of the government always tell us, the very fabric of society, and the essential welfare of the community as a whole, would suffer. This function of governments is ensured by the fact that powerful well-established institutions exist to ensure that governments do function in that way. In general, authority, with the exercise of power, is instituted to serve a social function, to direct, organize and control certain social activities for certain purposes. Office holders and persons of authority possess power on the condition that they fulfill their social function. The power they exert is the power socially instituted for preserving certain social relations and organizing social activity within them. 25. 1. In which not only the office holders but numerous other people, over whom the office holders exert authority, have a direct interest. Even a tyrant must, if his power is to survive, take care of the obligations which his office entails to definite social interests. The successful tyrant is always, in certain matters of key social importance, a very conscientious person. He looks after irrigation works, for example, or he promotes trade and industry. Unconscientious tyrants have usually come to a sticky end. Today, in democratic capitalist countries, there have been evolved elaborate systems of institutional checks and counter-checks which ensure not only that office holders carry out their functions to the satisfaction of capitalist interests, but that only persons of requisite social outlook and allegiance shall be selected for office, while the unreliable are weeded out. In the democratic government of Britain, for example, this is provided for not simply by periodic elections, but by the party system, and the elaborate processes of behind-the-scenes jockeying by which civil servants influence ministers and industrial and financial interests influence civil servants and party executives. Of great importance, therefore, are the institutional mechanisms whereby, in the case of any exercise of power, the persons of authority are selected, kept in line, restricted in their exercise of power, and made to fulfill their functions and carry out their obligations to those whose interest is served by their activity. Class interests are asserted through institutions. This does not mean that all institutions promote exclusively class interests, for obviously they do not. It means that wherever there is a class interest there are institutions to promote it. It is quite true that the numerous individuals who compose a class do not one and all devote themselves to furthering the common class interest, since many individual causes lead individuals to pursue aims irrelevant to or conflicting with their class interests. But, in the aggregate of social activities, class interests get affirmed. The existence of a common class interest leads to institutions being formed to promote it, and these exert much greater power than belongs to institutions which serve only the eccentric aims of other groups of individuals. Thus in Britain today the Conservative Party is a far more powerful institution than, say, the Anti-Vaccination League or the Lord's Day Observance Society, and the Federation of British Industries than, say, the Canine Defence League. 252. I have already observed that classes are developed and consolidated by the development of institutions to preserve and push forward their interests, in opposition to other classes. A class may be said to be Powerful to the extent to which there has been established a system of institutions through which its interests are effectively promoted. When these include key institutions of government, the class concerned may be accurately described as the RUHNG class. Under such circumstances, state or political power effectively belongs to that class as it effectively belongs to the capitalist class in capitalist countries today, democratic as some of them may be. Classes never rule, says Dr. Popper. The rulers are always certain persons. It would be difficult to imagine a more flagrant example of Dr. Popper's illogical habit of posing false antitheses. Of course, rulers are always persons. If I am asked, for example, who is the Prime Minister of Britain today, I answer, Mr. Harold Wilson. Because as a Marxist I am of opinion that the capitalist class is the ruling class, I would not suggest that the capitalist class is the Prime Minister, but only that the Prime Minister is under the thumb of the capitalist class. Clearly, the sense in which a class rules is different from that in which an individual rules by virtue of his holding high office. The Prime Minister in Britain holds the highest office. But the government institutions of Britain are so contrived that there are hundreds of institutional links whereby the capitalist class is able to prevent the appointment to high office of persons unreliable from the point of view of its class interest, and to ensure that those who wield power shall exert it in one way and not in another. That is how the capitalist class rules. If and when this complex institutional mechanism is broken, the capitalist class will no longer be the ruling class. Mr. Wilson, although he sometimes calls himself a socialist, does not even want to break it, nor could he, just on his own. For that there is required the concerted efforts of a great many people, united in institutions which promote other class interests. Instituted power is always tied up with the preservation and promotion of definite interests. This is as true of many lesser institutions as it is of state power and governments. Those who want to make a change are always up against a dead weight of traditional resistance. They often put this down to the obstinacy and thick-headedness of individuals, but it is more than that. It is the resistance of institutions geared to one interest to the promotion of another. In face of this, individuals, even those in office, may well feel helpless. I would so much like to do something else, but I'm not allowed to. To make a change, another interest has got to organize effectively enough to break the links of power with the former interest. Marx's class approach, teaching us to think of government institutions concretely in terms of classes, and not to think of them in the abstract, abstracted from the promotion of aggregate class interest, teaches us that the capitalist order of society survives, and can only survive, thanks to the established institutional arrangements whereby the capitalist interest is served and preserved through the power of the state. To break the fetters which capitalist relationships impose on social production for social welfare, it is necessary to develop working-class organization in resistance to the instituted power, to the point where power passes into the hands of the working class. This means that not only must persons be put into power who are persons of socialist allegiance and with the will to execute a socialist program, but that the institutions of power must themselves be altered and replaced, to the extent that the entire machinery of government is geared to instituting socialist relations instead of preserving capitalist ones, and its former links with capitalist class organizations are broken and different links consolidated. In his book The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Engels described a state as a power, arisen out of society, but placing itself above it. Its first distinguishing characteristic, he continued, is that the state is distinguished by the grouping of its members on a territorial basis. A state holds sway over a definite territory. Its second characteristic is the institution of a public force which consists not merely of armed men, but also of material appendages, prisons, and coercive institutions of all kinds. Within the territory of the state, therefore, the officers of the state, who are in possession of the public power, act as officials of society standing above society. Marxism recognizes very clearly, therefore, that a state, as an instituted system of management and government, has to include not only an organization of administration but an organization of coercion. Of course, with the growing complexity of social activity and social 254 relations, modern states have come to provide a number of social services, to undertake a number of specifically economic functions, and to employ a very large number of officials for these purposes only. However, what remains essential for the existence of the state and of its power is the same as what has always been essential for any state: the institution of a public force, a coercive apparatus, with its command and administration. As Engels said in the chapter quoted, this public force first became necessary, and has been necessary ever since, on account of the appearance of class antagonisms within society. In order that these antagonisms, classes with conflicting economic interests, shall not consume themselves and society in fruitless struggle, a power, apparently standing above society, has become necessary to moderate the conflict and keep it within the bounds of order. There must be corps of armed men, prisons, effective material means to intimidate, coerce, and punish, and a group of persons in command of these, so as to preserve the social order from any individuals or body of individuals whose activities threaten to disrupt it. In a number of studies of what were then contemporary or fairly recent events, Marx showed how in the course of the bourgeois revolution the administrative, judicial, and coercive apparatus of the state was immensely strengthened. The building of such a strong Centralist apparatus was already beginning under the absolute monarchy. Today it is obvious that, compared with anything at the disposal of ancient despotisms or feudal states, the modern civil service, judiciary, army, and police is an immensely powerful force. This tightly knit, centralist, well-armed and seemingly permanent force has become attached to the service of capital by thousands of ties of sentiment and interest, and it has acquired a permanence, stability, and continuity independent of the comings and goings of ministries and governments. Marx was, of course, not the only observer to have noted this phenomenon. Balzac, that close student of the bourgeois revolution to whose acumen Marx owed a good deal, observed it before him. At the end of his novel Les Petits Bourgeois the hero joins the secret posts, and the chief of post then congratulates him as a new recruit to that force whose influence the last half-century has daily increased, to whom all governments 255. As they fall one on top of the other like houses of cards, come to ask for safety and for the power to rebuild their future. Governments pass, societies perish or dwindle, but we dominate all things, the POHCE is eternal. I dare say those responsible for security in the British state today are not personally gifted with such powers of clear expression, but they could well talk in exactly the same way as they watch the rise and fall of successive conservative and labor governments. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx remarked on the growth of an executive power with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization which, at every stage in its efforts to establish or preserve security for capital investment, the bourgeoisie has found itself compelled to strengthen. In times of weakness or danger this organization is there to take command, independent of any democratic forms, for the purpose of preserving law and order. And ministers holding temporary elected office, while nominally the masters of the whole organization, have left it intact to work on, administering and protecting the social system based on exploitation of labor, or, if they interfered too much, they have been thrown out of office. The machine works on while its masters come and go. And to change over to a biblical metaphor, if they don't suit it, it spews them forth. Marx pointed out, and what he then observed has continued to happen, that throughout a series of economic developments and of changes in the institutions of political power, the increasing activity and organization of the working people, though playing a great part in all the events, did not prevent the growth of the enormous bureaucratic and military organization which sustains capitalism. Indeed, protests and demands made it strengthen itself in order to cope with them, and of late years, as labor organizations have been consolidated, it has been further strengthened and perfected by including machinery for labor consultation and conciliation. Marx concluded, all revolutions perfected this machine instead of smashing it. But if the exploitation of labor is ever to be ended, then instead of allowing this organization of executive power to be strengthened and perfected, the working class must use the power of its own organization to smash it up, and institute a differently constituted and oriented executive power. In a modum capita HST society there is an immense complex of interlocked institutions through which affairs are conducted and managed. To mention only the most indispensable ones, there are the 256 institutions of industry, of finance, of education, and other social services, all of them with their own commands, and with control working on them both from above and from below. There are elected assemblies, councils, and committees, and manifold arrangements for consultation. And the preservation and working of this entire institutional complex depends on the activity and vigilance of the central state institutions of administration and compulsion. Here is the apex of the power structure. Controls of power work from lower bodies to higher, and from higher to lower. From this central east top organization, control is exerted from above over all the rest of the structure. The power so instituted is used both to direct and to protect the whole. How is this top organization of power itself controlled? The whole institutional structure has developed on the basis of the development of capitalist relations of production, and in this development there are instituted close ties between the bureaucratic and military organization of the state and the top ranks of industry and finance in control of economic power. As capital has become concentrated in fewer and bigger organizations, so has this tie-up become more firm. In such a country as Britain, for example, the commands of the civil service and the armed forces, together with the police and judiciary, have grown up over long years as protectors and executive officers of capital. It is not the case, of course, that certain tycoons in the City of London give the orders and these commands simply obey them. It is not as simple as that. And often it is the other way round. The system represents in fact a system of checks and balances, where those who occupy the corridors of power in Whitehall and those in the city both consult each other and maneuver against each other as individuals. But the institutional tie-up is complete, and is far stronger than any agreement or disagreement between individuals who hold office either in the state machine or in the organization of big business. It is an immensely strong impersonal force working for the preservation and profit of monopoly capital, which thus appears as an impersonal power far greater than any individual tycoon or government official. To break this tie-up, to take the bureaucratic and military organization into democratic control, under the leadership of labor organizations, and use it to administer the changeover from capitalist to socialist relations of production, would amount to smashing the existing organization. Dr. Popper and others, including the leaders oft present. 257. Labour government in Britain, say the organization is efficient, so the sensible course is to work democratically to make it more efficient in the service of the common welfare, not to smash it. But a bureaucratic and military organization, though often called a machine, is not something which, like a conventional machine, is built as a complex of parts subject to a motivation and control of externally, so that anyone who can get his hands onto the controls can set it working on any job he chooses. The organization has grown and been perfected as an organization of capitalism, and of the capitalist tie-up of economic and political power. A lot is said nowadays about the struggle for power within democratic institutions of government. This is not a struggle to make any great change in the power institutions and the ways they are controlled and work, but a struggle of individuals, political factions, and political parties for particular coveted offices within them. Its premise is acceptance of power institutions more or less as they are, and its aim to get oneself and one's friends into office and not be left in the cold outside. Those who engage in this sort of politics must watch their step, or instead of being able to use the power they have won to operate the policy of their choice, they FMD that the machine which they have sought to control operates against them and throws them out. This point was well illustrated in C.P. Snow's recent novel The Corridors of Power, where a minister, moved by his concern over the nuclear arms race to make proposals which business organizations, influential men of both parties and the top ranks of the civil service felt to be going too far, is forced to resign and is relegated to the position of an ineffectual backbencher. It should be added that as democratic institutions have developed, making ministers responsible to the electors, so have the means of propaganda, mass media and highly organized party machines been perfected, financed by big business and controlled by it. Hence this powerful apparatus is there to serve big business, to influence the electors, to manipulate votes and stampede public opinion as required. 6. The central political issue posed in capitalist society is to deprive the capitalist class of state power and vest it in the working class, so that this power can be employed to get rid of capitalism and construct a socialist society. This was the conclusion Karl Marx drew from his analysis of institutions, and particularly institutions of management and government, in terms of classes and class struggles. Dr. Popper, on the other hand, is of opinion that the central political issue is that of extending and strengthening democracy. The issue is not between one set of rulers and another, but between democracy and dictatorship. In posing the issue in this way, Dr. Popper denies that democracy is an institutional form within which class power is exerted, and maintains that it is, on the contrary, something which renders any issues of class power irrelevant and obsolete. Dr. Popper traces back to Plato what he takes to be Marx's confused and anti-democratic way of thinking about political power. It is my conviction, he says, that by expressing the problem of politics in the form who should rule, Plato created a lasting confusion in political philosophy. The political issue then seems to be one of what persons or what groups or what classes should seize and hold on to power. But experience shows that whoever gets power is always under a strong temptation to misuse it. Of greater political importance, therefore, than the question of who holds power is the question of how to control their use of it. The key political question is not that of who should be entrusted with power, but rather the question of how to organize, through political institutions, the most effective checks on power. Democracy is the answer to this question. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels said that to raise the proletariat to the position of ruling class was to win the battle of democracy. They said this. Dr. Popper suggests, because they thought that democracy means the rule of the people or the rule of the majority and the proletariat is the majority. But on the contrary, he tells us, democracy does not consist in the rule of anyone in 259 particular, but in institutional control of those who hold office by those who do not hold office. Thus the Marxist theory that the only alternative to the dictatorship of one class is that of another class is refuted by pointing out that the alternative to any dictatorship, whether of a class or of an individual, is the democratic organization of effective institutional control of the rulers. But as for the dictatorship of one class, Dr. Popper has already contended that it is in any case an absurd idea, since classes never rule. The rulers are always persons. The so-called dictatorship of the proletariat is in reality nothing but the tyranny of a small CHQUE masquerading as the rule of the people. The greatest advantage of democracy, Dr. Popper explains, is that it enables checks to be exerted upon the actions of the rulers or office holders, whoever they are, and for the rulers to be changed, if necessary, without violence. If there are no democratic institutions, or if these institutions are undeveloped or weak, the only way of checking the rulers, or of changing them, is to oppose some form of violence to the violence of the rulers. It is, of course, historically from opposition to the actions of tyrannical rulers that democratic institutions have been established. And Dr. Popper is accordingly able to state a definition of democracy in these terms: by a democracy I do not mean something as vague as the rule of the people * or the rule of the majority *, but a set of institutions which permit public control of the rulers and their dismissal by the ruled, and which make it possible for the ruled to obtain reforms without using violence, even against the will of the rulers. With this definition go two conclusions, with the first of which we are already familiar. The first conclusion is that we may distinguish two main types of government *, namely, democracies and dictatorships or tyrannies. The first type consists of governments of which we can get rid without bloodshed, for example, by way of general elections. The second type consists of governments which the ruled cannot get rid of except by way of a successful revolution. The other is that the principle of a democratic policy is to create, develop, and protect political institutions for the avoidance of tyranny. This principle does not imply that we can ever develop institutions of this kind which are faultless or foolproof, or which ensure that the policies adopted by a democratic government will be right or good. 260. Or wise, or even necessarily better or wiser than the policies adopted by a benevolent tyrant. What may be said, however, to be in the adoption of the democratic principle is the conviction that the acceptance of even a bad policy in a democracy is preferable to the submission to a tyranny, however wise and benevolent. As a Marxist, I cannot but agree with Dr. Popper that by a democracy I do not mean something as vague as the rule of the people or the rule of the majority. Marx and Engels may perhaps be reproached because they often used the word democracy without defining it. But at all events it was not Marx but Abraham Lincoln who defined democracy as rule of the people for the people by the people. And it was not any Marxist but the late John Strachey, after he had stopped being a Marxist, who defined it as the wide dissemination of power amongst the members of the community. This is the type of definition of democracy which, as H. G. Wells relates, so much puzzled the immensely intelligent supreme ruler of the moon when the first man on the moon gave him an outline of the democratic method, explaining that on the earth all rule. On hearing this, the Grand Lunar is reported to have ordered cooling sprays upon his brow. Democracy certainly cannot be defined as a political system in which everyone, or even the majority, takes his share of ruling. Nor can it be defined in terms of what particular persons or classes hold power. That much is very clearly imped in Marx's insistence that there can be both capitalist and socialist democracies, or in other words, that the capitalist class, a small exploiting minority, can, and often does exercise effective power in governing the haves of the majority through the operation of democratic institutions of government. To define democracy as the rule of the people would imply one or other of two conclusions, both of which Marxists would dispute: either there is no democracy in capitalist countries, or else political power in those countries does not effectively belong to the capitalist class. Whatever Dr. Popper may say we mean, Marxists cannot define democracy in terms of who rules or who has the power. On the contrary, we may agree with Dr. Popper in understanding it as a characteristic or form of power institutions, or of institutions of management, defined in terms of the institutional control over office holders or governors, including their dismissal and replacement, which is exerted by those whom they govern. For us, therefore, as for Dr. Popper, the practical test of whether 26L an institution through which affairs are managed and people are governed is democratic, or of how far it is democratic, he's in determining whether, or how far, it includes institutional provisions by which those who do not hold office can question, check and control the policies of office holders, and confirm them in, or dismiss them from office. This test suffices for us to criticize undemocratic procedures, and to propose or support democratic ones, whether in the management of a cricket club, a trade union or the national economy. We are in favor of democracy. And we are in favor of it for very much the same reasons as Dr. Popper declares himself in favor of it. It is a bulwark against tyranny, a means of getting rid of bad rulers, a means of getting policies discussed and criticized, and a means of securing reforms without violence. But Dr. Popper, apparently without noticing it, or at any rate without being too scrupulous about it, jumps from defining democracy as that characteristic of institutions of management whereby office holders are made answerable to other people, to defining a democracy as a complete political system, or as a set of institutions which, altogether, permit public control of the rulers, and make it possible to obtain reforms without violence. Yet it is a far cry from establishing particular democratic institutions and enjoying through them certain democratic rights, to establishing a complete set of institutions to do all the work of government, and which is a democracy and nothing but a democracy. It cannot be too much emphasized that democracy is a characteristic of institutions of management, or a form of such institutions, and not itself either an institution or a set of institutions. While there are many democratic institutions through which government is carried on, there is nowhere any complete set of institutions of government in which democratic methods are not countered by, and often at war with, undemocratic methods. There is no such thing as a democracy pure and simple, but only various kinds of democratic institutions. All of these are historically formed out of the exigencies of particular circumstances, in particular conditions of class relations and class struggles. When Dr. Popper divides all governments into democracies and tyrannies, he is adopting a principle of classification which will not fit the facts, as is obvious if one considers cases. Were the Tudor governments in England tyrannies or democracies, for example? One can hardly call them either without qualification, though to call them democracies would perhaps require more qualification than to call 262 them tyrannies. This proposed classification of all governments is far from accurate, and its chief failing becomes evident when one considers how particular governments have actually been constituted and what they have done. Thus, for example, the ancient tyranny of Pisistratos in Athens was in its social basis and functions very different from the modum tyranny exercised by Hitler in Germany, inasmuch as what Pisistratos did was to break the power of the former ruling class, whereas what Hitler did was to ensure that the ruling class could rule without restraint. Again, the admittedly high-handed and often violent policies of the Tudor monarchs effectively checked the former rampages of feudal lords and so provided conditions for the subsequent growth of industry and commerce, whereas the conquests of tyrants of the type of Genghis Khan in Asia plundered and broke up the civilizations on which they imposed themselves. Evidently there are important distinctions even between tyrannies. As for democracies, the democracy of ancient Greece provided methods of institutional control for carrying on the exploitation of peasant proprietors and slaves. Whereas the democracy we at present enjoy in Britain or the USA provides institutional methods for carrying on capitalist exploitation. There is, of course, a clear distinction between democratic and tyrannical methods in government, inasmuch as one can distinguish democratic and tyrannical elements in particular governments and, in some cases, describe governments as wholly tyrannical. But that does not mean that simply by distinguishing tyrannical and democratic methods all governments may be neatly divided into democracies and tyrannies, and still less that the distinction suffices to sum up the part which any particular government has played in the progress or otherwise of society, including in the political advance to democracy and freedom. Of primary importance in the assessment of governments is the distinction which Marx has the merit of stressing, the distinction between governments in terms of the class relations they foster and the classes whose interests they promote. When Dr. Popper says that we need only distinguish between two forms of government, i.e. democracies and tyrannies, he ignores the fact that there are also to be distinguished slave owners' governments, feudal governments, capitalist governments, and socialist governments. If governments are considered in these terms, it is possible not only to distinguish but also to explain the varying democratic and undemocratic elements in their modes of operation, whereas if they are all lumped into the two exclusive categories of democracy and tyranny, not only are these important differences between governments obscured, but a great many governments refuse to fit into either category. Dr. Popper rather pointedly suggests that Marx's ideas about government were highly doctrinaire. But if by doctrinaire one means introducing hard and